Christmas Eve at Topmast Tickle by Norman Duncan, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was Labrador weather, sure enough, and winter weather, too. A cold, windy time. There was nothing for it, however. The doctor and I must brave our way along, myself, Davy Roth, a mite of a youngster in those days, and that good man and wise physician whom we called Dr. Luke, on our grim coast. We loved the man, from Cape Chidley to the Straits, 1,000 miles of bitter coast. Now his professional round, we loved him. Never such another for courage and tenderness as he. He had come a castaway from the wreck of the St. Lawrence to our harbour, a moody, wretched fellow, with the imprint of evil upon him. What evil he had done I do not to this day know. So vivid was this suggestion, I recall, however, that I was moved one night to pray for him with all my might, and my prayer was addressed to my mother, then recently dead, in whose power, in her new estate, I had implicit faith. It seemed that she must understand, that she might procure his restoration. "Dear mamma," I prayed, "there's something wrong along of the doctor man who came the night you died. He've managed somehow to get wonderful sick. I'm not knowing what ails him, or where he cotched it, but I sees it plain in his face, and 'tis a woeful sickness. Do you make haste to the throne o' God, please, mum, and tell him I've been asking you to have him cured. You'd want him well, too, an you was here, and the Lord'll surely listen to you and take your word for it. Oh, do you pray the Lord with all your might, and main dear mamma to heal that man." It came about presently that the doctor made up his mind to stay on our coast, and I did not doubt that my mother had in some way accomplished his determination. That night, the night when the doctor told me that he was to stay, I rowed him to North Tickle, and let the punt lie in the swell of the open sea, where it was very solemn and quiet. The sky was heavy with drifting masses of cloud, aflare with red and gold and all the sunset colours, from the black line of coast lying in the west, far into the east where sea and sky were turning grey. Indeed, it was very still, very solemn, lying in the long crimson swell of the great deep, while the dusk came creeping over the sea. "I do not wonder," the doctor muttered with a shudder, "that the people who dwell here fear God." There was something familiar to me in that feeling, but for the moment I could not make it out. "Sir?" I said. His eyes ranged timidly over the sombre waste. The vasty, splendid heavens, the coast, dark and unfeeling, the infinite, sullen sea, which ominously darkened as he looked, and he covered his face with his hands. "No," he whispered, looking up, "I do not wonder that you believe in God and fear him." Then I knew that round about he felt the presence of an offended God. "And fear him," he repeated. I levelled my finger at him. "You've been wicked," I said, knowing that my accusation was true. "Yes," he answered, "I have been wicked." I had been wicked, too, in my time, and understood. "Is you going to be good now?" "I am going to stay here," he replied, "and I am going to heal the people, and try to be good." "I'll die to see it," I cried. "Ecod, my friend," old Skipper Tommy Lovejoy commented, when the news was imparted to him, "you'll never tell me the doctor man is to stay in our harbour? Well, well, and all because the St. Lawrence was wrecked, and because your mother died the night he come ashore, and because he might ha' saved her had he been here in time enough. Ecod, says the Lord, now that I got that doctor man there, I'll just put it in his mind to stay and do a day's work or two for me. I'm sure he meant it. I'm sure he meant to do just that. I'm sure 'twas all done o' purpose. We thinks he's hard and a bit free and careless. Ecod, there's times when we thinks he fair bungles his job. He kills us, and he cripples us, and he starves us, and he hurts our hearts. And then, Davy, we says he's a dunderhead at running the world, which says we could run a sight better if we was able to make one.
But the Lard, Davy, does his day's work in a seaman-like way, using no more crooked backs and empty stomachs and children's tears and broken hearts than he can help. 'Tis little we knows about what he's up to." All of which was characteristic of Skipper Tommy. And the doctor was presently cured. There is virtue for the city bred, I fancy, in the clean salt air and simple living of our coast, and surely for every one, everywhere, a tonic in the performance of good deeds. Hard practice in fair and foul weather worked a vast change in the doctor. Toil and fresh air are eminent physicians. The wonder of salty wind and the hand-to-hand conflict with the northern sea. They gave him health, a clear-eyed, brown, deep-breathed sort of health, and restored a strength, broad-shouldered and lithe and playful, that was his natural heritage. With this new power came joyous courage, indomitability of purpose, a restless activity of body and mind. He was now, in manly qualities, the man the good God designed, strong and bonny and tender-hearted, betraying no weakness in the duties of the day. And he went about with hearty words on the tip of his tongue and a laugh in his grey eyes. The children ran out of the cottages to greet him as he passed by, and a multitude of surly, ill-conditioned dogs, which yielded the road to no one else, accepted him as a distinguished intimate. But to the story. It was Labrador weather, as I have said, white weather, and the day before Christmas. The doctor and I must get along. There was nothing for it. We must spend Christmas at home. The wind must not deny us, nor the cold, nor the driving snow. Returning afoot from the bedside of Long John Wise at Run by Guess, and from many a bedside and wretched hearth by the way, the doctor and I strapped our packs aback and heartily set out from the Hudson's Bay Company's post at Bread and Water Bay in the dawn of the day before Christmas, being then 3 weeks gone from our harbour, and thinking to reach it next day. We were to chance hospitality for the night, and this must be, they told us, at the cottage of a man of the name of Jonas Jutt, which is at Topmast Tickle. There was a lusty old wind scampering down the coast, with many a sportive whirl and whoop, flinging the snow about in vast delight, a big rollicking winter's wind, blowing straight out of the north at the pitch of half a gale. With this abeam we made brave progress, but yet 'twas late at night when we floundered down the gully called Long and Deep, where the drifts were overhead, and each must rescue the other from sudden misfortune, a warm glimmer of light in Jonas Jutt's kitchen window to guide and hearken us. The doctor beat on the door with his fist. "Open!" he cried. "Open!" There was no response. "Open!" the doctor shouted, still furiously knocking. Not a whisper, not a creak, was elicited from within. "Are you dead? Are you deef?" the doctor cried. "Good Lord, will you never open this door?" So gruff was the voice, so big and commanding, and so sudden was the outcry, and so late was the night, and wild the wind, and far away the little cottage, that the 3 little Jutts, who then sat expectant at the kitchen fire, must all at once have huddled close. I fancy that Sammy blinked no longer at the crack in the stove, but slipped from his chair and limped to his sister, whose hand he clutched. I am sure of it. I am sure that little Sammy Jutt slipped from his chair in a fright, that he limped across the floor to Martha Jutt, and that he caught hold of her hand, and that he stared at the door with his eyes popping out while the furious knocking went on and the big voice commanding entrance. That was little Sammy Jutt's way, to limp to his sister and catch hold of her hand. "We'll freeze, I tell you!" shouted the doctor. "Open the—" "Ah! Thank you," in a mollified way, as Skipper Jonas Jutt opened the door, and then, most engagingly, "May we come in?" "An' welcome, zur," said the hearty Jonas, "whoever you be. 'Tis gettin' to be a wild night." "Thank you, yes, a wild night. Glad to catch sight of your light from the top of the hill. We'll leave the rackets here. Straight ahead? Thank you. I see the glow of a fire." We entered. "Hello!" cried the doctor, stopping short. "What's this? Kids? Good! 3 of them! Ah! How are you?" The manner of asking the question was most indignant, not to say threatening, and a gasp and heavy frown accompanied it. By this I knew that the doctor was about to make sport for Martha and Jimmy and Sammy Jutt, as their names turned out to be, which often he did for children by pretending to be in a great rage, and invariably they found it delicious entertainment, for, however fiercely he blustered, his eyes twinkled most merrily all the time, so that one was irresistibly moved to chuckle with delight at the sight of them, no matter how suddenly or how terribly he drew down his brows. "I like kids," said he, with a smack of the lips. "I eat 'em." Gurgles of delight escaped from the little Jutts, and each turned to the other, the eyes of all dancing. "And how are you?" the doctor demanded. His fierce little glance was indubitably directed at little Sammy, as though, God save us, the lad had no right to be anything but well, and ought to be, and should be, birched on the instant if he had the temerity to admit the smallest ache or pain from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. But Sammy looked frankly into the flashing eyes, grinned, chuckled audibly, and lisped that he was better. "Better?" the doctor exploded. "Ither," said Sammy. The doctor searched Sammy's white face and scrawny body as though for evidence to the contrary. "Is that the best you can do?" he demanded. "Better, eh?"
Why aren't you well?
"Ah, aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Sammy was not at all ashamed of himself, and he was delighted with the big stranger. "Ah," the doctor growled, again looking Sammy over from head to foot, "I'll attend to you." Thereupon Skipper Jonas took us to the shed, where we laid off our packs and were brushed clean of snow, and by that time Matilda Jutt, the mother of Martha and Jimmy and Sammy, had spread the table with the best she had, little enough, God knows, being but bread and tea, and was smiling beyond. Presently there was nothing left of the bread and tea, and then we drew up to the fire, where the little Jutt still sat, regarding us with great interest, and I observed that Martha Jutt held a letter in her hand, whereupon I divined precisely what our arrival had interrupted, for I was Labrador born, and knew well enough what went on in the kitchens of our land of a Christmas Eve. "And now, my girl," said the doctor.
What's what?
By this extraordinary question, delivered as it was in a manner that called imperatively for an answer, Martha Jutt was quite nonplussed, as the doctor had intended she should be. "What's what?" repeated the doctor. Quite startled, Martha lifted the letter from her lap. "He's not comin', sir," she gasped, for lack of something better. "You're disappointed, I see," said the doctor. "So he's not coming?" "No, sir, not this year." "That's too bad, but you mustn't mind it, you know, not for an instant. What's the matter with him?" "He've broke his leg, sir." "What?" cried the doctor, restored of a sudden to his natural manner. "Poor fellow! How did he come to do that?" "Catchin' one of they wild deer, sir." "Catching a deer!" the doctor exclaimed. "A most extraordinary thing. He was a fool to try it. How long ago?" "Sure, it can't be more than half an hour, for he've—" The doctor jumped up. "Where is he?" he demanded with professional eagerness. "It can't be far. Davy, I must get to him at once. I must attend to that leg. Where is he?" "Narth Pole, sir," whispered Sammy. "Oh!" cried the doctor, and he sat down again, and pursed his lips and winked at Sammy in a way most peculiar. "I see." "Aye, sir," Jimmy rattled eagerly. "We're fair disappointed that he's not—" "Ha!" the doctor interrupted. "I see. Well, now." And having thus incoherently exclaimed for a little, the light in his eyes growing merrier all the time, he most unaccountably worked himself into a great rage, whereby I knew that the little Jutts were in some way to be mightily amused. "The lazy rascal!" he shouted, jumping out of his chair and beginning to stamp the room, frowning terribly. "The fat, idle, blundering dunderhead! Did they send you that message? Did they, now? Tell me, did they? Give me that letter." He snatched the letter from Martha's lap. "Sammy," he demanded, "where did this letter come from?" "Narth Pole, sir." Jonas Jutt blushed, and Matilda threw her apron over her head to hide her confusion. "And how did it come?"
Out of the stove, sir."
The doctor opened the letter and paused to slap it angrily from time to time as he read it. North Pole, Dear Martha, few lines to let you know on account of having broken me leg cotching the deer. I'm sorry I'm in a state of health not being able so as to be out in heavy weather. Hopin' you is all well as it leaves me. Yours respectful, Sandy Claus. Fish was poor, and it would not be much this year's anyways, tell little Sammy. "Ha!" cried the doctor, as he crushed the letter to a little ball and flung it under the table. "Ha! That's the kind of thing that happens when one's away from home. There you have it. Discipline gone to the dogs. System gone to the dogs. Everything gone to the dogs. Now, what do you think of that?" He scowled and gritted his teeth and puffed and said, "Ha!" in a fashion so threatening that one must needs have fled the room had there not been a curiously reassuring twinkle in his eyes. "What do you think of that?" he repeated fiercely at last. "A countermanded order. I'll attend to him," he burst out. "I'll fix that fellow. The lazy dunderhead. I'll soon fix him. Give me pen and ink. Where's the paper? Never mind. I've got some in my pack. One moment and I'll—" He rushed to the shed, to the great surprise and alarm of the little Juts, and loudly called back for a candle, which Skipper Jonas carried to him, and when he had been gone a long time he returned with a letter in his hand, still ejaculating in a great rage. "See that?" said he to the three little Juts. "Well, that's for Santa Claus's clerk. That'll fix him. That'll blister the stupid fellow." "Please, sir?" whispered Martha Jutt. "Well?" snapped the doctor, stopping short in a rush to the stove. "Please, sir?" said Martha, taking courage and laying a timid hand on his arm. "Sure, I don't know what 'tis all about. I don't know what blunder he've made. But I'm thinking, sir, you'll be sorry if you acts in haste. 'Tis wise to count 100. Don't be too hard on him, sir. 'Tis like the blunder may be mended. 'Tis like he'll do better next time. Don't be hard."
"Hard on him?"
the doctor interrupted. "Hard on him? Hard on that—" "Aye, sir," she pleaded, looking fearlessly up. "Won't you count 100?" "Count it," said he grimly. Martha counted. I observed that the numbers fell slower and yet more slowly from her lips until, and she was keenly on the watch, a gentler look overspread the doctor's face, and then she rattled them off as though she feared he might change his mind once more. "An 100," she concluded breathless. "Well," the doctor drawled, rubbing his nose, "I'll modify it." Whereupon Martha smiled. "Just to 'blige you." Whereupon she blushed. So he scratched a deal of the letter out, then he sealed it, strode to the stove, opened the door, flung the letter into the flames, slammed the door, and turned with a wondrously sweet smile to the amazed little Juts. "There," he sighed, "I think that will do the trick. We'll soon know, at any rate." We waited, all very still, all with eyes wide open, all gazing fixedly at the door of the stove. Then, all at once, and in the very deepest of the silence, the doctor uttered a startling "Ha!" leaped from his chair with such violence that he overturned it, awkwardly upset Jimmy Jutt's stool, and sent the lad tumbling head over heels, for which he did not stop to apologize, and there was great confusion; in the midst of which the doctor jerked the stove door open, thrust in his arm, and snatched a blazing letter straight from the flames, all before Jimmy and Martha and Sammy Jutt had time to recover from the daze into which the sudden uproar had thrown them.
"There!" cried the doctor, when he had managed to extinguish the blaze. "We'll just see what's in this. Better news, I'll warrant." You may be sure that the little Juts were blinking amazement. There could be no doubt about the authenticity of that communication, and the doctor seemed to know it, for he calmly tore the envelope open, glanced the contents over, and turned to Martha the broadest of grins wrinkling his face. "Martha Jutt," said he, "will you please be good enough to read that?" And Martha read: "North Pole, December 24, 10:18 p.m. To Captain Blizzard, Jonah Jutt's cottage, topmost Tickle, Labrador coast. Respected Sir,
Regret erroneous report. Mistake of a clerk in the Bureau of Information. Santa Claus got away at 9:36. Wind blowing due south, strong and fresh. Snow, Chief Clerk. Then there was a great outburst of glee. It was the doctor who raised the first cheer. 3 times 3 and a tiger! And what a tiger it was! What with the treble of Sammy, which was of the thinnest description, and the treble of Martha, which was full and sure, and the treble of Jimmy, which dangerously bordered on a cracked bass, and what with Matilda's cackle and Skipper Jonas's croak, and my own hoorays, and the doctor's guttural uproar, which might have been mistaken for a veritable bass, what with all this, as you may be sure, the shout of the wind was nowhere. Then we joined hands — it was the doctor who began it by catching Martha and Matilda, and danced the table round, shaking our feet and tossing our arms, the glee ever more uproarious, danced until we were breathless, every one, save little Sammy, who was not asked to join the gambol, but sat still in his chair and seemed to expect no invitation. "Wind blowin' due south, strong and fresh," gasped Jimmy, when at last we sat down. "He'll be down in a hurry, with they swilt dear. My, but he'll just whiz in this gale." "But 'tis sad 'tis too late to get word to 'un," said Martha, the smile gone from her face. "Sad, is it?" cried the doctor. "Sad? What's the word you want to send?" "'Tis something for Sammy, sir." Sammy gave Martha a quick dig in the ribs. "And mamma," he lisped reproachfully. "Ay, sir, we're wantin' it bad. And does you think us could get word to 'un for Sammy, sir?" "And mamma," Sammy insisted. "We can try at any rate," the doctor answered doubtfully. "Maybe we can catch him on the way down. Where's that pen? Here we are. Now." He scribbled rapidly, folded the letter in great haste, and dispatched it to Santa Claus's clerk by the simple process of throwing it in the fire. As before, he went to his pack in the shed, taking the candle with him — the errand appeared to be really most trivial, and stayed so long that the little Juts, who now loved him very much, as I could see, wished that the need would not rise again. But all in good time he returned and sat to watch for the reply, intent as any of them, and presently he snatched the stove door open, creating great confusion in the act as before, and before the little Juts could recover from the sudden surprise, he held up a smoking letter. Then he read aloud: "Try Hamilton Inlet. Touches there 10:48. Time of arrival of topmast tickle uncertain. No use waiting up. Snow. Clerk." "By Jove!" exclaimed the doctor. "That's jolly. Touches Hamilton Inlet at 10:48. He consulted his watch. "It's now 10:43 and a half. We've just 4½ minutes. I'll get a message off at once. Where's the confounded pen? Ah, here we are. Now, what is it you want for Sammy and mamma?" The 3 little Juts were suddenly thrown into a fearful state of excitement. They tried to talk all at once, but not one of them could frame a coherent sentence. It was most distressful to see. "The exterminator!" Martha managed to jerk out at last. "Oh, aye!" cried Jimmy Jut. "Quick, sir, write 'un down. Pine's Prompt Pain Exterminator, warranted to cure. Please, sir, make haste." The doctor stared at Jimmy. "Oh, sir," groaned Martha, "don't be staring like that. Right, sir. 'Twas all in the paper the prospector left last summer. Pine's Prompt Pain Exterminator. Cures boils, rheumatism, pains in the back and chest, sore throat, and all they things, and warts on the hands by a simple application with brown paper. We wants it for the rheumatiz, sir. Oh, sir." "None genuine without the label," Jimmy put in an excited rattle. "Money refunded if no cure. Get a bottle with the label." The doctor laughed aloud, and laughed again. "By Jove!" he roared, "you'll get it. It's odd, but ha ha ha! By Jove, he has it in stock." The laughter and repeated assurance seemed vastly to encourage Jimmy and Martha. The doctor wrote like mad while he talked, but not little Sammy. All that he lisped, all that he shouted, all that he screamed, had gone unheeded. As though unable to put up with the neglect any longer, He limped over the floor to Martha and tugged her sleeve and pulled at Jimmy's coat tail and jogged the doctor's arm, until at last he attracted a measure of attention. Notwithstanding his mother's protest, notwithstanding her giggles and waving hands, notwithstanding that she blushed as red as ink, until, as I perceived, her freckles were all lost to sight, notwithstanding that she threw her apron over her head and rushed headlong from the room, to the imminent danger of the door-post, little Sammy insisted that his mother's gift should be named in the letter of request. "Quick!" cried the doctor. "What is it? We've but half a minute left." Sammy began to stutter. "Make haste by it!" cried Jimmy. "One bottle of the magic Egyptian beautifier," said Sammy, quite distinctly for the first time in his life. The doctor looked blank, but he doggedly nodded his head, nevertheless, and wrote it down. And off went the letter at precisely 10:47:45, as the doctor said. Later, when the excitement had all subsided, and we sat dreaming in the warmth and glow, the doctor took little Sammy in his lap and told him he was a very good boy, and looked deep in his eyes and stroked his hair, and at last, very tenderly, bared his knee. Sammy flinched at that, and he said "Ouch!" once, and screwed up his face when the doctor, his gruffness all gone, his eyes gentle and sad, his hand as light as a mother's, worked the joint and felt the knee-cap and socket with the tips of his fingers. "And is this the rheumatiz the prompt exterminator is to cure, Sammy?" he asked. "Ith-er." "And is that where it hurts you, right on the point of the bone there?" "Ith-er." "And was there no fall on the rock at all?" "Ah, there was a fall, and the bruise was just there, where it hurts so much. And it's very hard to bear, isn't it?" Sammy shook his head. "No, but it hurts a great deal sometimes, does it not?" "That's too bad. That's very sad indeed. But perhaps, Sammy, I can cure it for you, if you are brave. And are you brave? No? Oh, I think you are. And you'll try to be, at any rate, won't you? Of course. That's a good boy." And so, with his sharp little knives, the doctor cured Sammy Jutt's knee, while the lad lay white and still on the kitchen table. And 'twas not hard to do, but had not the doctor chanced that way, Sammy Jutt would have been a cripple all his life. "Doctor, sir," said Matilda Jutt, when the children were put to bed, with Martha to watch by Sammy, who was still very sick, "is you really got a bottle of Pine's Pompt?" The doctor laughed. "An empty bottle," said he. "I picked it up at Poverty Cove. Thought it might come useful. I'll put Sammy's medicine in that. They'll not know the difference. And you'll treat the knee with it as I've told you. That's all. We must turn in at once, for we must be gone before the children wake in the morning." "Oh, aye, sir, and—" she began, but hesitated, much embarrassed. "Well?" the doctor asked with a smile. "Would you mind putting some queer-looking stuff on one of they bottles of yours?" "Not in the least," in surprise. "And writing something on a bit of paper," she went on, pulling at her apron and looking down, "and gluing it to the bottle?" "Not at all. But what shall I write?" She flushed. "Magic Egyptian Beautifier, sir," she answered, "for I'm thinking 'twould please little Sammy to think that Sandy Claus left something for me, too." If you think that the three little Jutts found nothing but bottles of medicine in their stockings when they got downstairs on Christmas morning, you are very much mistaken. Indeed, there was much more than that, a great deal more than that. I will not tell you what it was, for you might sniff and say, "Huh, that's little enough." But there was more than medicine. No man, rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief, doctor, lawyer, nor merchant chief, ever yet left a Hudson's Bay Company's post stared in the face by the chance of having to seek hospitality of a Christmas Eve, no right-feeling man, I say, ever yet left a Hudson's Bay Company's post under such circumstances without putting something more than medicine in his pack. I chance to know, at any rate, that upon this occasion Dr. Luke did not. And I know, too, you may be interested to learn it, that as we floundered through the deep snow homeward bound, soon after dawn, the next day, he was glad enough that he hadn't. No merry shouts came over the white miles from the cottage of Jonas Jutt, though I am sure that they rang there most heartily. But the doctor did not care. He shouted merrily enough for himself, for he was very happy. And that's the way you'd feel, too, if you spent your days hunting good deeds to do.
End of Christmas Eve at Topmast Tickle by Norman Duncan, read by David Wales.
Selected verses from the Gospel according to Luke, by Luke, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Selected verses from the Gospel according to Luke. There was in the days of Herod, the king of Judea, a certain priest, Zachariah by name, of the course of Abijah, and his wife was of the daughters of Aaron, and her name was Elizabeth. And they were both righteous before God, walking in all the commandments and ordinances of the Lord blameless. And they had no child, because Elizabeth was barren, and they both were now far advanced in years. And it came to pass, that while he executed the priest's office before God, in the order of his course, it fell to his lot, according to the custom of the priest's office, to burn incense, going into the temple of the Lord. And the whole multitude of the people were praying without, at the hour of incense. And there appeared to him an angel of the Lord, standing on the right side of the altar of incense. And Zacharias seeing him was troubled, and fear fell upon him. But the angel said to him, Fear not, Zachariah, for thy prayer was heard, and thy wife Elizabeth shall bear thee a son, and thou shalt call his name John. And thou shalt have joy and gladness, and many shall rejoice at his birth. For he shall be great before the Lord, and he shall not drink wine nor strong drink, and he shall be filled with the Holy Spirit, even from his mother's womb. And many of the sons of Israel shall he turn to the Lord their God. And he shall go before him in the spirit and power of Elijah, to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the disobedient to the wisdom of the just, to make ready a prepared people for the Lord. And Zacharias said to the angel, Whereby shall I know this? For I am an old man, and my wife is far advanced in years. And the angel answering said to him, I am Gabriel, that stands in the presence of God, and I was sent to speak to thee, and to bring thee these glad tidings. And behold, thou shalt be dumb, and not able to speak, until the day that these things shall be performed, because thou didst not believe thy words, which shall be fulfilled in their season. And the people were waiting for Zachariah, and they were wondering at his long tarrying in the temple. And when he came out, he was not able to speak to them. And they perceived that he had seen a vision in the temple, and he was making signs to them, and remained speechless. And it came to pass, when the days of his ministration were completed, that he departed to his own house. And after those days his wife Elizabeth conceived, and she hid herself 5 months, saying, Thus has the Lord dealt with me, in the days wherein he looked on me to take away my reproach among men. And in the 6th month the angel Gabriel was sent from God to a city of Galilee, named Nazareth, to a virgin betrothed to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. And the angel coming in to her said, Hail, highly favoured, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. And she was troubled at the saying, and was considering what manner of salutation this might be. And the angel said to her, Fear not, Mary, for thou didst find favour with God. And, behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and bring forth a son, and shalt call his name Jesus. He shall be great, and shall be called Son of the Highest. And the Lord God will give to him the throne of David his father. And he shall reign over the house of Jacob forever, and of his kingdom there shall be no end. Then said Mary to the angel, How shall this be, seeing that I know not a man? And the angel answering said to her, The Holy Spirit will come upon thee, and the power of the Highest will overshadow thee. Therefore also the Holy One that is born shall be called the Son of God. And behold, Elizabeth thy kinswoman, she also has conceived a son in her old age, and this in the 6th month with her who is called barren. For with God nothing shall be impossible. And Mary said, Behold, the handmaid of the Lord, let it be to me according to thy word. And the angel departed from her. And Mary arose in those days, and went into the hill country with haste, into a city of Judah, and entered into the house of Zachariah, and saluted Elizabeth. And it came to pass, as Elizabeth heard the salutation of Mary, that the babe leaped in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit. And she spoke out with a loud voice, and said, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. And whence is this to me, that the mother of my Lord shall come to me? For behold, as the voice of thy salutation came into my ears, the babe leaped in my womb for joy. And happy is she who believed that there shall be a fulfillment of the things told her from the Lord. And Mary said, My soul magnifies the Lord, and my spirit rejoiced in God my Saviour, because he looked upon the low estate of his handmaid. For behold, henceforth all generations will call me happy. Because the Mighty One did great things for me, and holy is his name. And his mercy is from generation to generation to those who fear him. He wrought might within his arm. He scattered the proud in the imagination of their hearts. He cast down princes from thrones, and exalted those of low degree. The hungry he filled with good, and the rich he went empty away. He helped Israel, his servant, to remember mercy, as he spoke to our fathers, for Abraham, and for his seed forever. And Mary abode with her about 3 months, and returned to her own house. Now Elizabeth's full time came, that she should be delivered, and she brought forth a son. And her neighbours and her kindred heard that the Lord showed great mercy toward her, and they rejoiced with her. And it came to pass, that on the 8th day they came to circumcise the child. And they called him Zachariah, after the name of his father. And his mother answered and said, Nay, but he shall be called John. And they said to her, There is none of thy kindred that is called by this name. And they made signs to his father how he would have him called. And asking for a writing tablet, he wrote, saying, His name is John. And they all wondered. And his mouth was opened immediately, and his tongue was loosed, and he spoke, blessing God. And fear came on all that dwelt around them. And all these things were told abroad in all the hill country of Judea. And all who heard laid them up in their hearts, saying, What then will this child be? And the hand of the Lord was with him. And Zachariah his father was filled with the Holy Spirit, and prophesied, saying, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, that he visited and wrought redemption for his people, and raised up a horn of salvation for us, in the house of David his servant, as he spoke by the mouth of his holy prophets of old, salvation from our enemies, and from the hand of all that hate us, to show mercy to our fathers, and to remember his holy covenant, the oath which he swore to Abraham our father, to grant to us, that without fear, being rescued from the hand of our enemies, we should serve him in holiness and righteousness before him all our days. And also thou, O child, shalt be called prophet of the highest, for thou shalt go before the face of the Lord, to prepare his ways, in order to give knowledge of salvation to his people in remission of their sins, through the tender mercies of our God, whereby the dayspring from on high visited us, to give light to those sitting in darkness and the shadow of death, in order to guide our feet into the way of peace. And the child grew and became strong in spirit, and was in the deserts till the day of his manifestation to Israel. And it came to pass in those days, that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus, that all the world should be registered. This registering was the first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria. And all went to be registered, each one to his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and family of David, to be registered with Mary, his betrothed wife, who was with child. And so it was that, while they were there, the days were completed that she should bring forth. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swathing bands, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, and keeping watch over their flock by night. And behold, an angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said to them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all the people. For to you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, who is Christ the Lord. And this shall be to you the sign: you will find a babe wrapped in swathing bands, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, good will among men. And it came to pass, when the angels were gone away from them into heaven, that the shepherds said one to another, Let us go now unto Bethlehem, and see this thing that is come to pass, which the Lord made known to us. And they came with haste, and found both Mary and Joseph, and the babe lying in the manger. And having seen it, they made known abroad the saying which was told them concerning this child. And all that heard wondered at the things which were told them by the shepherds. And Mary kept all these things, pondering them in her heart. And the shepherds returned, glorifying and praising God for all that they heard and saw, as it was told to them. End of selected verses from the Gospel according to Luke, by Luke.
Weihnachtsabend by Karl May, read in German. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ich verkünde große Freude, die euch widerfahren ist. Denn geboren wurde heute euer Heiland Jesus Christ. Jubelnd klingt es durch die Sphären, Sonnen künden's jedem Stern, Weihrauch duftet auf Altären, Glocken klingen nah und fern. Tageshell ist's in den Räumen, alles atmet Lust und Glück, und an bunt geschmückten Bäumen hängt der Freude trunkne Blick. fast ist's, als ob sich die helle Nacht in Tag verwandeln will. Nur da droben in der Zelle ist so dunkel, ist so still. Unten zieht des Festes Freude jetzt in aller Herzen ein. Droben ist mit seinem Leide, seinem Grame er allein. Betend faltet er die Hände, hebt das Auge Himmel an. Vater, gib ein selig Ende, dass ich ruhig sterben kann. Blicke auf dein Kind hernieder, das sich sehnt nach deinem Licht. Der Verlorne naht sich wieder, geh mit ihm nicht ins Gericht. Da ertönt vom nahen Dome feierlich der Glocken Klang, und in majestät'schem Strome schwingt sich auf der Chorgesang. Herr, nun lässest du in Frieden deinen Diener schlafen gehen, denn sein Auge hat hienieden deinen Heiland noch gesehen. Schritte nahen, und die Zelle wird erhellt vom Kerzenschein. Über die gefeite Schwelle tritt der Diener Gottes ein. Und der Priester legt die Hände segnend auf des toten Haupt. Selig ist, wer bis ans Ende an die ew'ge Liebe glaubt. Selig, wer aus Herzensgrunde nach der Lebensquelle strebt und noch in der letzten Stunde seinen Blick zum Himmel hebt. Suchest du schon im Verscheiden droben den Versöhnungsstern, wird er dich zur Wahrheit leiten und zur Herrlichkeit des Herrn. Darum gilt auch dir die Freude, die uns widerfahren ist, denn geboren wurde heute auch dein Heiland, Jesus Christ. End of Weihnachtsabend by Karl May. Read by Dom Bombadil.
On Christmas Day in the Morning by Grace S. Richmond. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. On Christmas Day in the Morning. And all the angels in heaven do sing, on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the bells in earth do ring, on Christmas Day in the morning. Old Song. That Christmas Day virtually began a whole year beforehand, with a red-hot letter written by Guy Fernald to his younger sister, Nan, who had been married to Samuel Burnett just 2½ years. The letter was read aloud by Mrs. Burnett to her husband at the breakfast table, the second day after Christmas. From start to finish it was upon one subject, and it read as follows. Dear Nan, it's a confounded, full-grown shame that not a soul of us all got home for Christmas, except yours truly, and he only for a couple of hours. What have the blessed old folks done to us that we treat them like this? I was invited to the Sewells for the first day, and went, of course. You know why. We had a ripping time, but along toward evening I began to feel worried. I really thought Ralph was home. He wrote me that he might swing round that way by the holidays, but I knew the rest of you were all wrapped up in your own Christmas trees and weren't going to get there. Well, I took the 7:30 down and walked in on them, sitting all alone by the fire, by George, just like the pictures you see of the birds all flown, and that sort of thing. I felt gulpish in my throat. On my honor I did, when I looked at them. Mother just gave one gasp and flew into my arms. And Dad got up more slowly. He had that darned rheumatism worse than ever this winter, and came over, and I thought he'd shake my hand off. Well, I sat down between them by the fire, and pretty soon I got down in the old way on a cushion by Mother, and let her run her fingers through my hair, the way she used to. And Nan, I'll be indicted for perjury if her hand wasn't trembly. They were so glad to see me it made my throat ache. Ralph had written he couldn't get round, and of course you'd all written and sent them things, jolly things, and they appreciated them, but, blame it all, they were just dead lonesome, and the whole outfit of us within 300 miles, most within 30. Nan, Next Christmas is going to be different. That's all I say. I've got it all planned out. The idea popped into my head when I came away last night. Not that they had a word of blame, not they. They understood all about the children, and the cold snap, and Ed's being under the weather, and Oliver's wife's neuralgia, and Ralph's girl in the West, and all that. But that didn't make the thing any easier for them. As I say, next year. But you'll all hear from me then. Meanwhile, run down and see them once or twice this winter, will you, Nan? Somehow it struck me that they aren't so young as they used to be. Splendid winter weather. Margaret Sewell's a peach, but I don't seem to make much headway. My best to Sam, your affectionate brother, Guy. Gay Nan had felt a slight choking in her own throat as she read this letter. We really must make an effort to be there Christmas next year, Sam, she said to her husband, and Sam assented cheerfully. He only wished there were a father and mother somewhere in the world for him to go home to. Guy wrote the same sort of thing, with more or less detail, to Edson and Oliver, his married elder brothers, to Ralph, his unmarried brother, and to Caroline, Mrs. Charles Wetmore, his other and elder married sister. He received varied and more or less sympathetic responses to the effect that with so many little children, and such snowdrifts as always blocked the roads leading toward North Easterbrook, it really was not strange, and of course somebody would go next year. But they had all sent the nicest gifts they could find. Didn't Guy think Mother liked those beautiful Russian sables Ralph sent her? And wasn't Father pleased with his gold-headed cane from Oliver? Surely with such presents pouring in from all the children, Father and Mother Fernald couldn't feel so awfully neglected. Gold-headed cane be hanged, Guy exploded when he read this last sentence from the letter of MaryAnn, Oliver's wife. I'll bet she put him up to it. If anybody dares give me a gold-headed cane before I'm 95, I'll thrash him with it on the spot. He wasn't using it, either, bless him. He has his old hickory stick, and he wouldn't have had that if that abominable rheumatism hadn't gripped him so hard. He isn't old enough to use a cane, by jolly. And all ought to know it, if MaryAnn doesn't. I'm glad I sent him that typewriter. He liked that, I know he did. And it'll amuse him, too, not to make him think he's ready to die. Guy was not the fellow to forget anything which had taken hold of him as that pathetic Christmas homecoming had done. When the year had nearly rolled around, the 1st of December saw him at work getting his plans in train. He began with his eldest brother, Oliver, because he considered Mrs. Oliver the hardest proposition he had to tackle in the carrying out of his idea. You see, he expounded patiently, as they sat and stared at him, it isn't that they aren't always awfully glad to see the whole outfit, children and all, but it just struck me it would do 'em a lot of good to revive old times. I thought if we could make it just as much as possible like one of the old Christmases before anybody got married, hang up the stockings and all, you know, it would give them a mighty jolly surprise. I plan to have us all creep in the night and go to bed in our old rooms. And then in the morning, see? Mrs. Oliver looked at him. An eager flush lit his still boyish face. Guy was 28, and his blue eyes were very bright. His lithe, muscular figure bent toward her pleadingly. All his arguments were aimed at her. Oliver sat back in his impassive way and watched them both. It could not be denied that it was MaryAnn's decisions which usually ruled in matters of this sort. It seems to me a very strange plan, was Mrs. Oliver's comment, when Guy had laid the whole thing before her in the most tactful manner he could command. She spoke rather coldly. It is not usual to think that families should be broken up like this on Christmas Day, of all days in the year. 4 families, with someone gone, a mother or a father, just to please 2 elderly people who expect nothing of the sort, and who understand just why we can't all get home at once. Don't you think you are really asking a good deal? Guy kept his temper, though it was hard work. It doesn't seem to me I am, he answered quite gently. It's only for once. I really don't think Father and Mother would care much what sort of presents we brought them, if only we came ourselves. Of course, I know I'm asking a sacrifice of each family, and it may seem almost an insult not to invite the children and all, yet perhaps next year we'll try a gathering of all the clans. But just for this year, honestly, I do awfully wish you'd give me my way. If you'd seen those two last Christmas." He broke off, glancing appealingly at Oliver himself. To his surprise that gentleman shifted his pipe to a corner of his mouth and put a few pertinent questions to his younger brother. Had he thought it all out? What time should they arrive there? How early on the day after Christmas could they get away? Was he positive they could all crowd into the house without rousing and alarming the pair? "Sure thing," Guy declared, quickly. "Marietta, well, you know I've had the soft side of her old heart ever since I was born, somehow. I talked it all over with her last year, and I'm solid with her, all right. She'll work the game. You see, father's quite a bit deaf now." "Father deaf?" "Sure. Didn't you know it?" "Forgotten. But mother'd hear us." "No, she wouldn't. Don't you know how she trusts everything about the house to Marietta since she got that fall?" "Mother got a fall?" "Why, yes." Guy stared at his brother with some impatience. "Don't you remember she fell down the back stairs a year ago last October and hurt her knee?" "Certainly, Oliver," his wife interposed. "I wrote for you to tell her how sorry we were, but I supposed she'd entirely recovered." "She's a bit lame, and always will be," said Guy, a touch of reproach in his voice. "Her knee stiffens up in the night, and she doesn't get up and go prowling about at the least noise, the way she used to. Marietta won't let her. So if we make a whisper of noise Mariette'll tell her it's the cat or something. Good Lord! Yes, it can be worked all right. The only thing that worries me is the fear that I can't get all of you to take hold of the scheme. On my word, all," he turned quite away from his sister-in-law's critical gaze and faced his brother with something like indignation in his frank young eyes. "Don't we owe the old home anything but a present tied up in tissue paper once a year?" MaryAnn began to speak. She thought Guy was exceeding his rights in talking as if they had been at fault. It was not often that elderly people had so many children within call, loyal children who would do anything within reason, but certainly a man owed something to his own family, and at Christmas. Why not carry out this plan at some other— Her husband abruptly interrupted her. He took his pipe quite out of his mouth and spoke decidedly. "Guy, I believe you're right. I'll be sorry to desert my own kids, of course, but I rather think they can stand it for once. If the others fall into line, you may count on me." Guy got away, feeling that the worst part of his troubles was over. In his younger sister, Nan, he hoped to find an ardent ally, and he was not disappointed. Caroline, Mrs. Charles Wetmore, also fell in heartily with the plan. Ralph, from somewhere in the far west, wrote that he would get home or break a leg. Edson thought the idea rather a foolish one, but was persuaded by Jessica, his wife, whom Guy privately declared a trump, that he must go by all means, and so they all fell into line, and there remained for Guy only the working out of the details. "Miss Fernald," Marietta coolly strove with all the decision with which she was capable to keep her high-pitched, middle-aged voice in order. "'Fore you get to bed I'm most forgetting what I was to ask you. I s'pose you'll laugh, but Guy, he wrote me particular he wanted you and his father to—" Marietta's rather stern, thin face took on a curious expression. "To hang up your stockings." Miss Fernald paused in the doorway of the bedroom opening from the sitting-room downstairs. She looked back at Marietta with her gentle smile. "Guy wrote that?" she asked. Then, "It almost looks as if he might be coming himself, doesn't it, Marietta?" "Well, I don't know as I'd really expect him," Marietta replied, turning her face away and busying herself about the hearth. "I guess what he meant was more in the way of a surprise for a Christmas present, something that'll go in the stockin', maybe." "It's rather odd he should have written you to ask me," mused Mrs. Fernald, as she looked out the stockings. Marietta considered rapidly. "Well, I s'pose he intended for me to get 'em on the sly without mentioning it to you, and put in what he sent, but I sort o' guessed you might like to fall in with his idee by hanging 'em up yourself, here by the chimbly, where the children all used to do it. Here's the nails, same as they always was." Miss Fernald found the stockings, and touched her husband on the shoulder, as he sat unlacing his shoes. "Father, Guy wrote he wanted us to hang up our stockings," she said, raising her voice a little, and speaking very distinctly. The elderly man beside her looked up, smiling. "Well, well," he said, "anything to please the boy. It doesn't seem more than a year since he was a little fellow, hanging up his own stocking, does it, mother?" The stockings were hung in silence. They looked thin and lonely as they dangled beside the dying fire. Marietta hastened to make them less lonely. "Well," she said in a shamefaced way, "the silly boy said I was to hang mine too. Goodness knows what he'll find to put into it that'll fit, 'less it's a poker." They smiled kindly at her, wished her good night, and went back into their own room. The little episode had aroused no suspicions. It was very like Guy's affectionate boyishness. "I presume he'll be down," said Mrs. Fernald, as she limped quietly about the room, making ready for bed. "Don't you remember how he surprised us last year? I'm sorry the others can't come. Of course I sent them all the invitation, just as usual. I shall always do that. But it is pretty snowy weather, and I suppose they don't quite like to risk it." Presently, as she was putting out the light, she heard Marietta at the door. "Miss Fernald, Peter Piper's got back in this part of the house somehow, and I can't lay hands on him. Beats all how cute that cat is. Seems if he knows when I'm going to put him out in the woodshed. I don't think likely he'll do no harm, but I thought I'd tell you, so if you heard any queer noises in the night you'd know it was Peter." "Very well, Marietta," the soft voice came back to the schemer on the other side of the door. "Peter will be all right, wherever he is. I shan't be alarmed if I hear him." "All right, Miss Fernald. I just thought I'd let you know." And the guileful one went grinning away. There was a long silence in the quiet sleeping room. Then, out of the darkness came this little colloquy. "Emmeline, you aren't going to sleep." No, I'm not, John. Christmas Eve keeps one awake, somehow. It always did." "Yes. I don't suppose the children realize it all, do they?" Oh, no. They don't realize. They never will till they're here themselves. It's all right, I think. I think at least Guy will be down tomorrow, don't you?" "I guess maybe he will." Then after a short silence, "Mother, you've always got me, you know. You've always got me, dear." "Yes." She would not let him hear the sob in her voice. She crept close and spoke cheerfully in his best ear. "And you've always got me, Johnny boy." "Thank the Lord I have." So, counting their blessings, they fell asleep at last. But, even in sleep, one set of lashes was strangely wet. "Christopher Jinks, what a drift! Lucky we weren't 2 hours later. Shh! They might hear us. Nan, stop laughing, or I'll drop a snowball down your neck." "Here, Carol, give me your hand. I'll plow you through. Large bodies move slowly, of course, but go elbows first and you'll get there." "Gee whiz, can't you get that door open? I'll be frozen fast." A light showed inside the kitchen. The storm door swung open, propelled by force from inside. A cautious voice said low, "That the Fernald family?" A chorus of whispers came back at Miss Marietta coolly. "Yes, let us in, we're freezing." "You bet we're the Fernald family. Every man jack of us, not one missing." "Oh, Marietta, you dear old thing." "Hurry up, this is their side of the house." "Shh." "Carol, your shushes would wake the dead." Stumbling over their own feet and bundles in the endeavor to be preternaturally quiet, the crew poured into the warm kitchen. Bearded Oliver, the oldest of the clan, stout Edson, big Ralph, tall and slender Guy, and the 2 daughters of the house, Caroline, growing plump and rosy at 30, Nan, slim and girlish at 24. They were all there. Marietta heaved a sigh of content as she looked them over. "Well, I really didn't think you'd get here, all of you. Thank the Lord you have. I suppose you're tearin' hungry, being past 11. If you think you can eat quiet as cats, I'll feed you up. But if you're going to make as much rumpus as you did coming round the corner of the woodshed, I'll have to pack you straight off to bed up the back stairs." They pleaded for mercy and hot food. They got it. Everything that could be had that would diffuse no odor of cookery through the house. Smoking clam broth, a great pot of baked beans, cold meats and jellies. They had no reason to complain of their reception. They ate hungrily with the appetites of winter travel. "Say, but this is great!" exulted Ralph, the stalwart, consuming a huge wedge of mince pie with a fine disregard for any consequences that might overtake him. "This alone is worth it. I haven't eaten such pie in a century. What a jolly place this old kitchen is. Let's have a candy pull to-morrow. I haven't been home Christmas in, let me see. By Jove, I believe it's 7 years. Look here, there's been some excuse for me, but what about you people that live near?" He looked accusingly about. Caroline got up and came around to him. "Don't talk about it to-night," she whispered. "We haven't any of us realized how long it's been." "We'll get off to bed now," Guy declared, rising. "I can't get over the feeling that they may catch us down here. If either of them should want some hot water or anything—" "The dining room door's bolted," Marietta assured him. "But it might need explainin' if I had to bring 'em hot water by way of the parlor. Now, go awful careful up them stairs. They're pretty near over your ma's head, but I don't dare have you tramp through the settin' room to the front ones. Now, remember that 7th stair creaks like Ned. You've got to step right on the outside edge if it's to keep quiet. I don't know but what you boys better step right over that 7th stair without touchin' foot to it." "All right, we'll step." "Who's going to fix the bundles?" Caroline paused to ask as she started up the stairs. "Marietta," Guy answered. "I've labeled every one, so it'll be easy. If they hear paper rattle, they'll think it's the usual presents we've sent on, and if they come out they'll see Marietta, so it's all right. Quiet now. Remember the 7th stair." They crept up one by one, each to his or her old room. There needed to be no doubling up, for the house was large, and each room had been left precisely as its owner had left it. It was rather ghostly, this stealing silently about with candles, and in the necessity for the suppression of speech the animation of the party rather suffered eclipse. It was late, and they were beginning to be sleepy, so they were soon in bed. But, somehow, once composed for slumber, more than one grew wakeful again. Guy, lying staring at a patch of wintry moonlight on the odd striped paper of his wall, it had stopped snowing since they had come into the house, and the clouds had broken away, leaving a brilliant sky, discovered his door to be softly opening. The glimmer of a candle flickered through the crack, and a voice whispered his name. "Who is it?" he answered under his breath. "It's Nan. May I come in?" "Of course. What's up?" "Nothing. I wanted to talk a minute." She came noiselessly in, wrapped in a woolly scarlet kimono, scarlet slippers on her feet, her brown braids hanging down her back. The frost bloom lately on her cheeks had melted into a ruddy glow. Her eyes were stars. She set her candle on the little stand, and sat down on the edge of Guy's bed. He raised himself on his elbow, and lay looking appreciatively at her. "This is like old times," he said. "But won't you be cold?" "Not a bit. I'm only going to stay a minute. Anyhow, this thing is warm as toast. Yes, isn't it like old times?" "Got your lessons for to-morrow?" She laughed. "All but my Caesar. You'll help me with that in the morning, won't you?" "Sure, if you'll make some cushions for my Bobs." "I will. Guy, how's Lucy Harper?" "She's all right. How's Bob Fields?" "Oh, I don't care for him now," she tossed her head. "He kept up the play. Like Dave Strong better, eh? He's a softy." He isn't. Oh, Guy, I heard you had a new girl. New girl nothing. Don't care for girls. Yes, you do. At least I think you do. Her name's Margaret. The play ceased abruptly. Guy's face changed. Perhaps I do, he murmured, while his sister watched him in the candlelight. She won't answer yet? She asked very gently. Not a word. You've cared a good while, haven't you, dear? Seems like ages. Suppose it isn't. No, only 2 years, really caring hard. Plenty of time left. He moved his head impatiently. Yes, if I didn't mind seeing her smile on Tommy Gower. I'll take him, just as sweetly as she smiles on me. If she ever held out the tip of her finger to me, I'd seize it and hold on to it for fair. But she doesn't. She won't. And she's going south next week for the rest of the winter. And there's a fellow down there in South Carolina where she goes. Oh, he's red-headed after her, like the rest of us. And, well, I'm up against it good and hard, Nan, and that's the truth. Poor boy. And you gave up going to see her on Christmas Day, and came down here into the country just to get even with myself for the way I've neglected 'em these 2 years while my head's been so full of her. It isn't fair. After last year, I'd have come home today if it had meant I had to lose. Well, Margaret knows I'm here. I don't know what she thinks. I don't believe, Guy, boy, she thinks the less of you. Yes, I must go. It will all come right in the end, dear, I'm sure of it. No, I don't know how Margaret feels. Good night. Good night. Christmas morning, breaking upon a wintry world, the star in the east long set. Outside the house a great silence of drift-wrapped hill and plain. Inside, a crackling fire upon a wide hearth, and a pair of elderly people waking to a lonely holiday. Mrs. Fernald crept to the door of her room. The injured knee always made walking difficult after a night's quiet. She meant to sit down by the fire which she had lately heard Marietta stirring and feeding into activity, and warm herself at its flame. She remembered with a sad little smile that she and John had hung their stockings there, and looked to see what miracle had been wrought in the night. Father! Her voice caught in her throat. What was all this? By some mysterious influence her husband learned that she was calling him. Though he had not really heard, he came to the door and looked at her, then at the chimney-piece where the stockings hung, a long row of them, as they had not hung since the children grew up, stockings of quality, one of brown silk, Nan's, a fine grey sock with scarlet clocks, Ralph's, all stuffed to the top with bundles overflowing upon the chimney-piece and even to the floor below. What's this? What's this? John Fernald's voice was puzzled. Whose are these? He limped closer. He put on his spectacles and stared hard at a parcel protruding from the sock with the scarlet clocks. Merry Christmas to Ralph from Nan, he read. To Ralph from Nan, he repeated vaguely. His gaze turned to his wife. His eyes were wide like a child's, but she was getting to her feet from the chair into which she had dropped. The children, she was saying, they, John, they must be here. He followed her through the chilly hall to the front staircase, seldom used now, and up, as rapidly as those slow, stiff joints would allow. Trembling, Mrs. Fernald pushed open the first door at the top. A rumpled brown head raised itself from among the pillows. A pair of sleepy but affectionate brown eyes smiled back at the two faces peering in, and a voice brimful of mirth cried softly, Merry Christmas, Mammy and Daddy. They stared at her, their eyes growing misty. It was their little daughter Nan, not yet grown up. They could not believe it, even when they had been to every room, had seen their big son Ralph still sleeping, his yet youthful face full of healthy color, pillowed on his brawny arm, and his mother had gently kissed him awake to be half strangled in his hug, when they had met Edson's hearty laugh as he fired a pillow at them, carefully so that his father could catch it, when they had seen plump pretty Carol putting on her stockings as she sat on the floor smiling up at them, Oliver advancing to meet them in his bathrobe and slippers, Guy holding out both arms from above his blankets and shouting, "Merry Christmas!" and "How do you like your children?" Even then it was difficult to realize that not one was missing, and that no one else was there. Unconsciously, Mrs. Fernald found herself looking about for the sons' wives, and daughters' husbands and children. She loved them all, yet, to have her own, and no others, just for this one day, it was happiness indeed. When they were all downstairs, about the fire, there was great rejoicing. They had Marietta in. Indeed, she had been hovering continuously in the background, to the apparently frightful jeopardy of the breakfast in preparation, upon which, nevertheless, she had managed to keep a practised eye. "And were you in it, Marietta?" Mr. Fernald said to her in astonishment, when he first saw her. "How in the world did you get all these people into the house and to bed without waking us?" "It was pretty considerable of a resk," Marietta replied, with modest pride, "seeing as how they was inclined to be middlin' lively, but I kep' a hushin' 'em up, and I filled 'em up so full of victuals they couldn't talk. I didn't know there'd be any eatables left for to-day," she added, which last remark, since she had been slyly baking for a week, Guy thought might be considered pure bluff. At the breakfast table, while the 8 heads were bent, this thanksgiving arose, as the master of the house, in a voice not quite steady, offered it to one unseen. "Thou who camest to us on that first Christmas day, we bless thee for this good and perfect gift thou sendest us to-day, that thou forgettest us not in these later years, but givest us the greatest joy of our lives in these our loyal children." Nan's hand clutched Guy's under the table. "Doesn't that make it worth it?" his grasp said to her, and hers replied with a frantic pressure, "Indeed it does, but we don't deserve it." It was late in the afternoon. A tremendous Christmas dinner was well over, and the group scattered, when Guy and his mother sat alone by the fire. The boys had gone out to the great stock barn with their father to talk over with him every detail of the prosperous business he, with the help of an invaluable assistant, was yet able to manage. Caroline and Nan had ostensibly gone with them, but in reality the former was calling upon an old friend of her childhood, and the latter had begged a horse and sleigh and driven merrily away, alone, upon an errand she would tell no one but her mother. Mrs. Fernald sat in her low chair at one side of the hearth, her son upon a cushion at her feet, his hand resting against her knee. Her slender fingers were gently threading the thick locks of his hair, as she listened while he talked to her of everything in his life, and, at last, the one thing he cared most about. "Sometimes I get desperate, and think I may as well give her up for good and all," he was saying. "She's so elusive. I don't know any other word for it. I never can tell how I stand with her. She's going south next week. I've asked her to answer me before she goes. Somehow I've clung to the hope that I'd get my answer to-day. You'll laugh, but I left word with my office boy to wire me if a note or anything from her came. It's 4:00, and I haven't heard. You see, I can't help thinking it's because she's going to turn me down, and hates to do it, Christmas Day." He turned suddenly and buried his face in his mother's lap. His shoulders heaved a little in spite of himself. His mother's hand caressed his head more tenderly than ever, but, if he could have seen, her eyes were very bright. They were silent for a long time. Then suddenly a jingle of sleigh bells approached through the falling winter twilight, drew near, and stopped at the door. Guy's mother laid her hand upon his shoulders. "Son," she said, "there's some one stopping now. Perhaps it's the boy with a message from the station." He was on his feet in an instant. Her eyes followed him as he rushed away through the hall. Then she rose and quietly closed the sitting-room door behind him. As Guy flung open the front door, a tall and slender figure in grey furs and a wide grey hat was coming up the walk. Eyes whose glance had long been his dearest torture met Guy Fernald's and fell. Lips like there were no others in the world smiled tremulously in response to his eager exclamation. And over the piquant young face rose an exquisite colour which was not altogether born of the wintry air. The girl who for 2 years had been only elusive had taken the significant step of coming to North Eastabrook in response to an eloquent telephone message sent that morning by Nan. Holding both her hands fast, Guy led her up into the house, and found himself alone with her in the shadowy hall. With one gay shout Nan had driven away toward the barn. The inner doors were all closed. Blessing the wondrous sagacity of his womankind, Guy took advantage of his moment. "Nan brought you. I see that. I know you're very fond of her, but you didn't come wholly to please her, did you, Margaret?" "Not wholly." "I've been looking all day for my answer. I wonder if—" He was gathering courage from her aspect, which for the first time in his experience failed to keep him at a distance. "Dare I think you bring it?" She slowly lifted up her face. "I thought it was so dear of you," she murmured, "to come home to your people instead of staying with me. I thought you deserved what you say you want. Margaret, I haven't given you any Christmas present. Will I do?" "Will you do? Oh!" It was a great explosive sigh of relief and joy, and as he gave vent to it he caught her close. "Will you do? Good Lord, I rather think you will." "Emmeline?" "Yes, John dear." "You're not crying?" "Oh, no, no, John." What a blessing deafness is sometimes! The ear cannot detect the delicate tremolo, which might tell the story too plainly, and in the darkness of night the eye cannot see. "It's been a pretty nice day, hasn't it?" "A beautiful day." "I guess there's no doubt but the children care a good deal for the old folks yet." "No doubt at all, dear." "It's good to think they're all asleep under the roof once more, isn't it? And one extra one. We like her, don't we?" "Oh, very, very much." "Yes, Guy's done well. I always thought he'd get her, if he hung on. The Fernalds always hang on, but Guy's got a mite of a temper. I didn't know but he might let it go a little too soon. Well, it's great to think they all plan to spend every Christmas Day with us, isn't it, Emmeline?" "Yes, dear, it's great." "Well, I must let you go to sleep. It's been a big day, and I guess you're tired. Emmeline, we've not only got each other, we've got the children too. That's a pretty happy thing at our age, isn't it now?" "Yes, yes." "Good night. Christmas night, Emmeline." "Good night, dear." End of On Christmas Day in the Morning, by Grace S. Richmond. On Christmas Day in the Evening, by Grace Louise Smith Richmond. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. 1. All the Fernald family go back to the old home for Christmas, now, every year. Last Christmas was the third on which Oliver and Edson, Ralph and Guy, Caroline and Nan were all at the familiar fireside, as they used to be in the days before they were married. The wives and husbands and children go too, when other family claims can be compromised with, and no one of them, down to Caroline's youngest baby, who was not a year old last Christmas, has sustained a particle of harm from the snowy journeys to North Easterbrook, tucked away though it is among the hills where the drifts are deep. Taking them all together they are quite a company. And as father and mother Fernald are getting rather well along in years, and such a house party means a good deal of preparation, last year their younger daughter Nan and her husband Sam Burnett, and their youngest son Guy and his wife of a year, Margaret, went up to North Easterbrook 2 days ahead of the rest, to help with the finishing labours. Sam Burnett and Guy Fernald, being busy young men all the year round, thought it great sport to get up into the country in the winter, and planned, for a fortnight beforehand, to be able to manage this brief vacation. As for Nan and Margaret, they are always the best of friends. As for father and mother Fernald, "I don't know but this is the best part of the party," mused John Fernald, looking from one to another of them, and then at his wife, as they sat together before the fireplace on the evening of the arrival. "It was all over so quick, last year, and you were all piling back to town, to your offices, in such a big hurry, you boys. Now we can have a spell of quiet talk, before the fun begins. That suits us to a T, eh, mother?" Mrs. Fernald nodded, smiling. Her hand held fast in Guy's, rested on his knee. Nan's charming head, with its modish dressing, lay against her shoulder. What more could a mother ask? Across the fireplace, Sam Burnett, most satisfactory of son-in-laws, and Margaret, Guy's best beloved, who had made the year one long honeymoon to him, so he declared, completed the little circle. There was much to talk about. To begin with, there was everybody in North Easterbrook to inquire after, and though North Easterbrook is a very small village, it takes time to inquire after everybody. Quite suddenly, having asked solicitously concerning a very old woman who had nursed most of the Fernald children in their infancy, and was always remembered by them with affection, it occurred to Nan to put a question which had been on her mind ever since she had come into town on the afternoon stage. "Speaking of Aunt Eliza, mother, makes me think of the old church. She used to talk so much about liking to hear the bell ring, right up over her head, next door. Does the bell ever ring, these days, or have cobwebs grown over the clapper?" A shadow dropped upon Mrs. Fernald's bright face, but before she could speak her husband answered for her. He was more than a little deaf, but he was listening closely, and he caught the question. "It's a miserable shame, Nancy, but that church hasn't had a door open since a year ago last July when the trouble burst out. We haven't had a service there since. Mother and I drive over to Easterbrook when we feel like getting out, but that's not often, come winter time. Being the only church building in this end of the township, it's pretty bad having it closed up, but there's the fuss. Folks can't agree what to do, and nobody dares get a preacher here and try to start things up, on their own responsibility. But we feel it, we sure do. I don't like to look at the old meeting house, going by. I declare I don't. It looks lonesome to me. And there's where every one of you children grew up, too, sitting there in the old family pew, with your legs dangling. It's too bad. It's too bad." "It's barbarous!" Guy exclaimed, in a tone of disgust. "And all over nothing of any real consequence," sighed Mrs. Fernald, in her gentle way. "We would have given up our ideas gladly, for the sake of harmony, but there were so many who felt it necessary to fight to have their own way." "And feel that way still, I suppose?" suggested Sam Burnett, cheerfully. "There's a whole lot of that feeling it's necessary to fight, in the world. I've experienced it myself, at times." They talked about it for a few minutes, the younger men rather enjoying the details of the quarrel, as those may who are outside of an affair sufficiently far to see its inconsistencies and humours. But it was clearly a subject which gave pain to the old people, and Guy, perceiving this, was about to divert the talk into pleasanter channels when Nan gave a little cry. Her eyes were fixed upon the fire, as if she saw there something startling. "People, let's open the church, ourselves, and have a Christmas Day service there." They stared at her for a moment, thinking her half dreaming, but her face was radiant with the light of an idea which was not an idle dream. Guy began to laugh. "And expect the rival factions to come flocking peaceably in, like lambs to the fold. I think I see them." "Ignore the rival factions. Have a service for everybody, A real Christmas service, with holly, and ropes of green, and a star, and music, and a sermon," she ended, a little more doubtfully. "The sermon, by all means," quoth Sam Burnett. "Preach at 'em when once you've caught 'em. They'll enjoy that. We all do." "But it's really a beautiful idea," said Margaret, her young face catching the glow from Nan's. "I don't see why it couldn't be carried out." "Of course you don't," Guy spoke decidedly. "If people were all like you there wouldn't be any quarrels. But unfortunately they are not. And when I think of the Tomlinsons and the Frasers and the Hills and the Pollocks all going in at the same door for a Christmas Day service under that roof, well," he gave a soft, long whistle, "it rather strains my imagination. Not that they aren't all good people, you know. Oh yes, if they weren't, they'd knock each other down in the street and have it over with. A splendid thing it would be, too. But, I tell you, it strains my imagination to—" "Let it strain it. It's a good thing to exercise the imagination now and then. That's the way changes come. I don't think the idea's such a bad one, myself." Sam Burnett spoke seriously, and Nan gave him a grateful glance. She was pretty sure of Sam's backing, in most reasonable things, and a substantial backing it was to have, too. "Who could conduct such a service?" Mrs. Fernald asked thoughtfully. "You couldn't get anybody out to church on Christmas morning," broke in Mr. Fernald, chuckling. "Every mother's daughter of them will be blasting her Christmas turkey." "Then have it Christmas evening. Why not? The day isn't over. Nobody knows what to do Christmas evening, except go to dances, and there's never a dance in North Easterbrook. Whom can we get to lead it? Well—" Nan paused, thinking it out. Her eyes roamed from Sam to her father's, and from there on around the circle, while they all waited for her to have an inspiration. Nobody else had one. Presently, as they expected, for Nan was a resourceful young person, her face lighted up again. She gazed at Margaret, smiling, and her idea seemed to communicate itself to Guy's wife. Together they cried, in one breath, "Billy!" "Billy! Whoopee!" Guy threw back his head and roared with delight at the notion. "The Reverend Billy, of St. John's, coming up to North Easterbrook to take charge of a Christmas evening service! Why, Billy'll be dining in purple and fine linen at the home of one of his multi-millionaire parishioners. The Edgecombes, most likely. I think they adore him most. Billy! Why don't you ask the bishop himself?" Margaret flushed brightly. The Reverend William Sewall was her brother. He might be the very manly and dignified young rector of a fashionable city church, but no man who answers to the name of Billy in his own family can be a really formidable personage, and he and his sister Margaret were undeniably great chums. "Of course Billy would!" cried Margaret. "You know perfectly well he would, Guy, dear. He doesn't care a straw about millionaires' dinners. He'd rather have an evening with his Newsboys' Club, any time. He has his own service Christmas morning, of course, but in the evening, he could come up on the afternoon train. He'd love to. Why, Billy's a bachelor. He's nothing in the world to keep him. I'll telephone him, first thing in the morning." From this point on there was no lack of enthusiasm. If Billy Sewall was coming to North Easterbrook, as Sam Burnett remarked, it was time to get interested and busy. They discussed everything, excitement mounting: the music, the trimming of the church, then, more prosaically, the cleaning and warming and lighting of it. Finally, the making known to North Easterbrook the news of the coming event, for nothing less than an event it was sure to be to North Easterbrook. "Put a notice in the post office," advised Guy, comfortably crossing his legs and grinning at his father, "and tell Aunt Eliza and Miss Jane Pollock, and the thing is done. Sam, I think I see you spending the next 2 days at the top of ladders, hanging greens. I have a dim and hazy vision of you on your knees before that stove that always used to smoke when the wind was in the east, the one in the left corner, praying to it to quit fussing and draw. A nice, restful Christmas vacation you'll have." Sam Burnett looked at his wife. "She's captain," said he. "If she wants to play with the old meeting house, play she shall, so long as she doesn't ask me to preach the sermon." "You old dear!" murmured Nan, jumping up to stand behind his chair, her two pretty arms encircling his stout neck from the rear. "You could preach a better sermon than lots of ministers, if you are only an upright old bank cashier." "Doubtless, Nancy, doubtless," murmured Sam pleasantly. "But as it will take the wisdom of a Solomon, the tact of a Paul, and the eloquence of the Almighty himself to preach a sermon on the present occasion that will divert the Tomlinsons and the Frasers, the Hills and the Pollocks from glaring at each other across the pews, I don't think I'll apply for the job. Let Billy Sewell tackle it. There's one thing about it. If they get to fighting in the aisles, Billy'll leap down from the pulpit, roll up his sleeves, and pull the combatants apart. A virile religion is Billy's, and I rather think he's the man for the hour." 2. "Hi there, all! Why not get something done with that hammer? Don't you see the edge of that pulpit stair carpeting is all frazzled? The preacher'll catch his toes in it, and then where'll his ecclesiastical dignity be?" The slave driver was Guy, shouting down from the top of a tall step-ladder, where he was busy screwing into place the freshly cleaned oil lamps whose radiance was to be depended upon to illumine the ancient interior of the North Easterbrook church. He addressed his eldest brother, Oliver, who, in his newness to the situation and his consequent lack of sympathy with the occasion, was proving an indifferent worker. This may have been partly due to the influence of Oliver's wife, MaryAnn, who, sitting, in Russian sables, in one of the middle pews, was doing what she could to depress the labourers. The number of these, by the way, had been reinforced by the arrival of the entire Fernald clan to spend Christmas. "Your motive is undoubtedly a good one," Mrs. Oliver conceded. She spoke to Nan, busy near her, and she gazed critically about the shabby old walls, now rapidly assuming a quite different aspect as the great ropes of laurel leaves swung into place under the direction of Sam Burnett. That young man now had Edson Fernald and Charles Westmore, Caroline's husband, to assist him, and he was making the most of his opportunity to order about two gentlemen who had shown considerable reluctance to remove their coats, but who were now, to his satisfaction, perspiring so freely that they had some time since reached the point of casting aside still other articles of apparel. "But I shall be much surprised," Mrs. Oliver continued, "if you attain your object. Nobody can be more obstinate in their prejudice than the people of such a tiny place as this. You may get them out, though I doubt even that, but you are quite as likely as not to set them by the ears and simply make matters worse." "It's Christmas," replied Nan. Her cheeks were the colour of the holly berries in the great wreaths she was arranging to place on either side of the wall behind the pulpit. "They can't quarrel at Christmas, not with Billy Sewell preaching peace on earth, goodwill to men, to them. Jessica, please hand me that wire, and come hold this wreath a minute, will you?" "Nobody expects MaryAnn to be on any side but the other one," consolingly whispered merry-faced Jessica, Edson's wife, lucky fellow, as she held the wreath for Nan to affix the wire. "What's this about Sewell?" Oliver inquired. "I hadn't heard of that. You don't mean to say Sewell's coming up for this service?" "Of course he is. Margaret telephoned him this morning, and he said he'd never had a Christmas present equal to this one. He said it interested him a lot more than his morning service in town, and he'd be up, loaded. Isn't that fine of Billy?" Nan beamed triumphantly at her oldest brother over her holly wreath. "That puts a different light on it." And Mr. Oliver Fernald, president of the great city bank of which Sam Burnett was cashier, got promptly down on the knees of his freshly pressed trousers and proceeded to tack the frazzled edge of the pulpit stair carpet with interest and skill. That stair carpet had been tackled by a good many people before him, but doubtless it had never been stretched into place by a man whose eyeglasses sat astride of a nose of the impressive presidential mould of this one. "Do I understand that you mean to attempt music?" Mrs. Oliver seemed grieved at the thought. "There are several good voices in the family, of course, but you haven't had time to practice any Christmas music together. You will have merely to sing hymns." "Fortunately, some of the old hymns are Christmas music of the most exquisite sort," began Nan, trying hard to keep her temper, a feat which was apt to give her trouble when MaryAnn was about, but, at a moment, as if to help her, up in the old organ loft, at the back of the church, Margaret began to sing. Everybody looked up in delight, for Margaret's voice was the pride of the family, and with reason. Somebody was at the organ, the little reed organ. It proved to be Caroline, Mrs. Charles Wetmore. For a moment the notes rose harmoniously, then came an interval, and the organ wailed. There was a shout of protest from the top of Guy's step-ladder. "Cut it out! Cut out the steam calliope! unless you want a burlesque. That organ hasn't been tuned since the deluge, and they didn't get all the water out then." "I won't hit that key again," called Caroline. "Listen, you people." "Listen? You can't help listening when a cat yowls on the back fence," retorted Guy. "Go it alone, Margaret girl." But the next instant nobody was jeering, for Margaret's voice had never seemed sweeter from the old choir loft. "Over the hills of Bethlehem, lighted by a star, wise men came with offerings from the east afar." It took them all, working until late on Christmas Eve, to do all that was needed to be done. Once their interest was aroused, nothing short of the best possible would content them; but when, at last, Nan and Sam, lingering behind the others, promising to see that the fires were safe, stood together at the back of the church for a final survey, they felt that their work had been well worth while. All the lights were out but one on either side of the dim interior, with its ropes and wreaths of green, fragrant with the woodsy smell which veiled the musty one inevitable in a place so long closed, seemed to have grown beautiful with a touch other than that of human hands. "Don't you believe, Sammy," questioned Nan, with her tired cheek against her husband's broad shoulder, "the poor old meeting house is happier to-night than it has been for a long, long while?" "I think it should be," returned Sam Burnett, falling in with his wife's mood. "If after a year and a half of cold starvation somebody had suddenly warmed me, and fed me, and made me hold up my head again, it does look pretty well. Much better than I should have thought it could, when I first saw it in its barrenness. I wonder what the North Easterbrook people are thinking about this. That's what I wonder. Do you suppose the Tomlinsons and the Pollocks and the rest of them have talked about anything else to-day?" "Not much else," Nan smiled contentedly. Then suddenly, "Oh, Sam, the presents aren't all tied up. We must hurry back. This is the first Christmas Eve I can remember when the rattling of tissue paper wasn't the chief sound in the air." "If this goes off all right," mused Burnett, as he examined the stoves once more, before putting out the lights, "it'll be the biggest Christmas present North Easterbrook ever had. Peace and goodwill. Jove, but they need it. And so do we all. So do we all." 3. "There go pretty near every one of the Fernalds down to the station. Land, but there's a lot of 'em, counting the children. I suppose they're going to meet Guy's wife's brother, that they've got up here to lead these Christmas doings to-night. Queer idea, it strikes me." Miss Jane Pollock, ensconced behind the thick lace curtains of her best parlor, addressed her sister, who lay on the couch in the sitting-room behind, an invalid who could seldom get out, but to whom Miss Jane was accustomed faithfully to report every particle of current news. "I suppose they think," Miss Jane went on, with asperity, "they're going to fix up the fuss in that church, with their greens and their city minister preaching brotherly love. I can't tell him he'll have to preach a pretty powerful sermon to reach old George Tomlinson and Asa Fraser and make 'em notice each other as they pass by. And when I see Maria Hill coming toward me with a smile on her face and her hand out, I'll know something's happened." "I don't suppose," said the invalid sister rather timidly from her couch, "you would feel, sister, as if you could put your hand out to her first?" "No, I don't," retorted Miss Jane, very positively. "And I don't see how you can think it, Deborah. You know perfectly well it was Maria Hill that started the whole thing, and then talked about me as if I was the one. How that woman did talk, and talks yet! Don't get me thinking about it. It's Christmas Day, and I want to keep my mind off such disgraceful things as church quarrels, if the Fernald family'll let me. A pretty bold thing to do, I call it. Open up that church on their own responsibility, and expect folks to come, and forget the past. Debbie, I wish you could see Oliver's wife, in those furs of hers. She holds her head as high as ever, but she's the only one of 'em that does it disagreeably. I'll say that for 'em, if they are all city folks now. And of course she isn't a Fernald. Here comes Nancy and her husband. That girl doesn't look a minute older than when she was married, 5 years ago. My, but she's got a lot of style. I must say her skirts don't hang like any North Easterbrook dressmaker can make 'em. They're walking, hurrying up to catch the rest. Sam Burnett's a good-looking man, but he's getting a little stout." "Jane," said the invalid sister, wistfully, "I wish I could go to-night." "Well, I wish you could. That is, if I go. I haven't just made up my mind. I wonder if folks will sit in their old pews. You know the Hills is just in front of ours. But as to your going, Deborah, of course that's out of the question. I suppose I shall go. I shouldn't like to offend the Fernalds, and they do say Guy's wife's brother is worth hearing. There'll be music, too." "I wish I could go," sighed poor Deborah under her breath. "To be able to go, and to wonder whether you will. Oh Lord," she closed her patient eyes and whispered it, "make them all choose to go to thy house this Christmas day, and to thank thee that the doors are open, and that they have the strength to go, and help me to bear it, to stay home." 4. "The problem is," said the Reverend William Sewell, standing at the back of the church with his sister Margaret, and Guy Fernald, her husband, and Nan and Sam Burnett, the four who had, as yet, no children, and so could best take time on Christmas afternoon to make the final arrangements for the evening. "The problem is, to do the right thing, to-night. It would be so easy to do the wrong one. Am I the only man to stand in that pulpit, and is it all up to me?" He regarded the pulpit as he spoke, richly hung with Christmas greens, and seeming eagerly to invite an occupant. "I should say," observed his brother-in-law, Guy, his face full of affection and esteem for the very admirable figure of a young man who stood before him, "that a fellow who's just pulled off the sort of service we know you had at St. John's this morning wouldn't consider this one much of a stunt." Sewell smiled. "Somehow this strikes me as the bigger one," said he. "The wisest of my old professors used to say that the further you got into the country, the less it mattered about your clothes and the more about your sermon. I've been wondering, all the way up, if I knew enough to preach that sermon. Isn't there any minister in town, not even a visiting one?" "Not a one. You can't get out of it, Billy Sewell, if you have got an attack of stage fright, which we don't believe." "There is one minister," Nan admitted, "but I'd forgotten all about him, till father mentioned him last night. But he doesn't really count at all. He's old, very old, and infirm." "Superannuated they call it," added Sam Burnett. "Poor old chap. I've seen him. I met him at the post office this morning. He has a peaceful face. He's a good man. He must have been a strong one, in his time." "Had he anything to do with the church trouble?" Sewell demanded, his keen brown eyes eager. Nan and Guy laughed. "Old Elder Blake? Not except as he was on his knees, alone at home, praying for the fighters, both sides," was Guy's explanation. "So father says, and nobody knows better what side people were on." "If I can get hold of a man whose part in the quarrel was praying for both sides, I'm off to find him," said Sewell decidedly. He picked up his hat as he spoke. "Tell me where he lives, please." "Billy!" His sister Margaret's voice was anxious. "Are you sure you'd better? Perhaps it would be kind to ask him to make a prayer, but you won't—" "You won't ask him to preach the sermon, Billy Sewell. Promise us that. An old man in his dotage." Sewell smiled again, starting towards the door. Somehow he did not look like the sort of fellow who could be easily swayed from an intention once he had formed it, or be forced to make promises until he was ready. "You've got me up here," said he. "Now you'll have to take the consequences. Where did you say Elder Blake lives?" And he departed. Those behind stared at one another in dismay. "Keep cool," advised Sam Burnett. "He wants the old man's advice, that's all. I don't blame him. He wants to understand the situation thoroughly. Nothing like putting your head into a thing before you put your foot in. It saves complications. Sewell's head's level. Trust him." 5. "I can't," said a very old man with a peaceful face, now wearing a somewhat startled expression. "I can't quite believe you are serious, Mr. Sewell. The people are all expecting you. They will come out to hear you. I've not preached for—" he hesitated, "for many years. I will not say that it would not be a happiness if I thought I were fit, but—" "If I were half as fit," answered Sewell, gently, "I should be very proud. But why, I'm barely seasoned yet. I'm liable to warp if I'm exposed to the weather. But you, with all the benefit of your long experience, you're the sort of timber that needs to be built into this strange Christmas service. I hadn't thought much about it, Mr. Blake, till I was on my way here. I accepted the invitation too readily, but when I did begin to think, I felt the need of help. I believe you can give it. It's a critical situation. You know these people, root and branch. I may say the wrong thing. You will know how to say the right one." "If I should consent," the other man said, after a silence during which, with the bent white head, he studied the matter, "what would be your part? Should you attempt," he glanced at the clerical dress of his collar, "to carry through the service of your church?" Sewell's face, which had been grave, relaxed. "No, Mr. Blake," said he, "it wouldn't be possible, and it wouldn't be suitable. This is a community which would probably prefer any other service, and it should have its preference respected. A simple form, as nearly as possible like what it has been used to, will be best. Don't you think so? I believe there is to be considerable music. I will read the story of the birth, and will try to make a prayer. The rest I'll leave to you." "And him," added the old man. "And him," agreed the young man reverently. Then a bright smile broke over his face, and he held out his hand. "I'm no end grateful to you, sir," he said, a certain attractive boyishness of manner suddenly becoming uppermost, and putting to flight the dignity which was at times a heavier weight than he could carry. "No end. Don't you remember how it used to be, when you first went into the work, and tackled a job now and then that seemed too big for you? Then you caught sight of a pair of shoulders that looked to you broader than yours, the muscles developed by years of exercise, and you were pretty thankful to shift the load on to them? You didn't want to shirk, heaven forbid, but you just felt you didn't know enough to deal with the situation. Don't you remember?" The old man, with a gently humorous look, glanced down at his own thin, bent shoulders, then at the stalwart ones which towered above him. "You speak metaphorically, my dear lad," he said quaintly, with a kindly twinkle in his faded blue eyes. He laid his left hand on the firm young arm, whose hand held his shrunken right. "But I do remember. Yes, yes, I remember plainly enough. And though it seems to me now as if the strength were all with the young and vigorous in body, it may be that I should be glad of the years that have brought me experience." "And tolerance," added William Sewell, pressing the hand. His eyes held fast by Elder Blake's. "And love," added the other. "Love. That's the great thing. That's the great thing. I do love this community. These dear people. They are good people at heart, only misled as to what is worth standing out for. I would see them at peace. Maybe I can speak to them. God knows I will try." "The Fernald family alone will fill the church," observed the bachelor son of the house, Ralph. He leaned out from his place at the tail of the procession to look ahead down the line, where the dark figures showed clearly against the snow. By either hand he held a child, his sister Carolyn's oldest, his brother Edson's youngest. "So it won't matter much if nobody else comes out. We're all here, some in rags, and some in tags, and some in velvet gowns." "I can discern the velvet gowns," conceded Edson, from his place just in front, where his substantial figure supported his mother's frail one. "But I fail to make out any rags. Take us by and large. We seem to put up a rather prosperous front. I never noticed it quite so decidedly as this year." "There's nothing at all ostentatious about the girls' dressing, dear," said his mother's voice in his ear. "And I noticed they all put on their simplest clothes for tonight, as they should." "Oh yes," Edson chuckled. "That's precisely why they look so prosperous. That elegant simplicity. Gad, you should see the bills that come in for that. Jess isn't an extravagant dresser, as women go, not by a long shot, but—" He whistled a bar or two of ragtime. "I can see myself now, as a lad, sitting on that fence over there." He indicated a line of rails, half buried in snow, which outlined the borders of an old apple orchard. "Counting the quarters in my trousers pocket, earned by hard labor in the strawberry patch. I thought it quite a sum, but it wouldn't have bought—" "A box of the cigars you smoke now," interjected Ralph unexpectedly from behind. "Hullo, there's the church. Jolly, but the old building looks bright, doesn't it? I didn't know oil lamps could put up such an illumination. And see the folks going in." "See them coming, from all directions." Nan, farther down the line, clutched Sam Burnett's arm. "Oh, I knew they'd come out. I knew they would." "Of course they'll come out." This was Mrs. Oliver. Locks and bars couldn't keep a country community at home when there's anything going on. But as to the feeling, that's a different matter. Oliver, do take my muff. I want to take off my veil. There will be no chance once I am inside the door. Nan is walking twice as fast now as when we started. She will have us all up the aisle before—" "Where's Billy Sewell bolting to?" Guy sent back the stage whisper from the front of the procession to Margaret, his wife, who was walking with Father Fernald, her hand on his gallant arm. In John Fernald's day a man always offered his arm to the lady he escorted. "He caught sight of Mr. Blake across the road. They're going in together," Margaret replied. "I think Mr. Blake is to have a part in the service." "Old Ebenezer Blake? You don't say!" Father Fernald ejaculated in astonishment. He had not been told of Sewell's visit to the aged minister. Well, that is thoughtful of William Sewell. I don't suppose Elder Blake has taken part in a service in 15 years, 20, maybe. He used to be a great preacher, too, in his day. I used to listen to him when I was a young man, and think he could put things in about as interesting a way as any preacher I ever heard. Good man, too, he was, and is, but nobody's thought of asking him to make a prayer in public since, I don't know when. Well, look at the people going in. I guess we'd better be getting right along to our seats, or there won't be any left." 7. The organ was playing, very softly. Caroline was a skilful manipulator of keyboards, and she had discovered that by carefully refraining from the use of certain keys, discreetly marked by postage stamps, she could produce a not unmusical effect of subdued harmony. This unquestionably added very much to the impression of a churchy atmosphere, carried out to the eye by the Christmas wreathing and twining of the heavy ropes of shining laurel leaves, and by the massing of the whole pulpit front in the soft dark green of hemlock boughs and holly. To the people who entered the house with vivid memories of the burning July day when words hardly less burning had seemed to scorch the barren walls, this lamp-lit interior, clothed with the garments of the woods and fragrant with their breath, seemed a place so different that it could hardly be the same. But the faces were the same, the faces, and George Tomlinson did not look at Asa Fraser, though he passed him in the aisle, beard to beard. Miss Jane Pollock stared hard at the back of Mrs. Maria Hill's bonnet in the pew in front of her, but when Mrs. Hill turned about to glance up at the organ loft to discover who was there, Miss Pollock's face became as adamant, and her eyes remained fixed on her folded hands until Mrs. Hill had twisted about again, and there was no danger of their glances encountering. All over the church, likewise, were people who avoided seeing each other, though conscious, all down their rigid backbones, that those with whom they had fallen out on that unhappy July day were present. There was no vestry in the old meeting-house, no retiring place of any sort where the presiding minister might stay until the moment came for him to make his quiet and impressive entrance through a softly opening pulpit door. So when the Reverend William Sewell of St. John's, of the neighbouring city, came into the North Easterbrook sanctuary, it was as his congregation entered, through the front door and up the aisle. There was a turning of heads to see him come, but there was a staring of eyes, indeed, when it was seen by whom he was accompanied. The erect figure of the young man, in his unexceptionable attire, walked slowly, to keep pace with the feeble footsteps of the very old man in his threadbare garments of the cut of half a century ago, and the sight of the two together was one of the most strangely touching things that had ever met the eyes of the people of North Easterbrook. It may be said, therefore, that from the first moment there was an unexpected and unreckoned with influence abroad in the place. Now, to the subdued notes of the organ, which had been occupied with one theme, built upon with varying harmonies but ever appearing, though perhaps no ear but a trained one would have recognized it through the veil, was added the breath of voices. It was only an old Christmas carol, the music that of a German folk song, but dear to generations of Christmas singers everywhere. The North Easterbrook people recognized it, yet did not recognize it. They had never heard it sung like that before. Holy night, peaceful night, all is dark, save the light. Yonder where they sweet vigils keep, o'er the babe, who in silent sleep rests in heavenly peace. It was the presence of Margaret Sewell Fernald, which had made it possible to attempt music at this service, the music which it seemed impossible to do without. Her voice was one of rare beauty, her leadership that of training. Her husband, Guy, possessed a reliable if uncultivated bass. Edson had sung a fair tenor in his college glee club. By the use of all of her arts of persuasion, Nan had provided an alto singer from the ranks of the choir which had once occupied this organ loft, the daughter of Asa Fraser. Whether the quartet thus formed would have passed muster, as a quartet, with the choirmaster of St. John's, may have been a question, but it is certain the music they produced was so far above that which the old church had ever heard before within its walls, that had the singers been a detachment from the choir celestial, those who heard them could hardly have listened with ears more charmed. As Holy Night came down to him, William Sewell bent his head, but Ebenezer Blake lifted his. His dim blue eyes looked up and up, quite through the old meeting-house roof, to the starry skies where it seemed to him angels sang again. He forgot the people assembled in front of him. He forgot the responsibilities upon his shoulders, those bent shoulders which had long ago laid down such responsibilities. He saw visions. It is the old men who see visions. The young men dream dreams. The young city rector read the Christmas story out of the worn copy of the Scriptures which had served this pulpit almost from the beginning. He read it in the rich and cultivated voice of his training, but quite simply. Then Margaret sang, to the slender accompaniment of the little organ, the same solo which a famous soprano had sung that morning at the service at St. John's, and her brother William, listening from the pulpit, thought she sang it better. There was the quality in Margaret's voice which reaches hearts, a quality which somehow the famous soprano's notes had lacked. And every word could be heard, too. The quiet throughout the house was so absolute, except when Asa Fraser cleared his throat loudly in the midst of one of the singer's most beautiful notes. At the sound Mrs. George Tomlinson gave him a glance which ought to have annihilated him, but it did not. She could not know that the throat clearing was a high tribute to the song, coming from Asa Fraser. How silently, the wondrous gift is given. So God imparts to human hearts the blessing of his heaven. O holy child of Bethlehem, descend to us, we pray. Cast out our sin and enter in. Be born in us today. Then William Sewell made a prayer. Those who had been looking to see old Elder Blake take this part of the service began to wonder if he had been asked into the pulpit simply as a courtesy. They supposed he could pray, at least. They knew he had never ceased doing it, and for them. Elder Blake had not an enemy in the village. It seemed strange that he couldn't be given some part, in spite of his extreme age. To be sure, it was many years since anybody had asked him to take part in any service whatsoever, even a funeral service, for which, it is well understood, a man retains efficiency long after he has ceased to be of use in the pulpit, no matter how devastating may be the weather. But that fact did not seem to bear upon the present situation. A number of people, among them Miss Jane Pollock, were beginning to feel more than a little indignant about it, and so lost the most of Sewell's prayer, which was a good one, and not out of the prayer book, though there were phrases in it which suggested that source, as was quite natural. The city man meant to do it all then. Doubtless he thought that nobody from the country knew how to do more than to pronounce the benediction. Doubtless that was to be Elder Blake's insignificant part, to pronounce the... Miss Jane Pollock looked up quickly. She had been staring steadily at the back of Maria Hill's mink collar in front of her through the closing sentences of the prayer. But what was this? Elder Blake had risen and was coming forward. Was he going to read a hymn? But he had no book. And he had taken off his spectacles. He could see better, as was known, without his spectacles, when looking at a distance. William Sewell's prayer was not ended. He could no longer be heard by the people, but in his seat, behind the drooping figure of the old man, he was asking things of the Lord as if it seemed to him he had never asked anything before. Could his poor, feeble, superannuated old servant ever speak the message that needed to be spoken that night? William Sewell felt more than ever that he himself could not have done it. Could Ebenezer Blake? "Make him strong, O God, make him strong," requested William Sewell fervently. Then, forgetting even a likeness to prayer book phrase, he added, with fists unconsciously tight clenched, in the language of the athletic field, where a few years back he himself had taken part in many a hard-fought battle, "Help him to buck up. 8. They talk about it yet in North Easterbrook, though it happened a year ago. Nobody knew how it was that from a frail old man with a trembling voice, which, in its first sentences, the people back of the middle of the church could hardly hear, there came to stand before them a fiery messenger from the skies. But such was the miracle, for it seemed no less. The bent figure straightened, the trembling voice grew clear and strong, the dim eyes brightened, into the withered cheeks flowed color, into the whole aged personality came slowly but surely back the fires of youth, and once more in a public place Ebenezer Blake became the mouthpiece of the Master he served. Peace and goodwill? Oh, yes, he preached it, no doubt of that. But it was no milk and water peace, no sugar and spice goodwill. There was flesh and blood in the message he gave them, and it was the message they needed. Even his text was not the gentle part of the Christmas prophecy, it was the militant part. And the government shall be upon his shoulder. They were not bidden to lie down together like lambs. They were summoned to march together like lions, the lions of the Lord. As William Sewell looked down into the faces of the people and watched the changing expressions there, he felt that the strange, strong, challenging words were going home. He saw stooping shoulders straighten even as the preachers had straightened. He saw heads come up and eyes grow light. Most of all, he saw that at last the people had forgotten one another and were remembering God. Suddenly the sermon ended. As preachers of a later day have learned the art of stopping abruptly with a striking climax, so this preacher from an earlier generation, his message delivered, ceased to speak. He left his hearers breathless. But after a moment's pause, during which the silence was a thing to be felt, his voice spoke again. It no longer rang. It sank into a low pleading, in words out of the book upon which the clasped old hands rested. Now, therefore, O our God, hear the prayer of thy servant and his supplications, and cause thy face to shine upon thy sanctuary that is desolate, for the Lord's sake. 9. Up in the choir loft, chokily Guy whispered to Margaret, "Can't we end it with Holy Night again? Nothing else seems to fit, after that." She nodded, her eyes wet. It had not been thought best to ask the congregation to sing. There was no knowing if anybody would sing if they were asked. Now, it seemed fortunate that it had been so arranged, for somehow the congregation did not look exactly as if it could sing. Certainly not George Tomlinson, for he had a large frog in his throat, nor Asa Fraser, for he had a furious cold in his head. Not Maria Hill, for though she hunted vigorously, high and low, for her handkerchief, she was unable to locate it, and the front of her best black silk was rapidly becoming shiny in spots, a fact calculated to upset anybody's singing. Not even Miss Jane Pollock, for though no tears bedewed her bright eyes, there was a peculiar heaving quality in her breathing, which suggested an impediment of some sort not to be readily overcome. And it may be safely said that there was not a baker's dozen of people left in the church who could have carried through the most familiar hymn without breaking down. So the four in the organ loft sang Holy Night again. They could not have done a better thing. It is a holy night, indeed, when a messenger from heaven comes down to this world of ours, though he takes the form of an old, old man with a peaceful face, but with eyes which can flash once more with a light which is not of earth, and with lips upon which, for one last mighty effort, has been laid a coal from off the altar of the great high priest. Silent night, holy night, darkness flies, all is light. Shepherds hear the angels sing, Hallelujah, hail the King, Jesus Christ is here. 10. George Tomlinson came heavily out of his pew. He had at last succeeded in getting rid of the frog in his throat, or thought he had. It had occurred to him that perhaps he ought to go up and speak to Elder Blake, now sitting quietly in his chair, with William Sewell bending over him, though he didn't know exactly what to say that would seem adequate to the occasion. At the same moment, Asa Fraser, still struggling with the cold in his head, emerged from his pew directly opposite. The two men did not look at each other, but as they had been accustomed to allow their meeting glances to clash with cutting quality of implacable resentment, this dropping of the eyes on the part of each might have been interpreted to register a distinct advance toward peace. As each stood momentarily at the opening of his pew, neither quite determined whether to turn his face pulpit-ward or doorward, Samuel Burnett, coming eagerly up to them from the doorward side, laid a friendly hand on each black-clad arm. Whether Sam was inspired by heaven, or only by his own strong common sense and knowledge of men, will never be known. But he had been a popular man in North Easterbrook ever since he had first begun to come there to see Nancy Fernald, and both Tomlinson and Fraser heartily liked and respected him, a fact he understood and was counting on now. "Wasn't it great, Mr. Tomlinson?" said Sam, enthusiastically. "Great, Mr. Fraser?" He looked, smiling, into first one austere face and then the other. Then he gazed straight ahead of him, up at Elder Blake. "Going up to tell him so? So am I." He pressed the two arms, continuing in his friendly way to retain his hold on both. "In all the years I've gone to church, I've never heard preaching like that. It warmed up my heart till I thought it would burst, and it made me want to go to work." Almost without their own volition, Tomlinson and Fraser found themselves proceeding toward the pulpit, yet Sam's hands did not seem to be exerting any force. The force came from his own vigorous personality, which was one that invariably inspired confidence. If Burnett was going up to speak to the elder, it seemed only proper that they, the leading men of the church, should go too. William Sewell, having assured himself that his venerable associate was not suffering from a more than natural exhaustion after his supreme effort, stood still by his side, looking out over the congregation. He now observed an interesting trio approaching the platform, composed of his valued friend, Samuel Burnett, his fine face alight with his purpose, and two grey-bearded men of somewhat unpromising exterior, but plainly of prominence in the church by the indefinable look of them. He watched the three climb the pulpit stairs and come up to the figure in the chair, Sam, with tact, falling behind. "You did well, Elder, you did well," said George Tomlinson, struggling to express himself, and finding only this time-worn phrase. He stood awkwardly on one foot before Ebenezer Blake, like an embarrassed schoolboy, but his tone was sincere, and a trifle husky, on account of the untimely reappearance of the frog in his throat. Elder Blake looked up, and William Sewell thought he had never seen a sweeter smile on a human face, young or old. "You are kind to come and tell me so, George," he said. "I had thought never to preach again. It did me good." "It did us good, sir," said Sam Burnett. He had waited an instant for Fraser to speak, but saw that the cold in the head was in the ascendancy again. "It did me so much good that I can hardly wait till I get back to town to hunt up a man I know, and tell him I think he was in the right in a little disagreement we had a good while ago. I've always been positive he was wrong. I suppose the facts in the case haven't changed." He smiled into the dim blue eyes. "But somehow I seem to see them differently. It doesn't look to me worth while to let them stand between us any longer." "Ah, it's not worth while," agreed the old man quickly. "It's not worth while for any of us to be hard on one another, no matter what the facts. Life is pretty difficult, at its best. We can't afford to make it more difficult for any human soul. Go back to town and make it right with your friend, Mr. Burnett. I take it he was your friend, or you wouldn't think of him tonight." "Was and is," declared Sam, with conviction. "He's got to be, whether he wants to or not. But he'll want to. I know that well enough. We've been friends from boyhood. We'd just forgotten it, that's all." There was a little pause. The old man sat with his white head leaning against the high back of his chair, his face upturned, his eyes, with an appeal in them, resting first on the face of Asa Fraser, then on that of George Tomlinson. With a common impulse, William Sewell and Samuel Burnett moved aside together, turning their backs upon the three. Asa Fraser lifted his eyes and met those of George Tomlinson. With a palpable effort, for he was a man of few words, he spoke. "George," said he, "I guess I made a mistake, thinking as I did." "Assy," responded Tomlinson quickly, "I guess you weren't the only one that's made a mistake," and he held out his hand. Fraser grasped it. With his other hand he raised his handkerchief and blew his nose once more, violently, and finally. From this point the smile in his eyes usurped the place of the moisture which had bothered him so unwontedly, and put it quite to rout. If you imagine that this little drama had escaped the attention of the departing congregation, heading the other way, you are much mistaken. The congregation was not headed the other way. From the moment when Burnett, Fraser, and Tomlinson had started toward the pulpit, The congregation, to a man, had paused and was staring directly toward them. It continued to stare, up to the moment when the handshaking took place, but then eyes turned and met other eyes, hearts beat fast, lips trembled, feet moved. Unquestionably something had happened to the people of North Easterbrook. Do you know how sometimes the ice goes out of a river? From shore to shore it has been frozen cold and hard. For many months it has grown solid, deepening and thickening, until it seems as if there could be no life left beneath. Then, at last, comes sunshine and rain and warmth. The huge mass looks as impenetrable as ever, but all at once, some day, crack, the first thin, dark line spreads across the surface. Then crack, 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 crack. In every direction the ice is breaking up. Look quickly, now, if you would see that frozen surface stretching seamless between shore and shore, for suddenly dark lanes of water open up, which widen while you watch, and soon, incredibly soon, the river has burst its bonds and is rushing freely once more between its banks, with only the ever-diminishing blocks of melting ice upon its surface to tell the story of its long imprisonment. Even so, on that memorable Christmas night, did the ice in the North Easterbrook church break up. Crack. George Tomlinson and Asa Fraser, old friends but sworn foes, had shaken hands. Crack. Mrs. Tomlinson and Mrs. Fraser, tears running frankly down their cheeks, had followed the example of their husbands, and glad enough to do it, for their homes lay side by side, and each had had a hard time of it getting along without the other. Miss Jane Pollock, seeing Mrs. Maria Hill's fruitless search for her handkerchief, had long since drawn out one of her own, she always carried two, and had held it in her hand, ready to offer it, if she could just get to the point. But when she saw, upon the pulpit platform, these two gripping hands, somehow she suddenly reached the point. Crack. With no difficulty whatever Miss Pollock slipped the handkerchief into Mrs. Hill's hand, whispering commiseratingly, "I presume you've got one somewhere, Maria, but you just can't lay your hand on it. Don't take the trouble to return it. It isn't of any value." And Mrs. Hill, accepting the handkerchief, wiped away the unmanageable tears, and turning round answered fervently, "I guess I will return it, Jane, if it's only so to come and see your house again, if you'll let me in, after all I've said." Even as they smiled, shamefacedly but happily, at each other, similar scenes were being enacted. All about them spread the breaking ice. Incredible that it should happen in a night? Not so. The forces of nature are mighty, but they are as weakness beside the spiritual forces of nature's God. 11. "Well, Billy Sewell, have you taken your young friend home and put him to bed?" The questioner was Ralph Fernald, sitting with the rest of the family, or those members of it who were not still attending to the wants of their children, before the fireplace, talking things over. They had been there for nearly an hour, since the service, but Sewell had only just come in. "I've taken him home," Sewell replied, "but there's no point putting him to bed. I think he'll sit up till morning. Too happy to sleep, the fine old man." They had saved the big armchair for him, in the very centre of the circle, but he would have none of it. He went over to a corner of the ingle nook, and dropped upon the floor at his sister Margaret's feet, with his arm upon her knee. When somebody protested, Guy interfered in his defence. "Let him alone," said he. "He gets enough of prominent positions. If he wants to sit on the fence and kick his heels a while, let him. He certainly earned the right to do as he pleases tonight. By George! Talk about magnificent teamwork. If I ever saw a sacrifice play I saw it tonight." Sewell shook his head. "You may have seen teamwork," said he, "though Mr. Blake was the most of the team. But there was no sacrifice play on my part. It was simply a matter of passing the ball to the man who could run. I should have been down in 4 yards, if I ever got away at all." John Fernald looked at his wife with a puzzled smile. "What sort of talk is that?" he queried. Then he went on. "I suppose you boys are giving the credit to Elder Blake, who ought to have it. But I give a good deal to William Sewell, whose eyes were sharp enough to see what we've been too blind to find out. That the old man was the one who could deal with us and make us see light on our quarrel. He did make us see it. Here I've been standing off, pluming myself on being too wise to mix up in the fuss, when I ought to have been doing my best to bring folks together. What a difference it does make, the way you see a thing." He looked round upon the group, scanning one stirred face after another as the ruddy firelight illumined them. His glance finally rested on his daughter, Nan. She too sat upon the floor, on a plump red cushion, with her back against her husband's knee. Somehow Nan and Sam were never far apart, at times like these. The youngest of the house of Fernald had made perhaps the happiest marriage of them all, and the knowledge of this gave her father and mother great satisfaction. The sight of the pair, returning his scrutiny, with bright faces, gave John Fernald his next comment. "After the preachers, I guess Nancy and Samuel deserve about the most credit," he went on. "It was the little girl's idea, and Sam stood by her, right through." He began to chuckle. "I can see Sam now, towing those two old fellows up to the pulpit. I don't believe they'd ever got there without him. There certainly is a time when a man's hand on your arm makes it a good deal easier to go where you know you ought to go." "It would have taken more than my hand to tow them away," said Sam Barnett, after they found out how it felt to be friends again. "Nobody could come between them now, with an axe." "The music helped," cried Nan. "The music helped more than anything, except the sermon. Think how Margaret worked over that, and Caroline over that crazy little old organ, and Guy and Ed and Charles hung all those greens." "I tacked the pulpit stair carpet," put in Oliver, gravely. "While you're signing credit, don't forget that." "I stoked those stoves," asserted Ralph. "That left-hand one, Christopher, I never saw a stove like that to hand out smoke in your face, but the church was warm when I got through with 'em." "You all did wonderfully well," came Mother Fernald's proud and happy declaration. "All but me," said a voice from the center of the group. It was a voice which nobody had ever expected to hear in an acknowledgment of failure of any sort whatsoever, and all ears listened in amazement. "I did nothing but discourage everybody," went on the voice, not quite evenly. "I believe I'm apt to do that, though I never realized it before. But when that wonderful old man was speaking it came to me, quite suddenly, that the reason my husband's family don't like me better is because it is my nature always to see the objections to a thing and to discourage people about it if I can. I want to tell you all that I'm going to try to help, not hinder, from now on." There was never a deeper sincerity that breathed in these astonishing words from MaryAnn, Oliver's wife. Astonishing, because they all understood, knowing her as they did. Oliver was oldest and had been the first to marry. What a tremendous effort the little speech had cost her, a proud woman of the world, who never seemed to care whether her husband's family loved her or not, so that they deferred to her. For a moment they were all too surprised and touched, for there is nothing more touching than humility, where it is least expected, to speak. Then Ralph, who sat next to MaryAnn, brought his fist down on his knee with a thud. "Bully for you!" said he. Upon MaryAnn's other side, her husband's mother slipped a warm, delicate hand into hers. Nan, leaning past Sam's knee, reached up and patted her sister-in-law's lap. Everybody else smiled, in his or her most friendly way, at Oliver's wife, and Oliver himself, though he said nothing, and merely continued to stare fixedly into the fire, looked as if he would be willing to tackle pulpit stair-carpets for a living, if it would help to bring about such results as these. "MaryAnn's right in calling him a wonderful old man," Guy spoke thoughtfully. "He's got us all, Fernalds as well as Tomlinsons and Frasers. Hit me, square between the eyes, good and hard, but I'm glad he did," he owned, with characteristic frankness. They all sat gazing into the fire in silence, for a little while, after that, in the musing way of those who have much to think about, and by Father Fernald pulled out his watch and scanned it by the wavering light. "Bless my soul!" he cried. "It's close on to 12 o'clock. You children ought to be in bed. Oughtn't they, mother?" There was a murmur of laughter round the group, for John Fernald was looking at his wife over his spectacles in just the quizzical way his sons and daughters well remembered. "I suppose they ought, John," she responded, smiling at him, "but you might let them sit up a little longer, just this once." He looked them over once more. It was the 100th time his eyes had gone round the circle that night. It was a goodly array of manhood and womanhood for a father to look at and call his own, even William Sewell, the brother of his son's wife, seemed to belong to him tonight. They gave him back his proud and tender glance, every one of them, and his heart was very full. As for their mother, but her eyes had gone down. "Well," said he, leaning over to clasp her hand in his own, as she sat next to him, "I guess maybe, just this once, it won't do any harm to let 'em stay up a little late. They're getting pretty big, now, and it's Christmas night." End of On Christmas Day in the Evening, by Grace Louise Smith Richmond.
Asaph Sheaf's Christmas by Edward Everett Hale. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asaph Sheaf's Christmas by Edward Everett Hale. Asaph had just the Christmas presents he wanted. Wanted is hardly the word. He had not supposed that a boy like him could have such things for his own. His father and mother gave him one present. It was a camera obscura, and 30 glass plates all ready to take photographic views. They were made to work by the new dry process, so that without over-nice manipulation of chemicals, Asaph could go where he pleased and make his own photographs. What the children gave him I must not tell, we have so little room. But of all the children in Boston who had their Christmas presents at breakfast, none was better pleased than Asaph as he opened his parcels. It was afterwards that his grief and sorrow came. When his mother's turn came, and she opened the parcels on her table, for in the Sheaf house each of them had a separate present table, after she had passed the little children's, she came to Asaph's present to her. It was in quite a large box, done up in a German newspaper. She opened it carefully, and lifted out a Bohemian coffee pot, which Asaph had bought at the German woman's shop in Shawmut Avenue. Mrs. Sheaf eagerly expressed her delight, and her wonder that Asaph knew she wanted it. But alas! all her love could not hide the fact that the nose of the coffee pot was broken at the end, and what was left was all in splinters. Poor Asaph saw it as soon as she, and the great big tears would come to his manly eyes. He bent his head down on his mother's shoulder, and the hot drops fell on her cheek. She kissed the poor boy, and told him she should never mind. It would pour quite as well, and she should use it every morning. She knew how many months of his allowance had gone for this coffee pot. She remembered how much she had been pleased with Mrs. Henry's, and she praised Asaph for remembering that so well. "This is the joy of the present," she said, "that my boy watches his mother's wishes, and that he thinks of her. A chip more or less off the nose of the coffee pot is nothing." And Asaph would not cheat the others out of their good time, and he pretended to be soothed, but all the same there was a great lump in his throat almost all that day. When the children were going to church, he walked with Isabel, and he told her how it all happened. He would not tell his mother, and he made Isabel promise not to tell. He had spent every cent of his money in buying his presents. He had them all in that big basket which they bought at the pier. He was coming home after dark on foot, because he could not pay his fare in the horse car. All of a sudden, a little German boy with a tall woman by him stopped him, and said, with a very droll accent, which Asaph imitated, "East Canton Street?" and poked out a card, on which was written, "Karl Schoniger, 723 East Canton Street." Well, I was in despair. It was late. I was on Dwight Street, and I led them to Shawmut Avenue, and tried to explain. Belle, they did not know one word of English, except East Canton Street. They kept saying East Canton Street as a dog says bow wow. I looked for an officer, and could not find one. It snowed, harder and harder. I was coward enough to think of shirking. But then I said, lie and cheat on Christmas Eve, that you may lug home your Christmas presents? That is too mean. And I said very loud, come here. I guess that's good German anyway. And I dragged them to their old 723 East Canton Street. It is a mile if it is an inch. I climbed up the snowy steps to read the number, but I slipped as I came down, and knocked my own basket off the step where it stood. That is how Mamma's coffee pot came to be broken, I suppose. But all looked so steady in the basket that I never thought of it then. That's how I came late to supper. But, Belle, don't you ever tell Mamma as long as you live. And Belle never did. She told me. When the Christmas dances were half over, when they had acted Lochnavar and Lord Ullin's daughter, but before they acted Villikins and Johnny the Miller, supper was served in Mrs. Sheaf's dining room. All the best china was out. Grandmamma's spode was out, and the silver pitcher the hands gave Papa on his 50th birthday, and Mrs. Sheaf's wedding breakfast set, all that was left of it, and Asaph's coffee pot held the place of honour. One wretched bit of broken ware had consented to be cemented in its place, but yet it was but a miserable nose, and the lump came into Asaph's throat again as he looked at it, and he almost wished his mother had put it away, so that he need not hear her tell Uncle Eliakim the hateful story. The lump was in his throat when he went to bed, but he fell asleep soon after. I must confess that there were a few wet spots on his pillow. His last thought was the memory that all his hoarded monthly allowances had gone for the purchase of a broken-nosed pitcher. The 2 angels who watch his bedside saw this, and one of them said to the other, "Would you not tell him?" But the other said, "Wait a little longer." What the angels would not tell him, I will tell you. For it happened that I was driving round in my sleigh that Christmas night, on the very snow which was falling while Asaph was fumbling up the steps in East Canton Street, and I stopped at a house not far from Boylston Station, as you turn into Lamartine Street, and found myself in the midst of the drollest home festivity. The father was sitting with 2 babies on his knee, the other children were delving in a trunk to find something which would stay in the bottom. The house mother clearly did not know where anything was in the trunk or anywhere else, but a broad grin was on every face, and whatever was said was broken by ejaculations and occasional kisses. At last some lost parcel revealed itself and opened out into some balls for a Christmas tree, which these honest people had brought all the way from Linz on the Danube, quite sure that no such wonders would be known in that far-off America. There are many other tales to be printed in this volume, so that I must not tell you, as I should be glad to do, all the adventures that house mother and her 3 boys and her 2 girls and the twin babies had encountered as they came from Linz to join Hans Bergman, the father of the 7 and the husband of their mother. He had come the year before, they had come now by way of Antwerp, and had landed in Philadelphia. But the Schiller had made so short a run that when they arrived Hans Bergman was not in Philadelphia to meet them. Of course the Frau Bergman should have waited in Philadelphia, as Hans Bergman had bidden her, but on the hint of a voluble woman who spoke pure Bohemian, whom she met on the pier, who knew just where he boarded in New York, she took her charge to New York, to find that he had left that boarding-house 3 months before. Still, eager to spend Christmas with him, she had hurried to Boston to ask his uncle where he was. She had arrived in Boston with the snowstorm the day before Christmas itself, having made an accidental detour by Bridgeport and Westfield. Happily for her, the boy Asaph had led her to Uncle Carl's lodgings just as Uncle Carl was leaving them forever on his way to Chicago. Happily for Hans Bergman, Uncle Carl had the wit to pile them all into a carriage and to send them to a friend of his at the Boylston Station, bidding him keep them under lock and key. Then to Hans Bergman, Uncle Carl telegraphed, "Find your wife at Burr Street, No. 40, Boylston Station." Then Hans Bergman, who had been bullying every police station in New York to know where his family was, had taken the early train, and had spent his Christmas in plowing through snowdrifts to Boston. And so it was that at 9 on Christmas night I saw the children in a Christmas party, not quite as well arranged, but quite as happy as any I saw that day. And all this came about because a kind Asaph Schief forgot himself on Christmas Eve, and showed Frau Bergman the way to East Canton Street. As it happened, I saw the diamond necklace that John Gilder gave his bride that night, but it did not give so much pleasure as Asaph Schief's Christmas present to the Bergmans did. And yet he never knew he gave it. End of Asaph Schief's Christmas, by Edward Everett Hale. Read by Maria Kasper.
What Christmas Is as We Grow Older, by Charles Dickens. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time was, with most of us, when Christmas Day, encircling all our limited world like a magic ring, left nothing out for us to miss or seek, bound together all our home enjoyments, affections, and hopes, grouped everything and everyone around the Christmas fire, and made the little picture shining in our bright young eyes complete. Time came, perhaps, all so soon, when our thoughts overleaped that narrow boundary, when there was someone very dear, we thought then, very beautiful and absolutely perfect, wanting to the fullness of our happiness, when we were wanting too, or we thought so, which did just as well, at the Christmas hearth by which that someone sat, and when we intertwined with every wreath and garland of our life that someone's name. That was the time for the bright visionary Christmases which have long arisen from us to show faintly, after summer rain, in the palest edges of the rainbow. That was the time for the beatified enjoyment of the things that were to be, and never were, and yet the things that were so real in our resolute hope that it would be hard to say now what realities achieved since have been stronger. What, did Christmas never really come, when we and the priceless pearl who was our young choice were received, after the happiest of totally impossible marriages, by the two united families previously at daggers, drawn on our account? When brothers and sisters-in-law who had always been rather cool to us before our relationship was affected, perfectly doted on us, and when fathers and mothers overwhelmed us with unlimited incomes? Was that Christmas dinner never really eaten, after which we arose, and generously and eloquently rendered honour to our late rival, present in the company, then and there exchanging friendship and forgiveness, and founding an attachment, not to be surpassed in Greek or Roman story, which subsisted until death? Has that same rival long ceased to care for that same priceless pearl, and married for money, and become usurious? Above all, do we really know now that we should probably have been miserable if we had won and worn the pearl, that we are better off without her? That Christmas, when we had recently achieved so much fame, when we had been carried in triumph somewhere, for doing something great and good, when we had won an honoured and ennobled name, and arrived and were received at home in a shower of tears of joy, is it possible that Christmas has not come yet? And is our life here, at the best, so constituted that, pausing as we advance at such a noticeable milestone in the track as this great birthday, we look back on things that never were, as naturally and fully, as gravely, as on the things that have been and are gone, or have been and still are? If it be so, and so it seems to be, must we come to the conclusion that life is little better than a dream, and little worth the loves and strivings that we crowd into it? No, far be such miscalled philosophy from us, dear reader, on Christmas Day. Nearer and nearer to our hearts be the Christmas spirit, which is the spirit of active usefulness, perseverance, cheerful discharge of duty, kindness and forbearance. It is in the last virtues especially that we are, or should be, strengthened by the unaccomplished visions of our youth. For who shall say that they are not our teachers to deal gently even with the impalpable nothings of the earth? Therefore, as we grow older, let us be more thankful that the circle of our Christmas associations and of the lessons that they bring expands. Let us welcome every one of them, and summon them to take their places by the Christmas hearth. Welcome, old aspirations, glittering creatures of an ardent fancy, to your shelter underneath the holly. We know you, and have not outlived you yet. Welcome, old projects and old loves, however fleeting, to your nooks among the steadier lights that burn around us. Welcome all that was ever real in our hearts, and for the earnestness that made you real, thanks to heaven. Do we build no Christmas castles in the clouds now? Let our thoughts, fluttering like butterflies among the flowers of children, bear witness. Before this boy there stretches out a future, brighter than we ever looked on in our old romantic time, but bright with honour and with truth. Around this little head on which the sunny curls lie heaped, the Graces sport, as prettily, as airily as when there was no scythe within the reach of time to shear away the curls of our first love. Upon another girl's face near it, placider but smiling bright, a quiet and contented little face, we see home, fairly written. Shining from the word, as rays shine from a star, we see how, when our graves are old, other hopes than ours are young, other hearts than ours are moved, other ways are smoothed, how other happiness blooms, ripens, and decays, no, not decays, for other homes and other bands of children, not yet in being, nor for ages yet to be, arise, and bloom, and ripen to the end of all. Welcome everything. Welcome alike what has been and what never was, and what we hope may be, to your shelter underneath the holly, to your places round the Christmas fire, where what is sits open-hearted. In yonder shadow do we see obtruding furtively upon the blaze an enemy's face? By Christmas Day we do forgive him. If the injury he has done us may admit of such companionship, let him come here and take his place. If otherwise, unhappily, let him go hence, assured that we will never injure nor accuse him. On this day we shut out nothing. Pause, says a low voice. Nothing? Think. On Christmas Day we will shut out from the fireside nothing. Not the shadow of a vast city, where the withered leaves are lying deep, the voice replies. Not the shadow that darkens the whole globe, not the shadow of the city of the dead. Not even that. Of all days in the year we will turn our faces toward that city upon Christmas Day, and from its silent host bring those we loved among us. City of the dead, in the blessed name wherein we are gathered together at this time, and in the presence that is here among us according to the promise, we will receive and not dismiss thy people who are dear to us. Yes, we can look upon these children angels that alight so solemnly, so beautifully, among the living children by the fire, and can bear to think how they departed from us. Entertaining angels unawares, as the patriarchs did, the playful children are unconscious of their guests, but we can see them, can see a radiant arm around one favourite neck, as if there were a tempting of that child away. Among the celestial figures there is one, a poor misshapen boy on earth, of a glorious beauty now, of whom his dying mother said it grieved her much to leave him here alone for so many years as it was likely would elapse before he came to her, being such a little child. But he went quickly, and was laid upon her breast, and in her hand she leads him. There was a gallant boy who fell far away, upon a burning sand beneath a burning sun, and said, "Tell them at home, with my last love, how much I could have wished to kiss them once, but that I died contented and have done my duty." Or there was another, over whom they read the words, "Therefore we commit his body to the deep," and so consigned him to the lonely ocean, and sailed on. Or there was another, who lay down to his rest in the dark shadow of great forests, and on earth awoke no more. Oh, shall they not, from sand and sea and forest, be brought home at such a time? There was a dear girl, almost a woman, never to be one, who made a mourning Christmas in a house of joy, and went her trackless way to the silent city. Do we recollect her, worn out, faintly whispering what could not be heard, and falling into that last sleep for weariness? Oh, look upon her now! Oh, look upon her beauty, her serenity, her changeless youth, her happiness. The daughter of Jairus was recalled to life, to die, but she, more blessed, has heard the same voice, saying unto her, "Arise for ever." We had a friend who was our friend from early days, with whom we often pictured the changes that were to come upon our lives, and merrily imagined how we would speak, and walk, and think, and talk when we came to be old. His destined habitation in the city of the dead received him in his prime. Shall he be shut out from our Christmas remembrance? Would his love have excluded us? Lost friend, lost child, lost parent, sister, brother, husband, wife, we will not so discard you. We shall hold your cherished places in our Christmas hearts, and by our Christmas fires, and in the season of immortal hope, and on the birthday of immortal mercy, we will shut out nothing. The winter sun goes down over town and village. On the sea it makes a rosy path, as if the sacred tread were fresh upon the water. A few more moments and it sinks, and night comes on, and lights begin to sparkle in the prospect. On the hillside beyond the shapelessly diffused town, and in the quiet keeping of the trees that gird the village steeple, remembrances are cut in stone, planted in common flowers, growing in grass, entwined with lowly brambles around many a mound of earth. In town and village there are doors and windows closed against the weather. There are flaming logs heaped high. There are joyful faces. There is healthy music of voices. Be all ungentleness and harm excluded from the temples of the household gods, but be those remembrances admitted with tender encouragement. They are of the time, and all its comforting and peaceful reassurances, and of the history that reunited even upon earth the living and the dead, and of the broad beneficence and goodness that too many men have tried to tear to narrow shreds. What Christmas Is as We Grow Older, by Charles Dickens. Read by Ed Humple.
Tomten by Viktor Rydberg, read in Swedish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tomten. Midvinternatten köld är hård, stjärnorna gnistrar och glimma. Alla sover i enslig gård djupt under midnattstimma. Månen vandrar sin tysta ban, snön lyser vit på fur och gran. Snön lyser vit på taken, endast tomten är vaken. Står där så grå vid ladugårdsdörr, grå mot den vita driva. Tittar så många vintrar för upp mot månens skiva. Tittar mot skogen där gran och fur drar kring gården sin dunkla mur. Grubblar, fast edel är båta, över en underlig gåta. För sin hand genom skägg och hår, skakar huvud och hetta. Nej, den gåtan är allt för svår. Nej, jag gissar ej detta. Slår som han plägar inom kort slika spörjande tankar bort. Går att ordna och pyssla, går att sköta sin syssla. Går till visthus och redskapshus, känner på alla låsen. Korna drömmer vid månens ljus, sommardrömmar i båsen. Glömsk av sele och pisk och töm. Polle i stallet har åk en dröm. Kruban han lutar över fylls av doftande klöver. Går till stängslet för lam och får, ser hur de sover där inne. Går till hönsen där tupen står stolt på sin högsta pinne. Karo i hundbåtshalm mår gott, vaknar och viftar svansen smått. Karo sin tomte känner, de är och goda vänner. Tomten smyger till sist att sig husbondfolket är kära. Länge och väl han märkt att de håller hans flit i ära. Barnens kammar han sen på tå, nalkas att se de söta små. Ingen må det förtycka, det är hans största lycka. Så har han sett dem, far och son, ren genom många leder, slumra som barn. Men varifrån komma de väl hit neder? Släkte följde på släkte snart, blomstrade, åldrades, gick. Men vad? Gåtan som eke låter gissa sig, kom så åter. Tomten vandrar till ladans loft, där har han bo och fäste högt på skullen i höets doft, nära vid svalans näste. Nu är väl svalans boning tom, men till våren med blad och blom kommer hon nog tillbaka, följd av sin näppna maka. Då har hon alltid att kvittra om månget ett färdeminne, inte likväl om gåtan som rör sig i tomtens sinne. Genom en springa i ladans väg lyser månen på gubbens skägg. Strimman på skägget blänker, tomten grubblar och tänker. Tyst är skogen och neden all. Livet där ute är fruset. Blått från fjärran av forsens fall höres helt sakta bruset. Tomten lyssnar och halvt i dröm tycker sig höra tidens ström. Undrar vart händen skall fara. Undrar var källa må vara. Midvinternatten sköld är hård. Stjärnorna gnistrar och glimma. Alla sova i enslig gård gott intill morgontimme. Månen sänker sin tysta ban. Snön lyser vit på fyr och gran. Snön lyser vit på taken. Endast tomten är vaken. End of Tomten by Viktor Rydberg.
Open Christmas Letter by Emily Hobhouse. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To the women of Germany and Austria. Open Christmas Letter. Sisters, some of us wish to send you a word at this sad Christmas tide, though we can but speak through the press. The Christmas message sounds like mockery to a world at war, but those of us who wished and still wish for peace may surely offer a solemn greeting to such of you who feel as we do. Do not let us forget that our very anguish unites us, that we are passing together through the same experiences of pain and grief. Caught in the grip of terrible circumstance, what can we do? Tossed on this turbulent sea of human conflict, we can but moor ourselves to those calm shores whereon stand, like rocks, the eternal verities, love, peace, brotherhood. We pray you to believe that come what may, we hold to our faith in peace and goodwill between nations, while technically at enmity in obedience to our rulers, we own allegiance to that higher law which bids us live at peace with all men. Though our sons are sent to slay each other, and our hearts are torn by the cruelty of this fate, yet through pain supreme we will be true to our common womanhood. We will let no bitterness enter into this tragedy, made sacred by the lifeblood of our best. nor mar with hate the heroism of their sacrifice. Though much has been done on all sides, you will, as deeply as ourselves, deplore. Shall we not steadily refuse to give credence to those false tales so freely told us, each of the other? We hope it may lessen your anxiety to learn we are doing our utmost to soften the lot of your civilians and war prisoners within our shores, even as we rely on your goodness of heart to do the same for ours in Germany and Austria. Do you not feel with us that the vast slaughter in our opposing armies is a stain on civilization and Christianity, and that still deeper horror is aroused at the thought of those innocent victims, the countless women, children, babes, old and sick, pursued by famine, disease, and death in the devastated areas both east and west? As we saw in South Africa and the Balkan states, the brunt of modern war falls upon non-combatants, and the conscience of the world cannot bear the sight. Is it not our mission to preserve life? Do not humanity and common sense alike prompt us to join hands with the women of neutral countries and urge our rulers to stay further bloodshed? Relief, however colossal, can reach but few. Can we sit still and let the helpless die in their thousands, as die they must, unless we rouse ourselves in the name of humanity to save them? There is but one way to do this. We must all urge that peace be made with appeal to wisdom and reason. Since in the last resort it is these which must decide the issues, can they begin too soon, if it is to save the womanhood and childhood as well as the manhood of Europe? Even through the clash of arms we treasure our poet's vision, and already seem to hear, quote, 100 nations swear that there shall be pity and peace and love among the good and free. Unquote. May Christmas hasten that day. Peace on earth is gone, but by renewal of our faith that it still reigns at the heart of things, Christmas should strengthen both you and us, and all womanhood to strive for its return. We are yours in this sisterhood of sorrow. Emily Hobhouse. There follow the names of 100 British women, which I won't read. End of Open Christmas Letter by Emily Hobhouse.
The Fire at Ross's Farm by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fire at Ross's Farm. The squatter saw his pastures wide decrease as one by one the farmers moving to the west selected on his run. Selectors took the water up and all the black soil round. The best grass land the squatter had was spoilt by Ross's ground. Now many schemes to shift old Ross had racked the squatter's brains, but Sandy had the stubborn blood of Scotland in his veins. He held the land and fenced it in, he cleared and ploughed the soil, and year by year a richer crop repaid him for his toil. Between the homes for many years the devil left his tracks. The squatter pounded Ross's stock and Sandy pounded Black's. A well upon the lower run was filled with earth and logs, and Black laid baits about the farm to poison Ross's dogs. It was indeed a deadly feud of class and creed and race, but yet there was a Romeo and a Juliet in the case. And more than once across the flats beneath the Southern Cross, young Robert Black was seen to ride with pretty Jenny Ross. One Christmas time, when months of drought had parched the western creeks, the bushfires started in the north and travelled south for weeks. At night along the riverside the scene was grand and strange. The hill fires looked like lighted streets of cities in the range. The cattle tracks between the trees were like long dusky aisles, and on a sudden breeze the fire would sweep along for miles. Like sounds of distant musketry it crackled through the brakes, and over the flat of silver grass it hissed like angry snakes. It leapt across the flowing streams and raced over pastures broad. It climbed the trees and lit the boughs, and through the scrubs it roared. The bees felt stifled in the smoke, or perished in their hives, and with the stock the kangaroos went flying for their lives. The sun had set on Christmas Eve when, through the scrublands wide, young Robert Black came riding home as only natives ride. He galloped to the homestead door and gave the first alarm. The fire is past the granite spur and close to Ross's farm. Now, father, send the men at once, they won't be wanted here. Poor Ross's wheat is all he has to pull him through the year. Then let it burn, the squatter said, I'd like to see it done. I'd bless the fire if it would clear selectors from the run. Go if you will, the squatter said, you shall not take the men. Go out and join your precious friends, and don't come here again. I won't come back, young Robert cried, and reckless in his ire, he sharply turned his horse's head and galloped towards the fire. And there for 3 long weary hours, half blind with smoke and heat, old Ross and Robert fought the flames that neared the ripened wheat. The farmer's hand was nerved by fears of danger and of loss, and Robert fought the stubborn foe for the love of Jenny Ross. But serpent-like the curves and lines slipped past them and between, until they reached the boundary where the old coach road had been. The track is now our only hope, there we must stand, cried Ross, for naught on earth can stop the fire if once it gets across. Then came a cruel gust of wind, and with a fiendish rush the flames leapt over the narrow path and lit the fence of brush. The crop must burn, the farmer cried, we cannot save it now, and down upon the blackened ground he dashed the ragged bough. But wildly in a rush of hope his heart began to beat, for over the crackling fire he heard the sound of horses' feet. Here's help at last, young Robert cried, and even as he spoke, the squatter with a dozen men came racing through the smoke. Down on the ground the stockman jumped and bared each brawny arm. They tore green branches from the trees and fought for Ross's farm. And when before the gallant band the beaten flames gave way, 2 grimy hands in friendship joined, and it was Christmas Day. End of The Fire at Ross's Farm by Henry Lawson. Read by Son of the Exiles.
Christmas Crackers by Leonard Larkin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If there is one thing inseparable from Christmas in general, and the little one's seasonable gatherings in particular, it is a cracker. With what a delightful look of expectation they have waited for it to go bang, and how they have screamed as they scrambled after the surprise which came in response to the explosion, and revelled in a complete outfit in the way of paper garments, hats and caps, jewels, toys, puzzles, and what not. But there are others who love the cracker. Have you not seen them? She is merry 18, and he with just enough moustache to twirl. They each seize an end of that convenient little cracker. Bang it goes. Why doesn't he pick up the gaily decorated paper cap, or she the piquant little apron with the blue bows? Simply because there is a tiny slip of paper inside, and they are eager to read it. That little scrap of paper may say, "The sweet crimson rose with its beautiful hue is not half so deep as my passion for you. 'Twill wither and fade, and no more will be seen, but whilst my heart lives, you will still be its queen." And the next moment they are in the quietest corner of the room. It was Cupid himself who hopped out of that cracker. Christmas crackers have much to answer for. Considering the many moments of merriment which these small rolls of paper will surely bring, and the countless chats on courting topics they are sure to give rise to, we are inclined to hasten from romance to reality, and take a peep in upon the workers whose busy fingers provide the crackers. In short, to find out exactly how they are made, from the moment the paper arrives at the factory to the time the completed article is ready to be packed up in dozens and sent away. Messrs. Tom Smith and Co. of Wilson Street, Finsbury, are really the creators of the Christmas cracker as we now know it. About 40 years ago, a sweetmeat and love motto was wrapped in a piece of fancy paper, and in those days answered the same purpose as Christmas crackers do now. They were called kiss mottos. Then it got converted into somebody's luggage, and finally the elaborately got up Christmas cracker of today. Oscar Wilde did much, however, for its welfare. Even the crackers caught the aesthetic movement and became wrapped up in aesthetic colours. Messrs. Tom Smith and Co. manufacture 11 millions in a single season. Our own country will claim some 8 or 9 millions of these, and the remainder will get scattered over the world, India claiming a big parcel. The first room visited at their immense factory was on the ground floor. Here is a miniature quarry. Hundreds of stones imported from Germany are stacked everywhere. Men are busy in the far corner, grinding and grinding them until a perfectly pure and level surface is obtained. If you feel inclined, you might endeavour to raise from the floor the largest litho stone used. It measures 60 inches by 40 and would turn the scale at a ton. The stones are then passed on to the litho artists, for lithography plays a most important part in the manufacture of a Christmas cracker. Upstairs is the artists' room. Clever artists are constantly engaged in making fresh designs year in and year out, and it is nothing extraordinary for some of them to spend weeks in completing a single set of designs. The literary work, too, is no small item, and a man who can write good verse can earn good money. Ladies seem to be the most adept at this sort of thing, which is paid for at so much a set of verses. Mr. Walter Smith, who accompanied us on our tour, goes to a desk and takes out a handful of sheets on which all sorts and conditions of bards have written. Some of them are very funny. Here is one which is immediately waste-paper basketed. "Whilst sweets are eaten and crackers cracked, naughty boys are sure to be whacked." The poet asked 5 shillings for this, and offered to supply them in unlimited quantities at the same price. The next one is a gem, and is at once accepted. "Half hidden 'neath the spreading leaves, a purple violet bent its head, yet all around the moss-grown path in love its fragrance softly shed. My living violet, whisper low that o'er my life your fragrance sweet will make a garden of my life, where love its counterpart may meet." We now pass through innumerable avenues of Christmas crackers, all in huge parcels. In one stack alone there are no fewer than 50,000 boxes, in a line 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. This represents a month's work, and every one is sold. We can quite realise this when we are told that one retail firm alone in London will send in such an order for crackers that it would take 16 of the largest delivery vans built to convey them, with 1,200 boxes packed away in each van. It is no unusual thing for an order of 500, 1,000 or 1,500 pounds worth of Christmas crackers to be received, the biggest of all totalling up to 3,000 pounds, the highest in the trade. This reminds us of the number of cardboard boxes which must be needed. The box making is a distinct industry. A plant of machinery for their manufacture costs anything between £2,000 and £5,000, and during a busy week 30,000 would be made and used in that time. The card is all cut to shape and stacked away, and the patterns are many, for there are over 150 varieties of boxes. Just look at this pile of sacks in the corner. It is all waste cuttings, and often 10 and 15 bags will come down the lift in the course of a day. On the floors above, the printing is going on. A number of litho machines are running, for the most part presided over by men assisted by girls, who certainly take off the sheets with marvellous rapidity. One machine is printing funny faces to go outside the crackers. Another is turning out sheets with hundreds of flowers on it, and yet another is giving us countless little cupids. Every rose and cupid is cut out, and it is the same with any other picture with which it is intended to decorate a cracker. We shall be safe in saying that the contents of crackers come from every part of the world, and a peep into the storeroom where they are kept in huge bins and great boxes will substantiate this. On one corner of the counter are thousands of tiny pill-boxes. These are filled with rouge and powder, with a little puff thrown in. Such are the contents of one of the crackers for spinsters, those estimable single ladies also being allotted faded flowers, a nightcap, a wedding ring, and a bottle of hair dye. This pile of bracelets came from Bohemia, fans from Japan, toys from Christiania, with little wooden cups and saucers from the same place, scarf pins from Saxony. The little miniature pipes, as played on by the accompanists to a Punch and Judy show, are made by Parisians. Jews' harps come from Germany, and tiny wooden barrels from America. The familiar flexible faces, which can be squeezed and pulled into every conceivable shape, are made in London. Hundreds of little glass bottles are here, supposed to be filled with a certain intoxicant known as gin. A young girl is filling them with the very reverse of anything intoxicating, although the label on the bottle says 1,000,000 overproof. Italy, Turkey, India, China, and South Africa all contribute to the store. The sight would set a child pining with pardonable envy to play about this part of the factory. To enumerate every item which finds its way inside the crackers would call for a catalogue the size of the Strand magazine. We are now on our way to the top of the building where the Christmas cracker is really made. First there is the giving out counter. Here come the girls and receive into their hands a certain quantity of what is wanted to make the particular part on which they are engaged. Every strip of paper is counted. Close by the giving out counter, a number of young women are fringing the edges of the paper to be rolled. This is done on a small machine, capable of taking 4 thicknesses of ordinary paper and 6 of the brighter-looking gelatine. The material to be fringed is put against the teeth of the apparatus, the girl stamps it, and it is ready to give a neat and gay appearance to either end of the body of the cracker. The main workroom presents a busy sight. It is nearing 1 o'clock when the dinner bell will ring, and the hands are working at high speed so as to finish their self-allotted task ere the bell tolls. 400 feet of benches are ranged from end to end of the room, and here are scores of girls sitting in front of partitioned-off spaces ranged along the lengthy counters. Every girl has her glue pot by her side. Turn round and look at the immense stove, where 20 pots are being constantly warmed up, so that as soon as a worker's glue cools down, she has only to cross to the stove, and there is another pot ready at hand for her. It is noticeable how cheerful the young women are, and to what a superior class they apparently belong. A good cracker hand can easily earn 14 shillings, 16 shillings, and at a busy time 18 shillings a week, and the cracker trade of this firm alone means the constant employment, directly and indirectly, of close upon 1,000 people. One young woman is rolling the paper. Paper of all the colours of the rainbow are before her, and dozens of completed crackers are arranged in front, waiting to be carried away, and the manufacture of them booked to her credit. The paper is rolled on a brass tube so that a trim appearance is obtained. Coloured string ties it up, and the gelatine is quickly placed round it. The girl we were watching said she could roll 24 best work in a quarter of an hour, though she could do commoner work much quicker. Her next-door companion was blessed with busy fingers. First she took a slip of paper, this was the inner lining. Round this she wrapped the gelatine, added 2 decorating ends or fringes, and then put in the detonator, the explosive paper tape, and it was ready to receive its contents. She could do a gross an hour. Her fingers travelled faster than the pencil in our notebook. Passing girl after girl, we find them all surrounded by the brightest of colours in gelatine and paper. One is making paper dresses for a doll, a neat little white tissue frock trimmed with red braid. This formed part of a rather novel box of crackers. A good-looking doll is placed in the box, and each cracker has some article of attire inside, so that when every one was pulled, the doll could be provided with a complete outfit. Others were making hats and caps. The paper is rolled round a tin to shape, pasted together, and there is your chapeau. All is very simple, but nothing could be more effective when the article is completed. The cardboard alone used in the manufacture of the empty boxes in which the crackers are packed exceeds 100 tons in weight during a single season, and the tiny strips of card constituting the detonators over 5 tons. 20 tons of glue and paste, between 6,000 and 7,000 reams of coloured and fancy papers are used, whilst the total weight of the thin transparent sheets of coloured gelatine, which add so much to the brilliancy of a Christmas cracker, amounts to nearly 6 tons. The process by which gelatine is manufactured is a most interesting one. The raw gelatine comes over in 500-weight casks from Switzerland. It arrives on these shores in thick rough sheets measuring 6 feet by 3 feet, weighing about 3 to 4 ounces each. It is then reduced to a liquid by steam power. Water being added, it is clarified, and while in its liquid state, dyes of the richest hues are poured in to render it of the shade of colour desired. While the gelatine is thus in a liquid form, it is poured upon frames of glass measuring 24 inches by 18 inches, much resembling window panes. Workmen, by the movement of the glass, allow the melted gelatine to spread over it, and so form a sheet of uniform thickness. These sheets of glass are then arranged in stacks, and the film of gelatine allowed to set. When the gelatine sheets are hard upon the glass, they are then transferred to a room in which a strong current of air is allowed to pass in and out to complete the drying process. This takes from 12 to 18 hours, after which a knife is run round the edges of the gelatine, which then, being cut with a knife, peels easily off the glass and is now ready for use. We were curious to know what was the biggest cracker ever made. Crackers are made 3 feet long, containing a full-sized coat, hat, collar, frill, whiskers, umbrella, and eyeglass. A story is told of a well-known member of the aristocracy who entered a West End shop one day and saw one of these gigantic crackers. He inquired the size, and when he heard it, exclaimed, "3 feet? Not big enough for me. Just you order me 3 dozen crackers, each 6 feet long." The 6 feet crackers were made and delivered. Whether the nobleman congratulated himself on the fact that he had obtained the largest cracker up to date, we do not know. But the biggest of all was that made every night for Harry Payne as clown to pull with the pantaloon in the pantomime at Drury Lane. It was 7 feet long, and contained costumes large enough for the merry couple to put on, and a multitude of crackers, which were thrown amongst the children in the audience. End of Christmas Crackers by Leonard Larkin. From the Strand Magazine, December 1891. Recording by Ruth Golding. Christmas 2014.
Selected Verses by Matthew, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Selected Verses from the Gospel according to Matthew. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was after this manner. His mother Mary, having been betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child by the Holy Spirit. And Joseph her husband, being just, and not willing to expose her openly, desired to put her away privately. But while he thought on these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, fear not to take to thee Mary thy wife, for that which is begotten in her is of the Holy Spirit. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. And all this has come to pass, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, Behold, the virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which is interpreted, God with us. And Joseph, awaking from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord bade him, and took to him his wife, and he knew her not till she brought forth a son, and he called his name Jesus. And Jesus, having been born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem, saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we saw his star in the east, and came to do him homage. And the king Herod, hearing it, was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And having assembled all the chief priests and scribes of the people, he inquired of them where the Christ should be born. And they said to him, In Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet, And thou, Bethlehem, land of Judah, art by no means least among the princes of Judah. For out of thee shall come forth a governor, who shall rule my people Israel. Then Herod, having secretly called the wise men, inquired of them exactly the time of the appearing of the star. And he sent them to Bethlehem, and said, Go, and inquire strictly concerning the child. And when ye have found him, bring me word again, that I also may come and do him homage. And they, having heard the king, departed. And lo, the star, which they saw in the east, went before them, till it came and stood over where the child was. And seeing the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. And coming into the house, they saw the child with Mary his mother, and fell down, and did homage to him. And opening their treasures, they presented to him gifts, gold, and frankincense, and myrrh. And being warned by God in a dream not to return to Herod, they departed into their own country by another way. And when they had departed, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, and take the child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be there until I bring thee word. For Herod is about to seek the child to destroy him. And he arose, and took the child and his mother by night, and departed into Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt I called my son. Then Herod, seeing that he was mocked by the wise men, was exceedingly enraged, and he sent forth and slew all the male children that were in Bethlehem, and in all its borders, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had exactly learned from the wise men. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken through Jeremiah the prophet, saying, A voice was heard in Ramah, weeping and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted, because they are not. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appears in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, Arise, and take the child and his mother, and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead who sought the child's life. And he arose, and took the child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. But hearing that Archelaus reigned in Judea instead of Herod his father, he was afraid to go thither, and being warned by God in a dream, he retired into the region of Galilee. And he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken through the prophets, He shall be called a Nazarene. End of Selected Verses from the Gospel according to Matthew, by Matthew.
Christmas Day by Christina Rossetti. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christmas Day by Christina Rossetti. A baby is a harmless thing, and wins our heart with one accord, and flower of babies was their King, Jesus Christ our Lord. Lily of lilies he, upon his mother's knee, rose of roses soon to be, crowned with thorns on leafless tree. A lamb is innocent and mild, and merry on the soft green sod, and Jesus Christ the undefiled is the Lamb of God. Only spotless he, upon his mother's knee, white and ruddy soon to be, sacrificed for you and me. Nay, lamb is not so sweet a word, nor lily half so pure a name. Another name our hearts hath stirred, kindling them to flame. Jesus, certainly, is music and melody. Heart with heart in harmony, carol we, and worship we. End of Christmas Day by Christina Rossetti. Read by Alison Valdez.
Christ by James Elroy Flecker. Read in English by Algie Pug. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My nations are still towers built tall, Shepherd of Bethlehem. Tell none this Moslem cracked stone wall is more than jest for them. Yet Islam oft would strip and slay Christian woman and child, and Europe feast that Christmas day a coward reconciled. Yet some day o'er Pamphylian waves shall Byzant chants be ringing, and rose-crowned hermits leave their caves and sail to Patmos singing. Some day Nicaea's pool again shall bear the creed of the world, and that day, crashing from my fane, shall that horned moon be hurled. Then some deep faith priest will shout, "O cease, ye bells forlorn, we have forgotten Jerusalem, and the land where he was born." Then the black cannons of the Lord shall wake crusading ghosts, and the Milky Way shall swing like a sword when Jerusalem vomits its horde on the Christmas day preferred of the Lord, the Christmas day of the hosts. Note by the author. Originally written for Christmas 1912, and referring to the First Balkan War, this poem contains in the last speech of Christ words that ring like a prophecy of events that may occur very soon. December 1914. End of Christ by James Elroy Flecker.
A Christmas Fog by John Strange Winter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. I may as well say at once that I, Miranda Cheap, am not a young girl. I have heard it said that when one sits down to tell a story, one ought to take the public completely into one's confidence, and put the reader in the same category as one's lawyer, one's doctor, and one's banker. Well, I have no doubt that the advice is excellently good, and therefore I will say at once that I am not a young girl. I belong as yet to the noble army of spinsters, and when my last parent died, leaving me a modest but sufficient competence upon which to support myself, I did not do what so many unmarried women seem to think the right thing and go to live with one of my married sisters. But after leaving the large house in which my mother had lived and died, I took my share of the furniture and settled myself down in the smallest flat that I could find in all London. My sister Rose said that I was funny and independent. I agreed with her that I was independent, but I could not see anything particularly funny in my arrangements. My sister Maud, who had 7 children under 14, said she thought I was horribly selfish. Because I did not happen to have got married, as my sisters had done, I had collared, yes, that was the word she used, I had collared an extra £300 a year, and now I went and lived by myself and gave nobody else the benefit of it. Then Susie had her say. Now, Susie is a rich woman. Money is no object to her, but she is always in trouble with her servants, and Susie wanted my mother's useful maid to go into her household and help to look after the next generation. Now, Barbara had been my nurse before she was my mother's maid, and it had always been an understood thing between my mother and Barbara and myself that I was never to turn my back upon her, and if I had told her that she would have to leave me and go to live with Mrs. Sargent, that was Susie's married name, I think poor Barbara would have broken her heart. But to tell you the truth, I never thought of such a thing. Susie had a husband who could protect her. I hadn't anybody. I was not able to afford to keep more servants than Barbara and a young cook, and naturally Barbara was, under these circumstances, absolutely essential to my well-being. My sister-in-law, Mrs. Horace Cheap, also cast her eye upon Barbara, and another sister of hers, who was no earthly relation to us, even went so far as to offer her double the wages that I was able to give her if only she would go and take charge of her nursery. However, the family discussion came to an end at last, and Barbara and I took up our abode in our new home on the 2nd floor of Rosemary Mansions. Well, dear reader, this has not very much to do with my story, and yet it is necessary that I should slightly sketch out the main lines of my previous life. Somehow it had always been an uneventful existence. I think it is often so with the only one of a large family who remains to the end in the parent nest. My sisters had all paired off and had made new nests for themselves. I stayed behind to make my mother's last days happy, partly because I had no wish to desert her, and partly, to be quite frank, because I had never had any temptation to do so. And yet I was quite as good-looking as any of my sisters, and I was certainly quite as agreeable in myself, if not more so. But from the days when I was just out of my teens, it always seemed to be an understood thing in the Cheap family that Miranda was an unromantic person who would never have a love story or get married as all the others had done. And so, when the incident happened of which I am about to tell you, I had got to the mature age of 34, and I had never had a lover in my life. My eldest sister, Susie, had married very young and had 3 daughters who seemed all likely to follow in her footsteps. The eldest of the 3, Doreen, was a tall, pretty, lively girl of nearly 18. She was my godchild and my favourite among all my nieces, and right merrily did she take advantage of her position as such. "Aunt Miranda," she would say to me, "I want you to take me in for a few days. My people are going off to Bournemouth, or some other place, and I have several engagements in town that I don't want to miss." She never said, "if you can do with me," and I never told her to wait until I invited her, and I generally found that the engagements consisted of some arrangement with a young man, and that I had to take her to a concert or a theatre or a dance, as the case might be. When the 3rd or 4th young man of the kind was introduced to me, I asked Doreen seriously when she was going to be married. "Oh, I don't think, Aunt Miranda," she replied promptly, "that I feel like marrying any of them." "But, my dear, you really ought not to encourage these young men unless you mean to marry one of them. It's not the proper thing to do at all. Does your mother know?" "Oh, yes, mother knows," said Doreen cheerfully. "Mother says if I marry under 2,000 or 3,000 a year I shall be a fool, and so I should. But one can have a little fun without thinking of marrying." I read her a little lecturette upon the mistaken policy of frittering away one's life. "Well, auntie," she said quite cheerfully, "by all accounts you have not frittered your life away, and yet here you are, left high and dry, and as much alone in the world as if you had not a single relation on all the earth." For the first time in my life I felt a hideous sense of loneliness creeping over me, and for an hour after the child had gone gaily off to a tea party at some house near by, I sat wondering what I should feel like when another 34 years had gone by, and I should still be living in this flat or some other, quite by myself. It was just a week before Christmas. By some freak, the Sargent family had all gone out of town, excepting Doreen, who had flatly refused to be taken away from several dances, for which she had engaged herself from the first waltz to the very last. "It is all the same to you, mother," was her argument, "whether I go down to that dull old house in the country, or whether I stay up in town with Aunt Miranda. I hate the country, particularly in winter, and more particularly in a hired house in a neighbourhood where you hardly know a soul. It's a ghastly idea, mother, of which I am sure you will all bitterly repent ere the time is at an end. So, dear darling mother, do leave me with Aunt Miranda, and we shall be 2 happy old maids eating our Christmas dinner together." My sister Susie was always inclined to shift her burdens onto other people's shoulders, and although I don't mean to imply that Doreen was a burden, still she was one of Susie's responsibilities. So when the family took their departure for a rambling country house in one of the wildest parts of Yorkshire, Doreen, accompanied by several large dress baskets, came to me. I think it was the fact of its being Christmas, as well as Doreen's remark, that first made me realise how lonely, how very lonely, I had been. She was such a good child. She was so sweet-tempered and cheerful, and so popular with other young people, that she soon turned my quiet flat into as bright a corner of the world as you could well find in any part of London. "Miss Doreen makes a good deal of traffic," said Barbara to me, when Doreen had been with us about 3 days. "Yes, Barbara," I replied, "but it is good for us. You and I are 2 old things who want stirring up and rousing out of our selfish old maidism." "No, Miss Miranda," said Barbara, "there is not much of the old maid about you." I sighed. "I don't know, Barbara," I said. "I begin to feel very old and very much of a maiden lady. It is not a pleasant feeling." I had then been living for several years at Rosemary Mansions. You know the particular block of flats, of course, that I mean, but perhaps you don't know that they are built in a very unusual form. There are 4 separate sets of flats in the one great square building. Each of the 4 sides has its entrance, its large hall, its great doormats with "Salve" written upon them, its liveried porter, and its convenient lift, and each hall goes right through to the courtyard at the back, so that from each one can communicate with any one of the other 3 sets of flats. Well, it happened one day just before Christmas, the day before Christmas Eve to be exact, that Doreen went to help some friends to deck a Christmas tree, which was to form one of the attractions at a party at which we were bidden for the following evening. The tree was to be followed by a dance with a cotillion, and I understood from Doreen that the favours for the cotillion were to be something very unusual and out of the common. As Doreen was fully occupied that afternoon, I took the opportunity of going out to buy a present for her. She had been with me to buy the various presents that were necessary for me to send to the other members of the family, but until that moment I had not had an opportunity of buying for Doreen a certain article of jewellery which I knew she was most anxious to possess. It was a horrid afternoon, stingingly cold, with an inclination to fog. I took a cab as far as Oxford Street, and there made my purchase. Then I passed Bouchard's, and it occurred to me that I should be wise if I took home with me an extra cake or so, because although I had, weeks before, ordered my usual supply of Christmas dainties, the advent of Doreen had made it more than likely that we should find ourselves very badly off for nice things for afternoon tea. Not that Doreen ate so much, you know. I don't mean that. But Doreen had such a train of young men, and Doreen had so many girl-friends, and young men and young girls do get through a good deal of plum cake and such things when they congregate together. And so I thought it would be a good thing if I stepped into Bouchard's and bought some extra things which I could carry home with me. I bought a 3-pound plum cake and a 2-pound cherry cake, and put them into the first hansom that I saw. Rosemary Mansions, Westminster, was the direction I gave the Jehu. I saw with dismay that the fog was thickening visibly, and as we descended towards the Houses of Parliament, it had become almost impossible to distinguish the houses as we passed. More than once we were blocked by the traffic, and my Jehu made 1 or 2 hoarse remarks to me through the trapdoor that he was afraid he would find Rosemary Mansions very difficult to get at. I told him cheerfully to do his best, that I would give him something extra, but I cannot say that I felt very cheerful. Here was I, a lone woman, sitting in a cab in a neighbourhood which I did not recognise, with a handsome piece of jewellery in my hand, a well-filled purse in my pocket, and 2 heavy cakes on the seat beside me. My driver made 1 or 2 inquiries, and took some obviously wrong turnings, but at last he drew up at the door of Rosemary Mansions, and I got out of the cab with a sigh of relief. I gave him double fare, and he told me that he would walk his horse right home, and not attempt to earn another penny that night. "You see, lady," he said, "it goes down your throat and down your horse's throat, so home I go straight." I bade him good night and a Merry Christmas. As I went up the steps, I looked up in order to make sure that I had arrived at my own entrance, for as I said before, there were 4 entrances to Rosemary Mansions, each one with the name plainly written above the portals, and below the name one of the first 4 letters of the alphabet. I lived in Rosemary Mansions A. The fog was, however, too thick for me to distinguish the letters, so I passed within, knowing that it would be perfectly easy to find my own staircase from the porters. Oh yes, this was my own hall. I recognised the crimson carpets, the great doormats, the porter's bench, and the dog lying before the fire, which blazed in a semi-open grate. But there was no porter about, which was very unusual at that hour. I supposed that Doggett, as our porter was called, had either gone upstairs with a message, or else down below to his own apartment to get his tea. I looked into the porter's lodge to see if there were any letters for me, but a glance told me that there was not a single letter in the rack. As I did not choose to disturb Doggett at his tea, I quietly walked up the staircase without troubling to wait for the lift. Oh, how horrid the fog was! It made one think kindly even of the rambling country house in the wilds of distant Yorkshire. Indeed, it was so heavy and so thick that it had worked its way within doors, and the electric lights at various points of the stairs shone with a curious yellow radiance, and each had a sort of halo surrounding it. I reached my own door and rang the bell. Nobody came. I rang again and again, but there was no response. How was it that everybody was out of the way this afternoon? I suppose Barbara had gone off buying Christmas things. Then where was Jane? I felt impatiently in my pocket to see if I had my key. I had. I opened the door with a sigh of relief. How very extraordinary! All was in darkness. I drew the key out of the lock, shut the door behind me, and passing on through the inner door, which was of heavy ground glass, closed it behind me. It shut with a little click. How odd! I had never heard the door click like that before. I groped my hand along the wall, feeling for the switches of the electric light. Why, what had happened? There was no switch. I went back to the door, which now was closed quite tightly. I could find no handle, so I went back again to feel for the switches of the electric light, but could not discover them. How extraordinary, and how curious the effect of this yellow fog was! It made not only the streets, but my own house feel strange. Never mind, I should find a light in the dining room, probably a fire. Certainly there would be one in the kitchen. I turned towards the door of the dining room, which was the first on the left after the second door of entrance, but I could not find any sign of an electric switch. Then it dawned upon me that I had mistaken my block and my flat, and here was I shut up in the dark in a flat belonging to some unknown person. I groped my way back to the inner door of the entrance. No, I could find no trace of a handle upon it. I shook it, I knocked upon it, but with no result, excepting that I hurt my knuckles even through my thick winter gloves. At this point I put my 2 heavy cakes, which I had still been carrying, down upon the floor, and set myself to make a tour of the apartments. The entrance was evidently precisely of the same proportions as my own, and it was furnished. I came in turn to an umbrella stand, one of those tall porcelain pipes, which held several sticks and umbrellas, and to a carved hall bench, then to a table. I dropped over a doormat and felt the outlines of 1 or 2 pictures. Then I touched a brush and something that felt in the dark like a fox's head. It was certainly the stuffed head of some small animal. At last I reached the kitchen door, hoping to find a fire there. No, all was dark. If only I had had a light, the situation would not have been so bad. But although I groped about for at least 10 minutes, I could not find a single box of matches. At last I came to what was evidently the kitchen easy-chair, and in that I sat myself down, wondering what on earth I should do next. I might try ringing the bells, so I started on a tour round the kitchen, shinning myself violently several times ere I remembered that I should not find any bell-pull there. Then I groped my way once more to the door which led to the corridor, and felt with my hand along the wall for the door of the dining room. I knocked down a chair and, I think, a small table. Then I ran against the sideboard. Crash! There was a sound of falling glass. Oh dear! I had smashed something belonging to someone I did not know, and I had cut myself. At last, however, I did find the little knob of the electric bell, and had the satisfaction of hearing it tinkling away in the kitchen which I had just left. Ringing the bell was no good. I went back to the door which led into the corridor, but mind you, when I say I went, I mean that I arrived there after a progress involving much need of patience and the receipt of many hard knocks. Then I nerved myself to speak. "Is there anybody there?" I said. I have a refined and ladylike voice, which my dear mother always used to say was one of my greatest charms. It sounded so soft and inefficient as I sat there in the darkness, and I resolved to speak in a much louder and more determined tone. "Is anybody there?" My voice echoed down the corridor, but no answering voice came out of the darkness in reply. I then determined to make a complete tour of the apartments. I explored the drawing-room, the dining-room, the little study, the large bedroom, the spare bedroom, the kitchen, the bathroom, and the servant's bedroom, all in turn, and after the manner of the blind, I examined with my hands each chimney-shelf, in case I might come across one precious box of matches. But although I resolutely carried this idea into effect, I did not light upon a single one, and at this point I sat down and wept. It was the day before Christmas Eve. Perhaps the owner of the flat had gone away for the holidays. I could not get out of that front door. I had nothing to eat, and there was nothing but water to drink. I had already touched the tap in the kitchen, so that I knew I should not die of thirst. But I might be locked up in that flat for 10 days or more, and the only sustenance I knew of was tap water and 2 Bouchard cakes. So I sat down and wept piteously, until I suddenly became aware that I was chilled to the very marrow of my bones. I wondered what they would do at home. What would Doreen think? What would Barbara say? Would they go to the police? Would they go the round of the hospitals? Would the cabman, to whom I had given double fare, come and give evidence that he had driven such a lady as Doreen would describe to one of the entrances to Rosemary Mansions? I tried to console myself with the assurance that, after all, Rosemary Mansions was a highly respectable building, where tenants were not accepted unless they gave the very highest of references, that nobody who came and found me there eventually would believe that a woman of my position and means had come with any felonious intent. In the meantime, I must make the best of a bad situation. I must resign myself to sitting there in the dark and in the cold, and be thankful that I had bought those 2 cakes with a view of helping out Christmas. Little did I think, when I entered Bouchard's busy, attractive shop, that they would probably prove themselves a barrier between me and starvation. By this time I was yearning for my tea. If only I had been able to find a match. If I had been able to find a gas ring, or even some coals, I might have made myself a cup of tea, French leave tea, in this house in which I had unwittingly invited myself. However, that was evidently out of the question. So I at last groped my way back to where I had left my Bouchard cakes, and then I groped my way back to the kitchen again, and there I groped about until I found a knife, for they always keep such things in the kitchen drawer. Having smelt it to make sure that it had not been used for onions or soap, I wiped it carefully on the inside of my skirt, and then ventured to cut myself a large piece of cake. I had not much difficulty in finding a cup, and after making sure that it was clean, I filled it from the tap, and there I sat in the dark, eating my rich cake and drinking my ice-cold water, which seemed to go down my poor inside like a frozen waterfall. All the same, I felt better when I had disposed of my wedge of cake, and I felt very grateful to Bouchard for occupying the precise situation in Oxford Street which had attracted my attention. Hours went by. At all events, they seemed like hours to me, for I had sat myself down to wait patiently till morning light should shed some ray of hope upon my desperate situation. When morning came, I would write a note and throw it down in the courtyard, or I would pick up a few inexpensive articles of crockery and send them down smash, and so attract attention that way. I felt that it would be useless to shout into this fog. It would be like calling down a coal mine, and to tell you the truth, I did not like in the darkness to open any of the windows. At last I began to get desperately sleepy. You see, I was not accustomed to sitting in utter darkness, and as there is nothing so fatiguing to the eyes as staring into the night, I closed them in order to prevent myself from getting a bad attack of neuralgia. It was very uncomfortable in that hard, straight-up chair, which was evidently one of the Windsor persuasion, with a not very soft cushion tied onto the seat. Then an idea occurred to me. The flat was empty. I mean that its occupants were evidently away. So I came to the conclusion that I might as well go and lie down upon one of the beds. I knew which was the best bedroom. It was the same as my own, and I had good occasion to know that there was a big bed in it, for I had run against it with such force that I bruised myself severely. I therefore, after a last drink of cold water, got up and with care found my way to the best bedroom. The bed was a large and luxurious one, spread with a satin-covered eiderdown. I happened to be wearing a sealskin coat which came down to my knees. It was a coat with a storm collar. On my head I had a toque of mink fur garnished with pink roses and some violets. I threw back the eiderdown quilt and got on to the bed, tucking myself well round with the soft satin cover. It was a glorious bed, a delicious bed, a bed that must have been made purposely for some poor wanderer like myself. The pillows were soft, but not too soft, not pappy, you know, and they were nice pillows, as I could tell by the linen slips which covered them. There was embroidery at the corners, and a small frill with a lace edge all round. They were much nicer pillows than my own. So I drew up my storm collar yet a little higher, snuggled down under the coverlet, and in 5 minutes I was sound asleep. 2. I do not know how long I had slept. You see, I had no means of knowing how the time had passed since I was entrapped, I might almost say entombed, in the strange dwelling of some person unknown to me. I seemed to have been asleep for many hours when I suddenly awoke. I came to myself with a start on realizing that I was not in my own bed. Just at first I thought I had been awakened from my ordinary sleep and that my bed was on fire. But no, it was an electric light just over my head. I was not dreaming. Another light was shedding its brilliant rays over the dressing table, just where my own light hung, and an asbestos fire was burning cheerily in the grate. I had barely time to take all these things in and to locate the circumstances of my incarceration when I heard a voice which said, "Good heavens!" It was a man's voice, and my first instinct was to hold the satin-covered eiderdown still more closely round me. "Who the dickens are you?" went on the voice. "Sir," said I in quavering accents. "Madam, what are you doing in my bed?" said the voice indignantly. "I don't understand this. You must go away, please." "I could not get out," I cried piteously. "No poor woman on earth could be less anxious to inflict herself upon you than I am. But I'm afraid I mistook your flat for my own." I dare say I looked very funny, for I still had my satin toque with the pink roses and violets on my head, and my storm collar was pulled well up above my ears. "I live in one of these flats," I went on. "I took a cab home from Bouchard's." "Oh, that's where the Bouchard cakes came from, is it?" he said. "I went into the kitchen to make myself a cup of coffee, as I always do, and found cakes there which I knew I had never supplied." "Sir, what is the time?" I asked. "It is about 3 o'clock in the morning, rather more," he replied. "At least it was 3 when I left the offices of the Daily Trumpeter." "Is there a fog?" I demanded. Oh, nothing to speak of now. Did you say you lived in these flats? I do, indeed I do. I live on the second floor of Block A. When I came home, the fog was so bad that I could not see the letter. Oh, 3 o'clock in the morning! What shall I do? What can I do? Well, the best thing you can do is to go home, he said sensibly. You must really forgive me, madam, for speaking as I did, but you must recognise that it was rather astounding for a hard-worked journalist to come home and find pink roses and violets rolled up in his eiderdown. I am sure I offer you 10,000 apologies for making so free with your belongings, I said apologetically, but it was so dark. Why didn't you turn up the lights? I would have done so, but I could not find the switches. I could not find any matches, and as I am not a new woman and do not smoke, I hadn't any with me, and I was so cold and so miserable sitting in the darkness, wondering if my people had given orders to drag the river for me. Oh, yes, of course, there are your people to consider, he remarked. Will you excuse my asking you a plain question? Are you a married lady? No, I am not, I replied. I live in these mansions, as I told you, in number A block on the second floor. My name is Cheap. Oh, didn't Herbert Sargent marry a Miss Cheap? Yes, yes, she's my sister, I said eagerly, and Doreen, her eldest child, is staying with me now. She must be frightened out of her wits. Well, between you and me, Miss Cheap, I think it would take a good deal to frighten Miss Doreen. But that is neither here nor there. You must be got home, and you must be got out of this little affair with as little noise as possible. Look here, I'll leave you for a few minutes to put your hat straight and so on, while I go down and reconnoitre. Why didn't you think of the tradesman's entrance? I did. It was locked. Everything's locked, I said in a tragic voice. That's because the old woman who looks after me and gets my breakfast takes the key to let herself in with. And the handle is off the inner door. That's why you could not get out there. I expect it rolled down when you let it slip too. You had better leave your cakes behind you. You'll have to tell your people that you got lost in the fog, and nobody will believe that you hung on to those 2 heavy cakes all the time. Now, look here, Miss Cheap. I'm Barclay of the Daily Trumpeter. Raymond Barclay. We've got to tell the same story. You got lost in the fog, and I picked you up and convoyed you home safe. Now, is that clear? Oh, yes, thank you. Quite clear. I won't be 2 minutes putting my hair straight. All right, he said, and picking up his fur-lined coat, he went out, shutting the door noiselessly after him. I put my hair straight with trembling fingers and pinned on my smart flower-decked toque. I made myself look as decent as I could. My handkerchief I had left on the bed, but what did I do with my gloves? I went to the door and opened it. Mr. Barclay, I must have my gloves. What did I do with them? Can I have left them in the kitchen? Yes, I did see a pair of ladies' gloves in there, he said with a laugh. I thought my old woman had bloomed out that way. Now, keep close behind me when you go downstairs. I have been down once. All is as quiet as the grave, and if we can get out of this building and round to your own entrance without anyone seeing us, no one will know that you have been here at all. If we should chance to meet anyone, shrink back. Get out of sight. Don't let them see you. We must dissemble. There was no more light on the staircase than the gleam from the electric lamp which burned all night in the central hall. We descended the stairs like a couple of thieves, he going first and I following at a respectful distance. My heart beat furiously as I reached the lower flight. A few more steps and I should be safe. I should be out in the protective night, and nobody but Raymond Barclay would be any the wiser as to the exact locality in which I had lost myself. Fortune favoured me. Not a soul came on the scene, and we gained the outer door in safety. "It's all right," he said. "Why, you are trembling like a leaf. Here, take my arm. Remember your story, and I'll see you through it." I was hideously frightened. So frightened was I that I quite forgot to thank him, but clung to his arm like grim death, and he piloted me without further loss of time to my own entrance. "Have you got your key?" he asked. "Oh, I have left it in your flat," I replied. "Where?" said he. "Oh, how stupid of me! I don't know. I let myself in with it. I don't know what I did with it after that." "It doesn't matter. I'll go back for it." Even then, that angelic man didn't call me a fool, and I think he really would have been perfectly justified if he had. "You had better stand here in the shade," he said, "and wait for me. I won't be 2 minutes." "All right," I returned. "You are sure you'll not be frightened?" "No, no, I'm not a bit frightened." As a matter of fact, my teeth were chattering, but not with that kind of fear, as you can very well understand. In less than 2 minutes he returned. "Found it the very first thing," he said triumphantly. "I trod on it just inside the front door." The rule of our flats was that each occupant had a ring given to him on taking possession of his apartment. Upon this ring were 2 keys, the pass key of the outer entrance and the latch key of the flat. "I don't know," said Mr. Berkeley in an undertone as we stole towards the stairs, "how it comes that your key unlocks my door. There is something wrong about that. I shall make a fuss about it to-morrow." "Oh, don't! It'll give me away if you do," I cried. "Oh, so it would. Then I must be mum. Remember your story. I picked you up on my way home from the Daily Trumpeter." "Yes, yes," I replied. "I will not forget." I knocked lightly at my own door. There was a sound of voices within, and Doreen came rushing out. "Oh, Auntie!" she cried. "We've been nearly frantic about you, and you're with Mr. Berkeley. How funny!" "I don't know about its being funny," said Mr. Berkeley. "It might have been funny if she had not been with me. Owing to the terrible fog, I found your aunt hopelessly lost. She put herself in my care, and I have convoyed her safely here. She is very cold and very tired, so don't ask her any questions, but give her something hot to drink and put her to bed." "But you will come in, won't you?" I said faintly. I wanted to have a good cry, a real good cry. "Not to-night, not to-night," he said cheerily. "Bed is the best place for wandering ladies and tired-out journalists. I will come in to-morrow and see if you're any the worse." He did call the next day, and on Christmas Day he sent me the loveliest posy that I ever saw in my life. France roses and double violets, done up in a basket lined with pink satin, edged with a border of mink fur. "Why, Auntie," said Doreen, "it's just like your toque. It's the quaintest fancy I've ever seen." I felt myself blushing, and found it very convenient to hide my face in the flowers. But I didn't tell Doreen the meaning of that quaint conceit. It was a little secret which I kept to myself. "I cannot think," said Doreen that afternoon, when Mr. Berkeley had come in again just to see if I was any the worse. "You know, I cannot think how Auntie managed to lose herself for so long, because there was not much fog after about 8 o'clock." Mr. Berkeley avoided the question. "I suppose you were dreadfully frightened and upset, and thought there had been an accident," said he. "Oh, yes, we thought of all sorts of things. We thought of an accident first, so we took a cab and went to ever so many hospitals, Barbara and I. Then the fog began to lift, and we wondered if we ought to go to the police, and it seemed so funny to mix Auntie up with the police station." I put up my hand and laid it on hers. "I am so glad you did not go to the police, dear child," I said, "because although I got lost, I got home safe after all, thanks to Mr. Berkeley. And I would rather you did not tell anyone about it, Doreen, because it sounds so odd for a woman of my age to own that she got lost in London." "Poor Auntie," said Doreen. "Well, it might have been worse," said Mr. Berkeley. And as I am going to be married to Raymond Barclay in about 6 weeks' time, I quite agree with him. End of A Christmas Fog by John Strange Winter. Recording by Ruth Golding. Christmas 2014.
Signs of Christmas. From Christmas and the New Year, A Mask by Edwin Lees. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When on the barn's thatched roof is seen the moss in tufts of liveliest green, when Roger to the woodpile goes, and as he turns, his fingers blows, when all around is cold and drear, be sure that Christmas-tide is near. When up the garden walk in vain we seek for Flora's lovely train, when the sweet hawthorn bower is bare, and bleak and cheerless is the air, when all seems desolate around, Christmas advances o'er the ground. When Tom at eve comes home from plough, and brings the mistletoe's green bough, with milk-white berries spotted o'er, and shakes it the sly maids before, then hangs the trophy up on high, be sure that Christmas-tide is nigh. When Hal the woodman, in his clogs, bears home the huge unwieldy logs, that hissing on the smouldering fire, flame out at last a quivering spire. When in his hat the holly stands, old Christmas musters up his bands. When clustered round the fire at night, old William talks of ghost and sprite, and, as a distant outhouse gate slams by the wind, they fearful wait while some each shadowy nook explore. Then Christmas pauses at the door. When Dick comes shivering from the yard, and says the pond is frozen hard, while from his hat, all white with snow, the moisture, trickling, drops below, while carols sound the night to cheer, then Christmas and his train are here. End of Signs of Christmas by Edwin Lees. Read by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on November 26, 2014.
Le ciaramelle di Giovanni Pascoli. Registrato in italiano. Questa è una registrazione LibriVox. Tutte le registrazioni di LibriVox sono di dominio pubblico. Per maggiori informazioni o per diventare volontari, visitate il sito LibriVox.org. Udii tra il sonno le ciaramelle. Ho udito un suono di ninne nanne. Ci sono in cielo tutte le stelle, ci sono i lumi nelle capanne. Sono venute dai monti oscuri le ciaramelle senza dir niente. Hanno destata nei suoi tuguri tutta la buona povera gente. Ognuno è sorto dal suo giaciglio, accende il lume sotto la trave. Sanno quei lumi d'ombra e sbadiglio, di cauti passi, di voce grave. Le pie lucerne brillano intorno, là nella casa, qua sulla siepe. Sembra la terra, prima del giorno, un piccoletto grande presepe. Nel cielo azzurro tutte le stelle paiono restare come in attesa, ed ecco alzare le ciaramelle il loro dolce suono di chiesa. Suono di chiesa, suono di chiostro, suono di casa, suono di culla, suono di mamma, suono del nostro dolce passato pianger di nulla. O ciaramelle degli anni primi, davanti il giorno, davanti il vero, or che le stelle son là sublimi, conce del nostro breve mistero, che non ancora si pensa al pane, che non ancora s'accende il fuoco, prima del grido delle campane, fateci dunque piangere un poco. Non più di nulla, sì di qualcosa, di tante cose, ma il cuor lo vuole, quel pianto grande che poi riposa, quel gran dolore che poi non duole. Sopra le nuove pene sue vere vuol quei singulti senza ragione, sul suo martoro, sul suo piacere, vuol quell'antiche lagrime buone. Fine di Le ciaramelle di Giovanni Pascoli.
Alice's Christmas Tree by Edward Everett Hale. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Alice's Christmas Tree, Chapter 1. Alice McNeil had made the plan of this Christmas tree all by herself and for herself. She had a due estimate of those manufactured trees which hard-worked Sabbath schools get up for rewards of merit, for the children who have been regular, and at the last moment have saved attendance tickets enough. Nor did Alice McNeil sit in judgment on these. She had a due estimate of them. But for her Christmas tree she had two plans, not included in those more meritorious buddings and burgeonings of the winter. First, she meant to get it up without any help from anybody. And secondly, she meant that the boys and girls who had anything from it should be regular laners and by-wayfarers. They were to have no tickets of respectability. They were not in any way to buy their way in. But for this once those were to come in to a Christmas tree who happened to be ragged and in the streets when the Christmas tree was ready. So Alice asked Mr. Williams, the minister, if she could have one of the rooms in the vestry when Christmas Eve came. And he, the good saint, was only too glad to let her. He offered gently his assistance in sifting out the dirty boys and girls, intimating to Alice that there was dirt and dirt, and that even in those lowest depths which she was plunging into, there were yet lower depths which she might find it wise to shun. But here Alice told him frankly that she would rather try her experiment fairly through. Perhaps she was wrong, but she would like to see that she was wrong in her own way. Anyway, on Christmas Eve she wanted no distinctions. That part of her plan went bravely forward. Her main difficulty came on the other side, that she had too many to help her. She was not able to carry out the first part of her plan, and make or buy all her presents herself. For everybody was pleased with this notion of a truly Catholic or universal tree, and everybody wanted to help. Well, if anybody would send her a box of dominoes, or a jackknife, or an open-eye, shut-eye doll, who was Alice to say it should not go on the tree? And when Mrs. Hesperides sent round a box of Fayal oranges, who was Alice to say that the children should not have oranges? And when Mr. Gorham Parsons sent in well-nigh a barrel full of Hubbardston Nonsuch apples, who was Alice to say that they should not have apples? So the tree grew and bore more and more fruit, till it was clear that there would be more than 80 reliable presents on it, besides apples and oranges, almonds and raisins galore. Now, you see, this was a very great enlargement of Alice's plan, and it brought her to grief, as you shall see. She had proposed a cosy little tree for 15 or 20 children. Well, if she had held to that, she would have had no more than she and Lily and Mr. Williams and Mr. Gilmore and John Flagg and I could have managed easily, particularly if Mamma was there too. There would have been room enough in the chapel parlor, and it would have been, as I believe, just the pretty and cheerful Christmas jollity that Alice meant it should be. But when it came to 80 presents, and a company of 80 of the unwashed and unticketed, it became quite a different thing. For now Alice began to fear that there would not be children enough in the highways and byways. So she started herself as evening drew on, with George, the old faithful black major domo, and she walked through the worst streets she knew anything of all those near the chapel, and whenever she saw a brat particularly dirty, or a group of brats particularly forlorn, she sailed up gallantly, and though she was frightened to death, she invited them to the tree. She gave little admittance cards that said, 7 o'clock, Christmas Eve, 507 Livingston Avenue, for fear the children would not remember. And she told Mr. Flagg that he and Mr. Gilmore might take some cards and walk out toward Williamsburg, and do the same thing. Only they were to be sure that they asked the dirtiest and most forlorn children they saw. There was a friendly policeman with whom Alice had been brought into communication by the boys in her father's office, and he also was permitted to give notice of the tree. But he was also to be at the street door, armed with the strong arm of the people of New York, and when the full quota of 80 had been admitted, he was to admit no more. Ah me! My poor Alice issued her cards only too freely. Better indeed, it seemed, had she held to her original plan. At least she thought so, and thinks so to this day. But I am not so certain. A hard time she had of it, however. 7:15 found the little Arabs in crowds around the door, with hundreds of others who thought they also were to find out what a free lunch was. The faithful officer Purdy was in attendance also. He passed in all who had the cards. He sent away legions, let me say, who had reason to dread him. But still there assembled a larger and larger throng about the door. Alice and Lily and the young gentleman and Mrs. McNeil were all at work upstairs, and the tree was a perfect beauty at last. They lighted up, and nothing could have been more lovely. "Let 'em in," said John Flagg, rushing to the door, where expectant knocks had been heard already. "Let 'em in. The smallest girls first." Smallest girls, indeed. The door swung open, and a tide of boy and girl, girl and boy big to hobbledehoydom, and girl big to young womandom, came surging in, wildly screaming, scolding, pushing, and pulling. Omitting the profanity, these are the Christmas carols that fell on Alice's ear. "Out of that! Take that, then! Who are you? Hold your jaw! Can't you behave decent? You lie! Get out of my light! Oh, dear, you killed me! Who's killed? Golly, see there! I say, ma'am, give me that pair of skates! Shut up!" And so on, the howls being more and more impertinent, as the shepherds who had come to adore became more and more used to the position they were in. Young Gilmore, who was willing to oblige Alice, but was not going to stand any nonsense, and would have willingly knocked the heads together of any 5 couples of this rebel rout, mounted on a corner of the railing, which by Mr. Williams's prescience had been built around the tree, and addressed the riotous assembly. They stopped to hear him, supposing he was to deliver the gifts to which they had been summoned. He told them pretty roundly that if they did not keep the peace and stop crowding and yelling, they should all be turned out of doors, that they were to pass the little girls and boys forward first, and that nobody would have anything to eat till this was done. Some approach to obedience followed. A few little waifs were found, who in decency could be called little girls and boys. But, alas, as she looked down from her chair, Alice felt as if most of her guests looked like shameless, hulking big boys and big girls, only too well fitted to grapple with the world, and only too eager to accept its gifts without grappling. She and Lily tried to forget this. They kissed a few little girls, and saw the faintest gleam of pleasure on 1 or 2 little faces. But there, also, the pleasure was almost extinct in fear of the big boys and big girls howling round. So the howling began again as the distribution went forward. "Gimme that jackknife. I say, mister, I'm as big as he is. He had one before and hid it. Be down, Tom Mulligan. Get off that fence or I'll hide you. I don't want the book. Give me them skates. You shan't have the skates. I'll have 'em myself. And so on. John Flagg finally knocked down Tom Mulligan, who had squeezed round behind the tree in an effort to steal something, and had the satisfaction of sending him bellowing from the room with his face covered with blood from his nose. Gilmore, meanwhile, was rapidly distributing an orange and an apple to each, which, while the oranges were sucked, gave a moment's quiet. Alice and the ladies, badly frightened, were stripping the tree as fast as they could, and at last announced that it was all clear, with almost as eager joy as half an hour before they had announced that it was all full. "There's a candy horn on top. Give me that. Give me that little apple. Give me the old sheep. Hoo-hurrah for the old sheep!" This of a little lamb, which had been placed as an appropriate ornament in front. Then began a howl about oranges. "I want another orange." "Bill's got some. I've got none." "I say, mister, give me an orange." To which Mr. replied by opening the window and speaking into the street. "I say, Purdy, call 4 officers and come up and clear this room." The room did not wait for the officers. It cleared itself very soon on this order, and was left a scene of wreck and dirt. Orange peel was trampled down on the floor, cake thrown down and mashed to mud intermixed with that which had come in on the boots, and the water which had been slobbered over from hasty mugs, the sugar plums which had fallen in scrambles, and little sprays of green, too, trodden into the mass, all made an aspect of filth like a market sidewalk. And poor Alice was half crying and half laughing. Poor Lily was wholly crying. Gilmore and Flagg were explaining to each other how gladly they would have thrashed the whole set. The thought uppermost in Alice's mind was that she had been a clear, out-and-out fool. And that, probably, is the impression of the greater part of the readers of her story, or would have been the impression of any one who only had her point of view. Chapter 2. Perhaps the reader is willing to take another point of view. As the group stood there, talking over the riot, as Mrs. MacNeil called it, as John Flagg tried to make Alice laugh by bringing her a half a piece of frosted pound cake, and proving to her that it had not been on the floor, as she said, her eyes streaming with tears, "I tell you, John, I am a fool, and I know I am. Nobody but a fool would have started such a row." As all this happened, Patrick Crehore came back for his little sister's orange, which he had wrapped in her handkerchief and left on one of the book racks in the room. Patrick was alone now, and therefore sheepish enough, and got himself and his orange out of the room as soon as he well could. But he was sharp enough to note the whole position, and keen enough to catch Alice's words as she spoke to Mr. Flagg. Indeed, the general look of disappointment and chagrin in the room, and the contrast between this filthy ruin and the pretty elegance of half an hour ago, were distinct enough to be observed by a much more stupid boy than Patrick Crehore. He went downstairs and found Bridget waiting, and walked home with the little toddler, meditating rather more than was his wont on Alice's phrase, "I tell you, I am a fool." Meditating on it, he hailed Bridget up 5 flights of stairs, and broke in on the little room where a table, spread with a plentiful supply of tea, baker's bread, butter, cheese, and cabbage, waited their return. Jerry Crehore, his father, sat smoking, and his mother was tidying up the room. "And had ye a good time, me darlin'? And you've brought home your orange, and a doll, too, and mittens, too. And what did you have, Pat?" So Pat explained, almost sulkily, that he had a checkerboard and a set of checkermen, which he produced, but he put them by, as if he hated the sight of them, and for a minute dropped the subject, while he helped little Biddy to cabbage. He ate something himself, drank some tea, and then delivered his rage with much unction a little profanity, great incoherency, but to his own relief. "It's a mean thing it is, all of it," said he. "I'll be hanged, but it is. I dunno who that lady is, but we made her cry bad. I know that. And the boys acted like Nick. They knew that as well as I do. The man there had to knock one of the fellows down, bedad, and served him right, too. I say, the fellows fought, and hollered, and stole, and sure you'd thought you was driving pigs down the 8th Avenue, and I was as bad as the worst of 'em. That's what the boys did when a lady asked 'em to Christmas." "That was a mean thing to do," said Jerry, taking his pipe from his mouth for a longer speech than he had ever been known to make while smoking. Mrs. Crehore stopped in her dish-wiping, sat down, and gave her opinion. She did not know what a Christmas tree was, having never seed one nor heerd of one, but she did know that those who went to see a lady should show manners and behave like gentlemen, or not go at all. She expressed her conviction that Tom Mulligan was rightly served, and her regret that he had not 2 black eyes instead of 1. She would have been glad indeed if certain Floyds and Sullivans and Flahertys, with whose names of baptism she was better acquainted than I am, had shared a similar fate. This oration, and the oracle of his father still more, appeased Pat somewhat, and when his supper was finished, after long silence, he said, "We'll give her a Christmas present. We will. Tom Mulligan and Bill Floyd and I'll give it. The others shan't know. I know what we'll give her. I'll tell Bill Floyd that we made her cry." Chapter 3. After supper, accordingly, Pat Crehore repaired to certain rendezvous of the younger life of the neighborhood known to him, in search of Bill Floyd. Bill was not at the first, nor at the second, there being indeed no rule or principle known to men, or even to archangels, by which Bill's presence at any particular spot at any particular time could be definitely stated. But Bill also, in his proud free will, obeyed certain general laws, and accordingly Pat found him inspecting, as a volunteer officer of police, the hauling out and oiling of certain hose at the house of a neighboring hose company. "Come here, Bill. I got something to show you." Bill had already carried home and put in safe keeping a copy of Routledge's Robinson Crusoe, which had been given to him. He left the hose inspection willingly, and hurried along with Pat, past many attractive groups, not even stopping where a brewer's horse had fallen on the ground, till Pat brought him in triumph to the gaudy window of a shoe shop, lighted up gaily and full of the wares by which even shoe shops lure in customers for Christmas. "See there," said Pat, nearly breathless, and he pointed to the very center of the display, a pair of slippers made from bronze-gilt kid, and displaying a hideous blue silk bow upon the gilding. For what class of dancers or of maskers these slippers may have been made, or by what canon of beauty, I know not. Only they were the center of decoration in the shoe shop window. Pat looked at them with admiration, as he had often done, and said again to Bill Floyd, "See there, ain't them handsome?" "Golly," said Bill, "I guess so." "Bill, let's buy them little shoes and give 'em to her." "Give 'em to who?" said Bill, from whose mind the Christmas tree had for the moment faded under the rivalry of the hose company, the brewer's horse, and the shop window. "Give 'em to who?" "Why, her. I don't know who she is. The gal that made the the tree, you know, and give us the oranges, where old Purdy was. I say, Bill, it was a mean, dirty shame to make such a row there when we was bid to a party, and I want to make the gal a present, for I seed her crying, Bill, crying 'cause it was such a row." Again I omit certain profane expressions which did not add any real energy to this declaration. "They is handsome," said Bill meditatingly. "Ain't the blue ones handsomest?" "No," said Pat, who saw that he had gained his lodgment, and that carrying his point was now only a matter of time. "The gold ones is the ones for me. We'll give 'em to the gal for a Christmas present. You and I and Tom Mulligan." Bill Floyd did not dissent, being indeed in the habit of going as he was led, as were most of the rebel rout with whom he had an hour ago been acting. He assented entirely to Pat's proposal. By Christmas, both parties understood that the present was to be made before Twelfth Night, not necessarily on Christmas Day. Neither of them had a penny, but both of them knew perfectly well that whenever they chose to get a little money they could do so. They soon solved their first question as to the cost of the coveted slippers. True, they knew, of course, that they would be ejected from the decent shop if they went in to inquire, but by lying in wait they soon discovered Delia Sullivan, a decent-looking girl they knew, passing by, and having made her their confidant so far that she was sure she was not fooled, they sent her in to inquire. The girl returned to announce, to the astonishment of all parties, that the shoes cost $6. "Hugh!" cried Pat. $6 for them, I bought my mother's new overshoes for one." But not the least did he bate of his determination, and he and Bill Floyd went in search of Tom Mulligan. Tom was as easily found as Bill, but it was not so easy to enlist him. Tom was in a regular corner liquor store with men who were sitting smoking, drinking, and telling dirty stories. Either of the other boys would have been whipped at home if he had been known to be seen sitting in this place, and the punishment would have been well bestowed. But Tom Mulligan had had nobody to thrash him for many a day, until John Flagg had struck out so smartly from the shoulder. Perhaps, had there been some thrashing as discriminating as Jerry Flaherty's, it had been better for Tom Mulligan. The boys found him easily enough, but, as I said, had some difficulty in getting him away. With many assurances, however, that they had something to tell him, and something to show him, they lured him from the shadow of the comfortable stove into the night. Pat Crehore, who had more of the tact of oratory than he knew, then boldly told Tom Mulligan the story of the Christmas tree, as it passed after Tom's ejection. Tom was sour at first, but soon warmed to the narrative, and even showed indignation at the behavior of boys who had seemed to carry themselves less obnoxiously than he did. All the boys agreed that but for certain others who had never been asked to come, and ought to be ashamed to be there with them as were, there would have been no row. They all agreed that on some suitable occasion, unknown to me and to this story, they would take vengeance on these Tidds and Sullivans. When Pat Crehore wound up his statement by telling how he saw the ladies crying, and all the pretty room looking like a pigsty, Tom Mulligan was as loud as he was in saying that it was all wrong, and that nobody but blackguards would have joined in it, in particular such blackguards as the Tidds and Sullivans above alluded to. Then to Tom's sympathizing ear was confided the project of the gold shoes, as the slippers were always called in this honorable company. And Tom completely approved. He even approved the price. He explained to the others that it would be mean to give to a lady anything of less price. This was exactly the sum which recommended itself to his better judgment. And so the boys went home, agreeing to meet Christmas morning as a committee of Ways and Means. To the discussions of this committee I need not admit you. Many plans were proposed. One, that they should serve through the holidays at certain ten-pin alleys known to them. One, that they should buy off Fogarty from his newspaper route for a few days. But the decision was that Pat, the most decent in appearance, should dress up in a certain Sunday suit he had, and offer the services of himself and two unknown friends of his as extra cork boys at Birnbaum's brewery, where Tom Mulligan reported they were working nights that they might fill an extra order. This device succeeded. Pat and his friends were put on duty for trial on the night of the 26th, and the foreman of the corking room being satisfied, they retained their engagement till New Year's Eve, when they were paid $3 each and resigned their positions. "Let's buy her 3 shoes," said Bill, in enthusiasm at their success. But this proposal was rejected. Each of the other boys had a private plan for an extra present to her by this time. The sacred $6 was folded up in a bit of straw paper from the brewery, and the young gentlemen went home to make their toilets, a process they had had no chance to go through on Christmas Eve. After this there was really no difficulty about their going into the shoe shop, and none about consummating the purchase, to the utter astonishment of the dealer. The gold shoes were bought, rolled up in paper, and ready for delivery. Bill Floyd had meanwhile learned, by inquiry at the chapel, where she lived, though there were doubts whether any of them knew her name. The others rejected his proposals that they should take street cars, and they boldly pushed afoot up to Clinton Avenue, and rang, not without terror, at the door. Terror did not diminish when Black George appeared, whose acquaintance they had made at the tree. But fortunately George did not recognize them in their apparel of elegance. When they asked for the lady that gave the tree, he bade them wait a minute, and in less than a minute Alice came running out to meet them. To the boys' great delight, she was not crying now. "If you please, ma'am," said Tom, who had been commissioned as spokesman, "if you please, them's our Christmas present to you, ma'am. Them's gold shoes. And please, ma'am, we're very sorry that there was such a row at the Christmas, ma'am. It was mean, ma'am. Good-bye, ma'am." Alice's eyes were opening, wider and wider. Nor at this moment did she understand. Gold shoes and row at the Christmas stuck by her, however, and she understood there was a present. So, of course, she said the right thing, by accident, and did the right thing, being a lady through and through. "No, you must not go away. Come in, boys, come in. I did not know you, you know." And how could she? "Come in and sit down." "Can't you take off your hat?" said Tom, in an aside to Pat, who had neglected this reverence as he entered, and Tom was thus a little established in his own esteem. And Alice opened the parcel, and had her presence of mind by this time, and, amazed as she was at the gold shoes, showed no amazement, nay, even slipped off her own slipper, and showed that the gold shoe fitted, to the delight of Tom, who was trying to explain that the man would change them if they were too small. She found an apple for each boy, thanked and praised each one separately, and the interview would have been perfect, had she not, innocently, asked Tom what was the matter with his eye. Tom's eye. Well, it was the black eye John Flagg gave him. I am sorry to say Bill Floyd snickered, but Pat came to the front this time, and said, "A man hurt him." Then Alice produced some mittens which had been left, and asked whose those were, but the boys did not know. "I say, fellers, I'm going down to the writing school at the Union," said Pat, when they got into the street, all of them being in the mood that conceals emotion. "I say, let's all go." To this they agreed. "I say, I went there last week Monday with Meg McManus. I say, fellers, it's real good fun." The other fellows, having on the unfamiliar best rig, were well aware that they must not descend to their familiar haunts, and all consented. To the amazement of the teacher, these 3 hulking boys allied themselves to the side of order, took their places as they were bidden, turned the public opinion of the class, and made the Botany Bay of the school to be its quietest class that night. To his amazement, the same result followed the next night, and, to his greater amazement, the next. To Alice's amazement, she received on Twelfth Night a gilt valentine envelope, within which, on heavily ruled paper, were announced these truths: "Marm, the mittens were Nora Kilpatrick's. She lives in Water Street Place, behind the Lager Brewery. Yours to command, William Floyd, Thomas Mulligan, Patrick Crehore." The names which they could copy from signs were correctly spelled. To Pat's amazement, Tom Mulligan held on at the writing school all winter. When it ended, he wrote the best hand of any of them. To my amazement, one evening when I looked in at Longman's, 2 years to the day after Alice's tree, a bright, black-eyed young man, who had tied up for me the copy of Masson's Milton, which I had given myself for a Christmas present, said, "You don't remember me?" I owned innocence. "My name is Mulligan, Thomas Mulligan. Would you thank Mr. John Flagg, if you meet him, for a Christmas present he gave me 2 years ago, at Miss Alice MacNeil's Christmas tree? It was the best present I ever had, and the only one I ever deserved." And I said I would do so. I told Alice afterward never to think she was going to catch all the fish there were in any school. I told her to whiten the water with ground bait enough for all, and to thank God if her heavenly fishing were skillful enough to save one. End of Alice's Christmas Tree, by Edward Everett Hale. Read by Maria Kasper.
Christmas on Wheels by Willis Boyd Allen, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. A railroad station in a large city is hardly an inviting spot at its best, but at the close of a cheerless, blustering December day, when biting draughts of wind come scurrying in at every open door, filling the air with a grey compound of dust and fine snow, when passengers tramp up and down the long platform, waiting impatiently for their trains, when newsboys wander about with disconsolate red faces, hands in pockets, and bundles of unsold papers under their ragged and shivering arms, when, in general, humankind presents itself as altogether a frozen, forlorn, discouraged, and hopeless race, condemned to be swept about on the nipping, dusty wind like Francesca and her lover at the rate of 30 miles an hour, then the station becomes positively unendurable. So thought Bob Estabrook as he paced to and fro in the Boston and Albany depot, travelling bag in hand, on just such a night as I have described. Beside him, locomotives puffed and plunged and backed on the shining rails, as if they too felt compelled to trot up and down to keep themselves warm and in even tolerably good humour. "Just my luck," growled Bob, with a misanthropic glare at a loud-voiced family who were passing. "Christmas coming, 2 jolly Brighton parties, and an oratorio thrown up, and here I am, fired off to San Francisco. So much for being junior member of a law firm. Wonder what—" Here the ruffled current of his meditations ran plump against a rock, and as suddenly diverged from its former course. The rock was no less than a young person, who at that moment approached with a grey-haired man and inquired the way to the ticket office. "Just beyond the waiting room, on the right," replied Bob, pointing to the office, and lifting his hat courteously in response to the lady's question. He watched them with growing interest as they followed his directions and stood before the lighted window. The 2 silhouettes were decidedly out of the common. The voice, whose delicate tones still lingered pleasantly about Mr. Robert Estabrook's fastidious ears, was an individual voice, as distinguishable from any other, he remembered, as was the owner's bright face, the little fur collar beneath it, the daintily gloved hands, and the pretty brown travelling suit. "Dignified old fellow," mused Bob irrelevantly, as the couple moved toward the train gates. "Probably her father. Perhaps, hullo! By George, they're going on my car." With which breath of summer in his winter of discontent, the young man proceeded to finish his cigar, consult his watch, and, as the last warning bell rang, step upon the platform of the already moving Pullman. It must be admitted that as he entered he gave an expectant glance down the aisle of the car, but the sombre curtains hanging from ceiling to floor told no tales. Too sleepy to speculate, and too learned in the marvellous acoustic properties of a sleeping car to engage the porter in conversation on the subject, he found his berth, arranged himself for the night with the nonchalance of an old traveller, and laying his head upon his vibrating atom of a pillow, was soon plunged into a dream at least 50 miles long. 2. It was snowing, and snowing hard. Moreover, it had been snowing all night and all the afternoon before. The wind rioted furiously over the broad Missouri plains, alternately building up huge castles of snow and throwing them down again like a fretful child, overtaking the belated teamster on his homeward journey, clutching him with its icy hand, and leaving him buried in a tomb spotless as the fairest marble. Howling, shrieking, racing madly to and fro, never out of breath, always the same tireless, pitiless, awful power. Rocks, fields, sometimes even forests, were blotted out of the landscape. A mere hyphen upon the broad white page lay the western-bound train, held fast by the soft but firm hand. The fires in the locomotives, there were 2 of them, had been suffered to go out, the fuel in the tenders was exhausted, and the great creatures waited silently together, left alone in the storm, while the snow drifted higher and higher upon their patient backs. When Bob had waked that morning to find the tempest more furious than ever, and the train stuck fast in a huge snowbank, his first thought was of dismay at the possible detention in the narrow limits of the Pullman, which seemed much colder than it had before. His next was to wonder how the change of fortune would affect Gertrude Raymond. Of course, he had long ago become acquainted with the brown travelling suit and fur collar. Of course, there had been numberless little services for him to perform for her and the old gentleman, who had indeed proved to be her father. Bob had already begun to dread the end of the journey. He had gone to his berth the night before, wishing that San Francisco were 10 days from Boston instead of 6. Providence having taken him at his word, and indicated that the journey would be of at least that duration, if not more, he was disposed, like no few of his fellow mortals, to grumble. Once more he became misanthropic. "There's Miss Raymond now," he growled to himself, knocking his head savagely against the upper berth in his attempt to look out through the frosty pane, "sitting over against the aisle day after day with her kid gloves and all that. Nice enough, of course," recalling 1 or 2 spirited conversations where hours had slipped by like minutes, "but confoundedly useless, like the rest of 'em. If she were like mother, now, there'd be no trouble. She'd take care of herself. But as it is, the whole car will be turned upside down for her to day, for fear she'll freeze or starve or spoil her complexion or something." Here Bob turned an extremely cold shoulder on the window, and having performed a sort of horizontal toilette, emerged from his berth, his hair on end, and his face expressive of utter defiance to the world in general, and contempt of fashionable young ladies in particular. At that moment Miss Raymond appeared in the aisle, sweet and rosy as a June morning, her cheeks glowing and her eyes sparkling with fun. "Good morning, Mr. Estabrook," she said demurely, settling the fur collar about her neck. Bob endeavoured to look dignified, and was conscious of failure. "Good morning," he replied with some stiffness and a shiver which took him by surprise. It was cold, jumping out of that warm berth. "I understand we must stay, but don't let me detain you," she added with a sly glance at his hair. Bob turned and marched off solemnly to the masculine end of the car, washed in ice water, completed his toilette, and came back refreshed. Breakfast was formally served as usual, and then a council of war was held. Conductor, engineers, and brakemen being consulted and inventories taken, it was found that, while food was abundant, the stock of wood in the bins would not last till noon. There were 12 railroad men and 35 passengers on board, some 20 of the latter being immigrants in a second class behind the 2 Pullmans. The little company, gathered in the snowbound car, looked blankly at each other, some of them instinctively drawing their wraps more tightly about their shoulders, as if they already felt the approaching chill. It was miles to the nearest station in either direction. Above, below, on all sides, was the white blur of tumultuous, wind-lashed snow. The silence was broken pleasantly. Once more Bob felt the power of those clear, sweet tones. "The men must make up a party to hunt for wood," she said. "While you're gone, we women will do what we can for those who are left." The necessity for immediate action was evident, and without further words the council broke up, to obey her suggestion. A dozen men, looking like amateur Esquimaux, and floundering up to their armpits at the first step, started off through the drifts. One of the trainmen, who knew the line of the road thoroughly, was sure they must be near a certain clump of trees where plenty of wood could be obtained. Taking the precaution to move in single line, one of the engineers, a broad-shouldered 6-footer, leading the way, and steering by compass, they were soon out of sight. As they struck off at right angles to the track, Bob thought he recognized a face, pressed close to the pane and watching them anxiously, but he could not be sure. 2 hours later the men appeared once more, some staggering under huge logs, some with axes, some with bundles of lighter boughs for kindling. In another 5 minutes smoke was going up cheerily from the whole line of cars, for the trees had proved to be less than a quarter of a mile distant, and the supply would be plentiful before night. When Bob Estabrook stamped into his own car, hugging up a big armful of wood, he was a different-looking fellow from the trim young lawyer who was wont to stand before the jury seats in the Boston court-house. He had on a pair of immense blue yarn mittens loaned by a kindly brakeman, his face was scratched with refractory twigs, his eyebrows were frosted, his moustache an icy carrot. The average tramp might well have hesitated before acknowledging kinship with him. His eyes roved through the length of the car as it had that first night in the depot. She was not there. He was as anxious as a boy for her praise. "Guess I'll take it into the next car," he said apologetically to the nearest passengers. "There's more coming just behind." She was not in the second Pullman. Of course, she wasn't in the baggage car. Was it possible? He entered the third and last car, recoiling just a bit at the odor of crowded and unclean poverty which met him at the door. Sure enough, there she sat, his idle, fashionable type of inutility, with one frowsy child upon the seat beside her, 2 very rumpled-looking boys in front, and a baby with terracotta hair in her arms. Somehow the baby's hair against the fur collar didn't look so badly as you would expect, either. She seemed to be singing it to sleep, and kept on with her soft crooning as she glanced up over the tangled red locks at Snowy Bob and his armful of wood, with a look in her eyes that would have sent him cheerfully to Alaska for more, had there been need. A few seats off, I ought to say, her father was talking kindly and earnestly to a rough-looking man and his wife, the latter of whom wore the dear old gentleman's cloak. Fathers and daughters are apt to be pretty much alike in these things, you see. 3. With the cheerful heat of the fires, the kind offices of nearly all the well-dressed people to the poorer ones, for they were not slow, these kid-gloved Pullman passengers, to follow Miss Raymond's example, the day wore on quietly and not unpleasantly toward its close. Then some one suddenly remembered that it was Christmas Eve. "Dear me!" cried Miss Raymond delightedly, reaching round the baby to clap her hands. "Let's have a Christmas party. A few sighed and shook their heads as they thought of their own home firesides. One or two smiled indulgently on the small enthusiast. Several chimed in at once. Conductor and baggage master were consulted, and the spacious baggage car, specially engaged for the occasion, the originator of the scheme triumphantly announced. Preparations commenced without delay. All the young people put their heads together in one corner, and many were the explosions of laughter as the program grew. Trunks were visited by their owners and small articles abstracted therefrom to serve as gifts for the emigrants and trainmen, to whose particular entertainment the evening was by common consent to be devoted. Just as the lamps were lighted in the train, our hero, who had disappeared early in the afternoon, returned, dragging after him a small, stunted pine tree, which seemed to have strayed away from its native forests on purpose for the celebration. On being admitted to the grand hall, Bob further added to the decorations a few strings of a queer, mossy sort of evergreen. Hereupon a very young man with light eyebrows, who had hitherto been inconspicuous, suddenly appeared from the depths of a battered trunk, over the edge of which he had for some time been bent like a siphon, and with a beaming face produced a box of veritable tiny wax candles. He was on the road, he explained, for a large wholesale toy shop, and these were samples. He guessed he could make it all right with the firm. Of course, the affair was a great success. I have no space to tell of the sheltered walk that Bob constructed of rugs from car to car, of the beautified interior of the old baggage car, draped with shawls and brightened with bits of ribbon, of the mute wonder of the poor emigrants, a number of whom had but just arrived from Germany, and could not speak a word of English, of their unbounded delight when the glistening tree was disclosed, and the cries of "Weihnachtsbaum! Weihnachtsbaum!" from their rumpled children, whose faces waked into a glow of blissful recollection at the sight. Ah, if you could have seen the pretty gifts the brave little pine, which all the managers agreed couldn't possibly have been used had it been an inch taller, the improvised tableau wherein Bob successively personated an organ-grinder, a pug dog, and Hamlet, amid thunders of applause from the brakemen and engineers. Then the passengers sang a simple Christmas carol, Miss Raymond leading with her pure soprano, and Bob chiming in like the diapason of an organ. Just as the last words died away, a sudden hush came over the audience. Could it be an illusion, or did they hear the muffled but sweet notes of a church bell faintly sounding without? Tears came into the eyes of some of the roughest of the emigrants as they listened and thought of a wee belfry somewhere in the Fatherland, where the Christmas bells were calling to prayers that night. The sound of the bells ceased, and the merriment went on, while the young man, with eyebrows lighter than ever, but with radiant face, let himself quietly into the car unnoticed. It had been his own thought to creep out into the storm, clear away the snow from the nearest locomotive bell, and ring it while the gaiety was at its height. All this indeed there was, and more, but to Bob the joy and sweetness of the evening centred in one bright face. What mattered it if the wind roared and moaned about the lonely snow-drifted train, while he could look into those brown eyes and listen to that voice for whose every tone he was fast learning to watch? Well, the blockade was raised, and the long railroad trip finished at last. But 2 of its passengers, at least, have agreed to enter upon a still longer journey. 4. She says it all began when he came staggering in with his armful of wood and his blue mittens. And he? He doesn't care at all when it began. He only realizes the joy that has come to him, and believes that after a certain day next May it will be Christmas for him all the year round. End of Christmas on Wheels by Willis Boyd Allen.
A Soldier's Christmas by Owen Oliver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I had spent 15 Christmas days with my battalion. Upon the 16th I woke far away from it, and I decided that since I couldn't have a soldier's Christmas, I wouldn't have any Christmas at all. I rang for my man as soon as it was light. He came in and saluted and stood at attention. I had warned him when I brought him out that if the army had done with me, I hadn't done with the army. So he observed military discipline. "You will take every Christmas card that comes this morning and put it on the fire," I commanded. "Yes, sir." "And everything that looks like a Christmas circular or an invitation or anything else, burn the lot." "Very good, sir." "And tell the porter that if anyone calls, I am out." "Yes, sir." "And tell his wife to send up just a plain lunch and dinner. If there's Christmas pudding or anything of that sort, she'll have no Christmas box from me. You'll make that perfectly clear." "Yes, sir." "The post should come about 11. When you have disposed of it, you can go for the day." "Thank you, sir." He fidgeted about in an unsoldierly fashion. "Quite sure you won't want me, sir?" "How dare you question my orders?" I snapped. "Do you think I don't know my own mind because I'm on the retired list?" That wasn't strictly correct, but they had told me that I should be gazetted out next week. "Beg pardon, sir. I was only thinking—" I cut him short. "A soldier doesn't think, he obeys. You and I are still soldiers, though a board of idiots say I'm physically unfit for further service. Unfit! I'd like to have the whole board in this room and show them who's physically unfit." I kicked off the bedclothes and jumped out of bed. "Give me the dumbbells and go and fetch my shaving water. Unfit indeed. A mere kink in the leg. Those fools at the War Office will sit up when they read my protest." Yes, sir. They don't know what you did for the battalion, sir. The men are terribly cut up about you leaving, sir. Begging your pardon for mentioning it. I had a letter from Conky Davis." "Who?" I roared. 6243, A. Davis E. Company, sir. The one that—" I know. There wasn't a man in the battalion that I didn't know all about. He says, if you'll excuse me for mentioning it, sir, that all the men say that Major Harder was the best—" "Stop!" I said. "Do you think I don't know how soldiers write? He doesn't say that." Harris fidgeted. "It comes to that, sir," he amended. "He calls me Old Mustard, eh?" I knew their name for me. "Yes, sir. It doesn't mean any harm. I know. Old Mustard, eh?" I rubbed my hands. "And what's the impudent scoundrel got to say of Old Mustard?" "His exact words," Harris told me solemnly, "begging your pardon, sir, were these: 'You always got it straight from him, and would rather be swore at by Old Mustard than kissed by the Colonel.'" I sat down on the bed suddenly. It upset me a bit to know that the boys remembered me like that. "Heaven bless 'em," I said. What are you gaping at? Go and get that shaving water." I understood the chaps, and if I'd lost both arms and both legs, I'd have been able to manage the battalion. That's what those clever gentlemen at the War Office didn't realise. I don't say they didn't mean to treat me well, but what's the use of a DSO and a wounds pension to a man who can't go on soldiering? And to turn him off just before Christmas, of all times. However, the Colonel said in his letter that he was carrying out my plans for the Christmas dinner and the presents afterwards. That was some consolation. I shaved and dressed and had breakfast. Then I hobbled out for a walk in the park. At least I started to go there, but there were so many children and beggars wishing me a Merry Christmas that I soon returned to the flat again. They didn't know any better. But my relatives and friends, who kept writing to ask me to keep Christmas with them, ought to have had more sense. He might have known that there wasn't any Christmas for a man who had been turned out of the army. I hoped that every member of the medical board might be choked by his Christmas dinner. Physically unfit, indeed. I'd have knocked out any two of them in 5 minutes if I'd had them in a 10-foot ring. When I returned, Harris was waiting on the doormat with a handful of letters. "I wasn't quite sure if I understood the orders, sir," he declared. "There's one letter in particular that—" He didn't get any further. I have told off a few soldiers in my time for slackness in carrying out orders, but I surpassed myself on this occasion. Harris ran off to the kitchen fire in such a hurry that he even forgot to salute. I think he was ashamed of himself, for he was particularly anxious to make me comfortable before he went. I got him out of trouble when he was young and raw, and the beggar was always grateful. He was so cut up when I was invalided that I had to bring him away with me. When he had departed, I got out all my papers — I'd kept them from the first Gazette — and read them through. Then I read a letter from the adjutant, which I liked better than the official documents. "You'll still be running the regiment," he wrote. "When I succeeded you as adjutant 3 years ago, I knew that I'd stepped into the shoes of a man, and I made up my mind to fill them. You have helped me to do so all the time, and thanks to your teaching, I think I shall be able to carry on as you'd have me carry on. I shall always feel that it's your regiment." That was how I felt about it. The last 2 colonels had been easy-going men. They left everything to me when I was adjutant, and they always consulted me afterwards. I had a note before me now asking my advice about some difficulties with the double-company messing system. I wrote the answer on the spot and sealed it up. I hoped that Harris hadn't burnt anything from the battalion. I hadn't thought to mention that service letters were not to be included in the bonfire. I always was a hasty beggar. Old mustard. The boys knew me. I had begun a letter to the adjutant advising him to watch C Company, whose captain was too fidgety with the men, and to make sure that F Company wasn't too much in the hands of the pay sergeant. I'd court-martial every officer who leaves cash payments to a sergeant if I had my way. I was going on to the question of non-regulation boots when I heard the front door bell. I didn't answer it and didn't mean to. But presently I heard someone come into the hall. I hadn't looked up after Harris. I hobbled to the door of the room as fast as I could go. "What the deuce do you mean by entering my hall?" I shouted. And then I stopped, for the intruder was my cousin Alice, Mrs. Barkham. We had been like brother and sister since we were children toddling together. She smiled, and I frowned. "Well, what the deuce do you mean by it, Alice?" I asked. "You were brought up as a sportswoman. You ought to know that there's a close time for an old badger who's licking his wounds in his lair." Alice came and put her gloved hand on my shoulder and kissed me. "I know," she said. "Dear old man, I felt so bad about it that I had to come to the wounded soldier." "I'm not a soldier any longer," I growled. "They're turning me out of the army. Physically unfit. The fools." "You are a soldier," she contradicted, "and you'll always be a soldier. And you're coming back with me to spend Christmas like a soldier. A soldier," she put her hand on my arm again, "who is too brave to let his troubles hurt his friends. There is a certain silly old friend who has had a little cry on Christmas morning over a letter, Dickie." "Dash it all!" I cried. "You don't mean to say that you—" Come, commanding officer." I always called her that. "Settle the case summarily. I've been malingering in hospital instead of doing my duty. I'm an idiot. What's the punishment?" "The punishment," she said, "is to come back with me and spend Christmas like a soldier who doesn't mean to mourn about the soldiering that he can't do, but to do manfully the soldiering that he can." "That isn't much, Al," I said mournfully. "I was all right in the regiment, but I'm no use out of it, or in it now." "No use!" she cried, tossing back her head as she always did when she was very much in earnest. "No use! Why, Dickie, just think. What's the principal work of an old soldier? What would yours have been if you'd stayed on and commanded the battalion? You would, of course. Isn't it to make soldiers? Well, you've trained plenty of fellows to do that, so many that your work will go on without you. You're still training the battalion, Dickie." "That's what Lane said," I owned. Lane is the adjutant. "It sounds very nice, rather like an after-dinner speech. But I prefer to be doing soldiers' work myself, not by deputy." "And you will. Unless I'm very much mistaken, you'll soon find some way of being useful to the army. For one thing, you'll put soldiers' hearts into lads, into mine. Now, Dickie, get your hat and coat and come and do your soldiering. Show us how a brave soldier fights trouble and keeps a cheerful face and... Poor old man." Her voice quivered suddenly, and she pulled out her handkerchief. "For goodness' sake, don't," I begged. "Look here, you just be a brave soldier too, old girl. No waterworks." "I'm not," she denied gallantly. "Don't be a donkey. The cold has caught my eyes, that's all. Hurry up, you slow soldier." I hurried up and went off with her. I hailed a taxicab and gave Alice's address, and we drove away. I meant to turn my mind right off the service, but Alice artfully led me on to talk about military affairs, and when I once started, I went on till we reached her road. "I've been boring you," I apologized then. "Indeed you haven't," she cried. "It has been most interesting. I had no idea that officers thought out things like that. Why, the management of a regiment seems to be a regular science, with laws and principles." "It ought to be," I told her, "but it generally isn't. Most fellows just muddle along from one thing to another and never grasp the principles of regimental economy. It doesn't occur to them that there are principles. That's the deuce of it. I always found them ready enough to do things in the proper way when I pointed it out." "Then," she said, "why don't you write a book of proper ways? That would be big soldier work, Dickie. You'd be making thousands of good soldiers all through the army." "I'm not much good with the pen," I confessed. "I can talk to soldiers, but I'm afraid I'm a bit blunt, you know." Alice laughed out loud. "Old mustard," she said. "Oh, you know, do you?" "Of course I do. If you wrote bluntly, not too much mustard, it would be all the better. General Lorringham wrote to me about you when you got the DSO, and he said that everybody knew your courage, but what they didn't know was your remarkable understanding of regimental management. Write a good, blunt book about it, Dickie." "Nobody will read it," I grunted, "outside the regiment." "One will," she asserted. "That is how the management of a regiment came to be written. It is in the 3rd edition, and they use it as a textbook. If it is any good, the army have to thank my cousin Alice and another lady. I'm coming to her presently." Alice's jovial husband met me on the doorstep. "Good old man," he cried. "I thought the commanding officer would drag you out. Now you realise the despotism I endure. If I didn't kiss her under the mistletoe there, fair lady I'd get no Christmas dinner. Well, I am glad to see you. What are they thinking of to lose a chap like you for a bit of a limp? Hello, here's the army." My niece rushed at me and dragged me under the mistletoe with a shout of Uncle. They call me that. Then the boys flew out to shake hands. By Jove, I cried, how you've all grown. Here, give me a shoulder, Chris, and I'll do without the stick. Santa Claus been, eh? What? Believe I sent some of them? As if I would. Yes, I'll come. They hauled me into the breakfast room, and Chris sat on my knee, and the boys stood close by and began asking questions. They wanted to know all about the fight for which I got the DSO. The fight, eh? I said. It was just a wretched little affair in the hills. A lot of black chaps sniping and bolting whenever we tried to rush them. The leg, that was a poke with a rusty sword. It wouldn't have been anything if it had been doctored at once. Why wasn't it? Because there wasn't a doctor handy. We were cut off for 5 days. The whole regiment? No, about 30 of us to begin with. How did it happen? Well, the niggers made a rush and got 6 of our chaps, and the colonel let me go at night with a party to rescue them, because they weren't particularly nice to prisoners. We recovered our chaps all right, but we couldn't get away afterwards. Had to hold a sort of little temple till relief came. Much to eat? No, not much. Plenty of water, thank heaven. That's the main thing. How did I fight with my bad leg? Didn't seem to notice it much then. It got worse afterwards. How many men did I shoot? I never was much good at arithmetic, and Chris doesn't want to hear about that. What was the temple like? Well, get me some paper and I'll draw it. I spent the next hour describing the campaign to Chris and the boys. Arthur is 15 and Dick, he was named after me, 14. They both said that they wanted to be soldiers as soon as they could. I told them that they could begin making themselves soldiers now, because the first thing was to obey orders and to obey them smartly. I promised to ask their father to let them learn fencing at school, and gave them an elementary lesson with walking sticks. Chris said she would like to be a nurse and nurse soldiers, and I told her a few things about first aid. I felt I'd spent quite a soldier's morning when the gong sounded for early dinner. I will confess that I was a bit of a coward when I went down to dinner. The holly and decorations made me think of the old mess room. I'm afraid I was a little remiss in talking to the lady whom I took in, till I noticed her smile at me. I beg your pardon, I apologized. I was thinking... I paused. Of a soldier's Christmas, she said. So was I. You don't remember me. Good gracious, I cried. Ethel! I mean, Mrs. Meadows. Her father was colonel of the East Farshire, and we were together in Ceylon. She was just a flapper then, and we won the mixed doubles in the Garrison tennis tournament. She married Meadows, a subaltern in the West Loamshire. He wasn't much good, and died 2 years afterwards. Yes, she said. You were adjutant of your battalion just before we left, and father said, now they'll soon be soldiers. I wasn't a bit surprised when I heard of the Pindy affair and your DSO. Do you remember how I used to wish I'd been born a boy to go into the army, and you called me young soldier? And you called me old soldier. My chaps called me old mustard afterwards. They always have a name for the right sort. I know, Tommy. Her eyes glistened. You disciplined me, I remember. That was how we won the tournament, I reminded her. You obeyed orders and ran up and volleyed like a boy instead of playing a girl's backline game. You see, I judged my soldier before I gave orders. And I judged my leader before I obeyed them, she replied in her old daring way. And threatened him too, I said. When you were grown up, you disciplined me, you said. Perhaps you would have if you hadn't gone so far away. I smiled at her. I used to call her my little sweetheart. I went further, she said, and fared not too well. She sighed. Do you know, I always feel as if I want to be back with the regiment. You see, father had no boy, and so he used to talk to me. And mother was a soldier at heart, a better soldier than some men. Her lip curled. I ought to have been Mrs. Colonel somebody. I would have looked after my battalion.
If I hadn't had this little accident to my leg, I jested, I might have been able to offer you the appointment.
I might have taken it, she retorted with a flash of her old merriment. And then you would have been sorry for yourself.
Only for you, I declared. If you remember, I used to tell you that if I could choose my age, I'd be 5 years older than my young soldier.
Now we're both old soldiers on the retired list, and I haven't got a DSO. And what are you going to do? You mustn't waste all your soldier craft. Father always said that someone like you, a real regimental expert, ought to write a book, instead of leaving staff college men to teach the regimental officer to suck eggs.
Alice has been talking to you, I remarked. Or you to Alice.
Both, she confessed.
You want to find something to amuse an old mustard, I said.
We do, she replied frankly. You see, we both think a good deal of him, and I rather fancy we've found the right amusement. Seriously now.
Well, I said, I'm no writer, but if I understand anything, it's regimental duties. You see, and then I launched off into my favourite topic. It lasted through dinner. You've let me bore you to give an old soldier a pleasant Christmas, I said when we rose.
I would have let you bore me, she said smilingly, with that object. But as it happens, you haven't. Oh, don't I wish I could help you write that book? I dare say you'll write a dozen. You call yourself old, but you're only, let me think, about 37.
That's it. And you're 24.
25, she corrected.
If you were 5 years older, I jested, there'd be the appointment of Mrs. Major Military Author.
You'd better be careful, she warned me laughingly. There's a DSO, and I always wanted a decoration. Well, Alice asked when we were together for a moment, hadn't I a nice surprise for you?
Very nice, I agreed. I always liked that girl, so frank and honest. It's a pity she didn't marry a real soldier. Her heart's in the service. I never met such a regular army woman.
If a certain old soldier had had more sense, Alice observed, I rather think—
You ridiculous matchmaking creature, I cried. She was a mere schoolgirl and looked upon me as a sort of uncle. She never had any other idea.
Said Alice. Girls have all sorts of ideas. A lot you know about women. No, I don't suppose she had any serious idea, but she was uncommonly pleased when she found that she was going to meet you.
Now look here, I protested. Don't put foolish thoughts into the head of a man who's unfit for further service. The idiots.
Hush, Alice entreated.
So I hushed, but I felt myself looking fierce for some time afterwards. If it hadn't been for the 3 confounded pillboxes on that board, I might have had a Mrs. Colonelship to offer to anyone who seemed suitable. However, I was soon dragged out of my corner to play blind man's buff and snapdragon and a dozen other games. Then we had supper, and then the children went to bed. I was going home, but Alice and her husband said that there was a spare room, and I must stay the night. So I stayed. Ethel, I had taken to calling her that again, was staying there too, and the 4 of us sat round the stove. Harris will be worrying about me, I remarked.
Oh, no, he won't, Alice assured me. I met him, and I told him I should bring you back and keep you.
Such conduct, I protested, is subversive of discipline.
Al doesn't believe in other people's discipline, her husband remarked. It depends, she said. Discipline means obeying proper orders and disobeying foolish ones. Now, confess, Dick, haven't you sometimes wished that an order had been disobeyed?
Never, I asserted, but I've sometimes wished that I hadn't given it.
For example, she remarked, when you ordered a whole post of letters to be burnt. Suppose there was an official letter among them, and the person to whom you gave the order was quite sure that you didn't mean that.
He'd no business to mention it to you, I cried. And if he's disobeyed my orders, I'll discharge the scoundrel tomorrow.
I paused for words suitable for ladies' ears, and then Ethel's quiet voice interposed. Isn't it discipline to carry out orders in the spirit? She asked. Now, don't say that would end by not carrying them out at all. That's quite true of the rank and file. But, you see, Harris is your second in command for the moment, and he takes thought for you. Anyhow, you can take his good intention into account in sentencing him.
It's you who ought to write a book, I told her. A lawyer's book.
She laughed. But I've got over you, she asserted. You won't do anything to poor Harris.
No, I said. No. I suppose you've the letter, Alice?
Yes, she said. It's from the War Office. I'll give it to you before I go to bed.
No, I said. Give it to me now. I appealed, of course, but I knew it was no good. I suppose they're right. I'm too lame for duty. No, only for that particular duty. You two good women have disciplined me today and stopped me from growing into a miserable old grumbler. I'll find some duty in life, and, please heaven, I'll do it. What's more, I'll do it without whining that it isn't exactly the duty that I love the old regiment.
A woman's hand touched each of my arms.
The decision was the only possible one, really, and I only appealed to blow off steam instead of accepting the verdict like a good soldier. They can't possibly alter it. I have to read the letter sometime, so I'll just glance at it and get it over. I opened the letter and then I don't know quite what I said or did. My chair seemed to be sailing through the air. When it came to anchor on the hearthrug, old George was pumping my hand and Alice and Ethel were holding my arms. They were laughing and wiping their eyes. Ethel picked up the letter from the hearthrug and waved it as if she were a flapper again.
"Soldier!"
she cried, saluting as if she were one.
"Soldier!"
I rose, holding my chair, and saluted her. I knew very certainly, one sees things clearly in those great moments, that I had found my commanding officer. My heart was too full to speak. For the letter said that, while regretting that my return to regimental duty was not practicable, the War Office considered that my knowledge of regimental economy would be valuable in the Adjutant General's department, and offered me a staff appointment instead of retirement.
"It's a soldier's Christmas after all, Dickie," Alice said, and kissed me. "Let's go and look at the children, George. I always do when I'm specially happy."
They went off, and Ethel and I were left alone. "Ethel," I said, "there's only one thing wanting to make my next soldier's Christmas perfect. A real soldier's wife. There hasn't been anyone because they didn't come up to the dear soldier girl whom I used to know. It isn't a good enough appointment for you."
"It happens to be an appointment I like,"
she told me.
"Oh, Dick, this is my best soldier's Christmas." End of A Soldier's Christmas by Owen Oliver. Recording by Ruth Golding. Christmas 2014.
Christmas Every Day by W. D. Howells, read in English, adapted as a radio play by Brian Hostick and Jessica Mells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christmas Every Day. My little girl came into my study, and as she always did Saturday mornings before breakfast, asked for a story. I tried to beg off, for I was very busy, but she wouldn't let me, so I began. Well, once there was a little pig.
Papa, I've heard little pig stories till I'm perfectly sick of them.
Well, what kind of stories shall I tell then?
About Christmas. It's getting to be the season. It's past Thanksgiving already.
It seems to me that I've told as often about Christmas as I have about little pigs.
No difference. Christmas is more interesting.
Well, okay. Well, then I'll tell you about the little girl that wanted it Christmas every day in the year. How would you like that?
First rate.
Very well, then. This little pig... Hey, what are you hitting me for?
Because you said little pig instead of little girl.
I should like to know what's the difference between a little pig and a little girl that wanted it Christmas every day.
Papa, if you don't go on, I'll give it to you.
Well, once there was a little girl who liked Christmas so much that she wanted it to be Christmas every day in the year, and as soon as Thanksgiving was over, she began to send postal cards to the old Christmas fairy to ask if she mightn't have it. But the old fairy never answered any of the postals, and after a while the little girl found out that the fairy was pretty particular and wouldn't notice anything but letters. Not even correspondence cards and envelopes, but real letters on sheets of paper and sealed outside with a monogram, or your initial anyway. So then she began to send her letters, and in about 3 weeks, or just the day before Christmas it was, she got a letter from the fairy, saying she might have it Christmas every day for a year, and then they would see about having it longer. The little girl was a good deal excited already, preparing for the old-fashioned once-a-year Christmas that was coming the next day, and perhaps the fairy's promise didn't make much of an impression on her as it would have at some other time. She just resolved to keep it to herself and surprise everybody with it as it kept coming true, and then it slipped out of her mind altogether. She had a splendid Christmas. She went to bed early so as to let Santa Claus have a chance at the stockings, and in the morning she was up the first of anybody, and went and felt them, and found hers all lumpy with packages of candy and oranges and grapes and pocketbooks and rubber balls and all kinds of small presents, and her big brothers with nothing but the tongs in them, and her young lady sisters with a new silk umbrella, and her papas and mammas with potatoes and pieces of coal wrapped up in tissue paper, just as they always had every Christmas. Then she waited around till the rest of the family were up, and she was the first to burst into the library when the doors were opened and look at the large presents laid out on the library table. Books and portfolios and boxes of stationery and breastpins and dolls and little stoves and dozens of handkerchiefs and inkstands and skates and snow shovels and photograph frames and little easels and boxes of watercolors and Turkish paste and nougat and candied cherries and dolls' houses and waterproofs and the big Christmas tree lighted and standing in a wastebasket in the middle. She had a splendid Christmas all day. She ate so much candy that she did not want any breakfast, and the whole forenoon the presents kept pouring in that the expressmen had not had time to deliver the night before, and she went round giving the presents she had got for other people, and came home and ate turkey and cranberry for dinner, and plum pudding and nuts and raisins and oranges and more candy, and then went out and coasted and came in with a stomachache crying. And her papa said he would see if his house was turned into that sort of fool's paradise another year, and they had a light supper, and pretty early everybody went to bed cross. Well, now what? Did I say pigs?
You made them act like pigs.
Well, didn't they?
No matter, you ought to put that into a story.
Very well then, I'll take it all out. The little girl slept very heavily, and she slept very late, but she was wakened at last by the other children dancing round her bed with their stockings full of presents in their hands. What is it? Said the little girl, and she rubbed her eyes and tried to rise up in bed. Christmas, 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 they all shouted and waved their stockings. Nonsense, it was Christmas yesterday. Her brothers and sisters just laughed. We don't know about that. It's Christmas today anyway. You come into the library and see. Then all at once it flashed on the little girl that the fairy was keeping her promise, and her year of Christmases was beginning. She was dreadfully sleepy, but she sprang up like a lark that had overeaten itself and gone to bed cross, and darted into the library. There it was again, books and portfolios and boxes of stationery and breastpins.
You needn't go over it all, Papa. I guess I could remember just what was there.
Well, and there was the Christmas tree blazing away, and the family picking out their presents, but looking pretty sleepy, and her father perfectly puzzled, and her mother ready to cry. "I'm sure I don't see how I'm to dispose of all these things," said her mother, and her father said it seemed to him they had had something like it the day before, but he supposed he must have dreamed it. This struck the little girl as the best kind of a joke, and so she ate so much candy she didn't want any breakfast, and went round carrying presents, and had a turkey and cranberry for dinner, and then went out and coasted, and came in with a...
Papa!
Well, what now?
What did you promise, you forgetful thing?
Oh, yes. Well, the next day it was just the same thing over again, but everybody getting crosser, and at the end of a week's time so many people had lost their tempers that you could pick up lost tempers anywhere. They perfectly strewed the ground. Even when people tried to recover their tempers, they usually got somebody else's, and it made the most dreadful mix. The little girl began to get frightened, keeping the secret all to herself. She wanted to tell her mother, but she didn't dare to, and she was ashamed to ask the fairy to take back her gift. It seemed ungrateful and ill-bred, and she thought she would try to stand it, but she hardly knew how she could for a whole year. So it went on, and it was Christmas on St. Valentine's Day and Washington's birthday, just the same as any day, and it didn't skip even the 1st of April, though everything was counterfeit that day, and that was some little relief. After a while, coal and potatoes began to be awfully scarce. So many had been wrapped up in tissue paper to fool papas and mamas with. Turkeys got to be about $1,000 apiece.
Papa!
What?
You're beginning to fib.
Well, 2,000 then. And they got to passing off almost anything for turkeys. Half-grown hummingbirds, and even rocks out of the Arabian Nights. The real turkeys were so scarce. And cranberries? Well, they asked $1 apiece for cranberries. All the woods and orchards were cut down for Christmas trees, and where the woods and orchards used to be, it looked just like a stubble field with the stumps. After a while they had to make Christmas trees out of rags and stuff them with bran like old-fashioned dolls, but there were plenty of rags because people got so poor, buying presents for one another, that they couldn't get any new clothes, and they just wore their old ones to tatters. They got so poor that everybody had to go to the poorhouse, except the confectioners and the fancy storekeepers and the picture book sellers and the expressmen, and they all got so rich and proud that they would hardly wait upon a person when he came to buy. It was perfectly shameful. Well, after it had gone on for about 3 or 4 months, the little girl, whenever she came into the room in the morning and saw those great ugly lumpy stockings dangling at the fireplace and the disgusting presents around everywhere, used to just sit down and burst out crying. In 6 months she was perfectly exhausted. She couldn't even cry anymore. She just lay on the lounge and rolled her eyes and panted. About the beginning of October she took to sitting down on dolls wherever she found them, French dolls or any kind. She hated the sight of them so. And by Thanksgiving she was crazy and just slammed her presents across the room. By that time people didn't carry presents around nicely anymore. They flung them over the fence or through the window or anything. And instead of running their tongues out and taking great pains to write for dear Papa or Mama or brother or sister or Susie or Sammy or Billy or Bobby or Jimmy or Jenny or whoever it was, and troubling to get the spelling right and then signing their names and Christmas with the year, they used to write in the gift books, "Take it, you horrid thing," and then go and bang it against the front door. Nearly everybody had built barns to hold their presents, but pretty soon the barns overflowed, and then they used to let them lie out in the rain or anywhere. Sometimes the police used to come and tell them to shovel their presents off the sidewalk or they would arrest them.
I thought you said everybody had gone to the poorhouse.
Well, they did go at first, but after a while the poorhouses got so full that they had to send the people back to their own houses. And they tried to cry when they got back, but they couldn't make the least sound.
Why couldn't they?
Because they had lost their voices saying Merry Christmas so much. Did I tell you how it was on the 4th of July?
No, how was it?
Well, the night before, the boys stayed up to celebrate as they always do, and fell asleep before 12 o'clock as usual, expecting to be wakened by the bells and cannon. But it was nearly 8 o'clock before the first boy in the United States woke up, and then he found out what the trouble was. As soon as he could get his clothes on, he ran out of the house and smashed a big cannon torpedo down on the pavement. But it didn't make any more noise than a damp wad of paper. And after he tried about 20 or 30 more, he began to pick them up and look at them. Every single torpedo was a big raisin. Then he just streaked it upstairs and examined his firecrackers and toy pistol and $2 collection of fireworks and found that they were nothing but sugar and candy painted to look like fireworks. Before 10 o'clock, every boy in the United States found out that his 4th of July things had turned into Christmas things, and then they just sat down and cried. They were so mad. There are about 20 million boys in the United States, so you can imagine what a noise they made. Some men got together before night with a little powder that hadn't turned into purple sugar yet, and they said they would fire off one cannon anyway. But the cannon burst into 1,000 pieces, for it was nothing but rock candy, and some of the men nearly got killed. The 4th of July orations all turned into Christmas carols, and when anybody tried to read the Declaration, instead of saying, "When in the course of human events it becomes necessary," he was sure to sing, "God rest you merry gentlemen." It was perfectly awful.
And how was it at Thanksgiving?
Well, I'm almost afraid to tell you. I'm afraid you'll think it's wicked.
Well, tell anyway.
Well, before it came Thanksgiving, it had leaked out who had caused all these Christmases. The little girl had suffered so much that she had talked about it in her sleep, and after that hardly anybody would play with her. People just perfectly despised her, because if it had not been for her greediness, it wouldn't have happened. And now when it came Thanksgiving and she wanted them to go to church and have squash pie and turkey and show their gratitude, they said that all the turkeys had been eaten up for her old Christmas dinners, and if she would stop the Christmases, they would see about the gratitude. Wasn't it dreadful? And the very next day the little girl began to send letters to the Christmas fairy and then telegrams to stop it. But it didn't do any good. And then she got to calling at the fairy's house, but the girl that came to the door always said, "Not at home," or "engaged," or "at dinner," or something like that. And so it went on till it came to the old once-a-year Christmas Eve. The little girl fell asleep, and when she woke up in the morning,
she found it was all nothing but a dream.
No, indeed, it was all every bit true.
Well, what did she find out then?
Why, that it wasn't Christmas at last, and wasn't ever going to be any more. All right, now it's time for breakfast.
You shan't go if you're going to leave it so.
How do you want it left?
Christmas once a year.
All right. Well, there was the greatest rejoicing all over the country, and it extended clear up into Canada. The people met together everywhere and kissed and cried for joy. The city carts went around and gathered up all the candy and raisins and nuts and dumped them into the river, and it made the fish perfectly sick. And the whole United States as far out as Alaska was one blaze of bonfires, where the children were burning up their gift books and presents of all kinds. They had the greatest time. The little girl went to thank the old fairy because she had stopped its being Christmas, and she said she hoped she would keep her promise and see that Christmas never came again. But then the fairy frowned and asked her if she was sure she knew what she meant. And the little girl asked her, why not? And the old fairy said that now she was behaving just as greedily as ever, and she'd better look out. This made the little girl think it all over carefully again, and she said she would be willing to have it Christmas about once in 1,000 years. And then she said 100, and then she said 10, and at last she got down to 1. Then the fairy said that was the good old way that had pleased people ever since Christmas began, and she was agreed. Then the little girl said, what are your shoes made of? And the fairy said, leather. And the little girl said, bargain's done forever, and skipped off and hippity-hopped the whole way home. She was so glad. How will that do?
First rate.
And just then my wife popped her head in the door.
Are you never coming to breakfast? What have you been telling that child?
Oh, just a moral tale.
We know. Don't you tell what, Papa? Don't you tell what?
End of Christmas Every Day by W.D. Howells. LibriVox recording by Brian Hostick and
Jessica Mells.
Merry Christmas.
Ceremonies for Christmas by Robert Herrick. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Come, bring with a noise, my merry, merry boys, the Christmas log to the firing, while my good dame, she bids ye all be free, and drink to your heart's desiring. With the last year's brand, light the new block, and, for good success in his spending, on your psalteries play, that sweet luck may come while the log is attending. Drink now the strong beer, cut the white loaf here, the while the meat is a-shredding, for the rare mince pie, and the plums stand by, to fill the paste that's a-kneading. End of Ceremonies for Christmas by Robert Herrick. Read by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on November 26, 2014.
La Charlotte prit Notre-Dame durant la nuit du réveillon. By Jean Rictus, read in French. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seigneur Jésus, je pense à vous. Ça me prends comme ça, il n'y a pas d'offense. Je suis morte de froid. Je ne tiens plus debout. Ce soir encore, j'ai pas eu de chance. Ce soir, pardi, c'est réveillon. On ne voit passer que des rigoleurs. Je gueulerai au feu ou au voleur. Personne n'y y ferait attention. Et vous aussi, Vierge Marie, Sainte Vierge, Mère de Dieu, qui pourrait croire que je vous oublie? Ayez pitié du haut des cieux. Je suis la Sainte Vierge, à mon coin de rue, où depuis l'apéro je bats la semelle. Je suis qu'une ordure, qu'une fille perdue. C'est la Charlotte qu'on m'appelle. Sûr qu'avant de vous causer première, une femme qui est plus bas que le ruisseau devrait qu'honorer ses prières. Mais il m'en revient que des petits morceaux. Vierge Marie pleine de grâce, je suis fauché à mort, vous savez. Mes poignets, c'est plus qu'une crevasse. Et me voilà, ce soir, sur le pavé. Si j'entrais me chauffer à l'église, on me foutrait dehors, c'est couru. Ça se voit trop. Je suis fille soumise. Au moins, pardon, je viens de dire foutu. Tenez, zioté, c'est là Saint-Poivreau, tout flambe, tout chahut, tout lui. Les restaurants et les bistrots, ils ont la permission de la nuit. Tout chacun ne pense qu'à croustiller. Il y a plein de monde dans les rôtisseries, les épices-mares, les charcuteries. Et ça sent bon, le boudin grillé. Ça me fait gazouiller les bouillots. Bon, à présent, Jésus est né. Dans les temps, quand c'est arrivé, si je l'ai, comme il gèle cette nuit. Sur la paille de votre écurie, vous avez rien dû avoir friot, Jésus et vous, Vierge Marie. Bing, on me bouscule avec des litres, des pains quart livre, des assiettes d'huîtres. Non, regardez tous ces salauds. Oh, excusez, Vierge Marie, je crois que j'ai encore dit un vilain mot. N'est-ce pas que vous n'êtes pas fâchée qu'une fille d'amour pleine de péché vous cause ce soir à sa manière pour vous expliquer ses misères? Dis-moi que vous n'êtes pas fâchée. C'est vrai que j'ai quitté de chez nous, mais c'était que la dèche et les coups, la doche, chacran, le dap, toujours sous. Les frangines déjà affranchies. C'était un vrai enfer, Sainte Vierge. Soit dit, sans être une effrontée. Vous-même, il ne seriez pas resté. C'est vrai que j'ai plaqué le turbin, mais l'ouvrier gagne pas son pain. Quoi qu'à fasse, elle est mal payée, elle ne fait même pas pour son loyer. À la fin, quoi, ça décourage. On n'a plus le cœur à l'ouvrage, ni le caractère ouvrier. Je dois dire encore, Vierge Marie, que j'ai aimé sans permission mon béguin, un voyou qui est en ce moment en Algérie, rapport à ses condamnations. Mais quand on a trinqué tout gosse, on a toujours besoin de caresses. On se meurt d'amour toute sa vie. On s'en refait pas. Que voulez-vous? Pourtant, je suis encore fidèle, malgré les autres qui me courent après. Il y a le grand Jules qui veut pas me laisser. Faudrait qu'avec lui je me marie, histoire, comme on dit, de l'engraisser. Ben, jusqu'à présent, il n'y a rien de fait. J'ai pas voulu, Vierge Marie. Enfin, je suis déringolé. Souvent on m'a mis à l'hosto, et je m'ai tant battu et saoulé que j'en suis plein de coups de couteau. Bref, je suis plus qu'une saloperie, un vrai fumier, Vierge Marie. Seulement, quoi qu'on fasse ou qu'on dise, pour essayer de se bien conduire, il y a quelque chose qui est plus fort que vous. Eh ben, c'est pas des boniments, je vous le jure, c'est vrai, Vierge Marie, malgré comme ça que j'ai eu fait la vie. J'ai pensé à vous bien souvent. Et ce soir encore, ça me rappelle un temps qui jamais ne reviendra. Où j'allais à votre chapelle, et moi que c'était votre fête. Je revois votre belle robe bleue, votre voile, même qu'il était piqué d'étoiles, votre belle couronne d'or sur la tête, et votre trésor sur le bras. Pour sûr que vous étiez jolie, comme une reine, comme un miroir, et c'est vrai que je vous revois ce soir, avec mes yeux de corseline. C'est comme si j'y étais, parole. Seulement, c'est plus comme à l'école. Ces pauvres calots ce soir, madame, ils sont rougis et pleins de larmes. Aussi, si vous vouliez, Sainte Vierge, faites ce soir quelque chose pour moi, en vous rappelant de ce temps-là, où ce que j'étais pas une impie. Vous n'avez qu'à lever le petit doigt, ne pas vous occuper du reste. Je vous demande pas des choses pas honnêtes. C'est seulement que je trouve et ramasse un porte-monnaie avec galette perdu par un de ces mufs qui passe, à ma plutôt qu'au balayeur. Un porc lasagne, Vierge Marie, qu'il n'y aurait-il dedans qu'un larronquet. Ça m'aiderait pour m'aller planquer, et ça me permettrait d'attendre à demain, et de m'enfoncer, dire en boudin. Ou alors, si vous pouvez pas, ou voulez pas, Vierge Marie, vous allez me trouver bien hardi, mais faites-moi de suite sauter le pas. Et puis, emmenez-moi avec vous, prenez-moi dans le paradis, où ce qui fait chaud, où ce qui fait doux, où plus jamais je ferai la vie. Sauf mon petit, dont je suis pas guéri. Vous pensez que je n'en regretterai rien. Saint-Lago, la tour, des médecins, des barbeaux et des argousins. Ah, emmenez-moi, dites. Emmenez-moi, avant que la nuit soit passée, et que je sois encore ramassé. Sainte Vierge, emmenez-moi, je vous en prie. Je n'en peux plus de grelotter. Tenez, allumez mes mains gercées et mes petits souliers découverts. Je n'ai toujours que mon costume d'été, que j'ai fait teindre en noir pour l'hiver. Oui, emmenez-moi, dites, emmenez-moi. Et comme il doit y avoir du chemin, si des fois vous vous sentiez lasse, Vierge Marie, pleine de grâce, de porter à bras notre Seigneur. Un enfant, c'est lourd à la fin. Vous me le repasserez un moment, et moi, je le porterai à mon tour, sans le laisser tomber par terre, comme je faisais chez mes parents. La petite maman dans les faubourgs, quand je trimbalais mes petits frères. End of La Charlotte prit Notre-Dame durant la nuit du réveillon, by Jean Rictus, read by Hermann Roskams.
Ballad of Christmas Ghosts by Andrew Lang, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ballad of Christmas Ghosts. Between the moonlight and the fire, in winter twilights long ago, what ghosts we raised for your desire, to make your merry blood run slow. How old, how grave, how wise we grow! No Christmas ghost can make us chill, save those that troop in mournful row, the ghosts we all can raise at will. The beasts can talk in barn and byre, on Christmas Eve old legends know. As year by year the years retire, we men fall silent then, I trow. Such sights hath memory to show, such voices from the silence thrill, such shapes return with Christmas snow, the ghosts we all can raise at will. O children of the village choir, your carols on the midnight throw, O bright across the mist and mire, ye ruddy hearts of Christmas glow. Beat back the dread, beat down the woe, let's cheerily descend the hill. Be welcome all to come or go, the ghosts we all can raise at will. Friend sursum corda, soon or slow we part like guests who've joyed their fill. Forget them not, nor mourn them so, the ghosts we all can raise at will. End of Ballad of Christmas Ghosts by Andrew Lang. Read by Lars Rolander.
A Christmas Carol by G.K. Chesterton, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Christ child lay on Mary's lap. His hair was like a light. Oh, weary, weary were the world, but here is all aright. The Christ child lay on Mary's breast. His hair was like a star. Oh, stern and cunning are the kings, but here the true hearts are. The Christ child lay on Mary's heart. His hair was like a fire. Oh, weary, weary is the world, but here the world's desire. The Christ child stood at Mary's knee. His hair was like a crown, and all the flowers looked up at him, and all the stars looked down. End of A Christmas Carol by G.K. Chesterton, read by Robert Smith.
Christmas Eve, A Lull in Hate, Britain cum Bosch. From Bullets and Billets by Bruce Bairnsfather, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bullets and Billets by Bruce Bairnsfather, Chapter 8, Christmas Eve, A Lull in Hate, Britain cum Bosch. Shortly after the doings set forth in the previous chapter, we left the trenches for our usual days in billets. It was now nearing Christmas Day, and we knew it would fall to our lot to be back in the trenches again on the 23rd of December, and that we would, in consequence, spend our Christmas there. I remember, at the time, being very down on my luck about this, as anything in the nature of Christmas Day festivities was obviously knocked on the head. Now, however, looking back on it all, I wouldn't have missed that unique and weird Christmas Day for anything. Well, as I said before, we went in again on the 23rd. The weather had now become very fine and cold. The dawn of the 24th brought a perfectly still, cold, frosty day. The spirit of Christmas began to permeate us all. We tried to plot ways and means of making the next day, Christmas, different in some way to others. Invitations from one dugout to another for sundry meals were beginning to circulate. Christmas Eve was, in the way of weather, everything that Christmas Eve should be. I was billed to appear at a dugout about a quarter of a mile to the left that evening, to have rather a special thing in trench dinners, not quite so much bully and McConaughey about as usual, a bottle of red wine, and a medley of tinned things from home, deputized in their absence. The day had been entirely free from shelling, and somehow we all felt that the Boche, too, wanted to be quiet. There was a kind of invisible, intangible feeling extending across the frozen swamp between the two lines, which said, "This is Christmas Eve, for both of us, something in common." About 10 p.m. I made my exit from the convivial dugout on the left of our line, and walked back to my own lair. On arriving at my own bit of trench, I found several of the men standing about, and all very cheerful. There was a good bit of singing and talking going on. Jokes and jibes on our curious Christmas Eve, as contrasted with any former one, were thick in the air. One of my men turned to me and said, "You can hear 'em quite plain, sir." "Hear what?" I inquired. "The Germans, over there, sir. Hear 'em singing and playing on a band or something." I listened. Away out across the field, among the dark shadows beyond, I could hear the murmur of voices, and an occasional burst of some unintelligible song would come floating out on the frosty air. The singing seemed to be loudest and most distinct a bit to our right. I popped into my dugout and found the platoon commander. "Do you hear the Boche kicking up that racket over there?" I said. "Yes," he replied, "they've been at it some time." "Come on," said I, "let's go along the trench to the hedge there on the right. That's the nearest point to them over there." So we stumbled along our now hard frosted ditch, and scrambling up onto the bank above, strode across the field to our next bit of trench on the right. Everyone was listening. An improvised Boche band was playing a precarious version of Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, at the conclusion of which some of our mouth organ experts retaliated with snatches of ragtime songs and imitations of the German tune. Suddenly we heard a confused shouting from the other side. We all stopped to listen. The shout came again. A voice in the darkness shouted in English, with a strong German accent, "Come over here!" A ripple of mirth swept along our trench, followed by a rude outburst of mouth organs and laughter. Presently, in the lull, one of our sergeants repeated the request, "Come over here!" "You come halfway, I come halfway," floated out of the darkness. "Come on, then," shouted the sergeant. "I'm coming along the edge." "Ah, but there are two of you," came back the voice from the other side. Well, anyway, after much suspicious shouting and jocular derision from both sides, our sergeant went along the hedge, which ran at right angles to the two lines of trenches. He was quickly out of sight. But as we all listened in breathless silence, we soon heard a spasmodic conversation taking place out there in the darkness. Presently the sergeant returned. He had with him a few German cigars and cigarettes, which he had exchanged for a couple of McConaughey's and a tin of capstan, which he had taken with him. The séance was over, but it had given just the requisite touch to our Christmas Eve, something a little human and out of the ordinary routine. After months of vindictive sniping and shelling, this little episode came as an invigorating tonic and a welcome relief to the daily monotony of antagonism. It did not lessen our ardor or determination, but just put a little human punctuation mark in our lives of cold and humid hate. Just on the right day, too, Christmas Eve. But as a curious episode, this was nothing in comparison to our experience on the following day. On Christmas morning, I awoke very early and emerged from my dugout into the trench. It was a perfect day, a beautiful, cloudless blue sky, the ground hard and white, fading off toward the wood in a thin, low-lying mist. It was such a day as is invariably depicted by artists on Christmas cards, the ideal Christmas day of fiction. Fancy all this hate, war, and discomfort on a day like this, I thought to myself. The whole spirit of Christmas seemed to be there, so much so that I remember thinking, this indescribable something in the air, this peace and goodwill feeling, surely will have some effect on the situation here today. And I wasn't far wrong. It did around us anyway. And I have always been so glad to think of my luck in, firstly, being actually in the trenches on Christmas Day, and secondly, being on the spot where quite a unique little episode took place. Everything looked merry and bright that morning. The discomforts seemed to be less, somehow. They seemed to have epitomized themselves in intense, frosty cold. It was just the sort of day for peace to be declared. It would have made such a good finale. I should like to have suddenly heard an immense siren blowing. Everybody to stop and say, "What was that?" Siren blowing again. Appearance of a small figure running across the frozen mud, waving something. He gets closer. A telegraph boy with a wire. He hands it to me. With trembling fingers I open it. "War off! Return home! George, R.I. Cheers!" But no, it was a nice fine day, that was all. Walking about the trench a little later, discussing the curious affair of the night before, we suddenly became aware of the fact that we were seeing a lot of evidences of Germans. Heads were bobbing about and showing over their parapet in a most reckless way, and as we looked, this phenomenon became more and more pronounced. A complete Boche figure suddenly appeared on the parapet, and looked about itself. This complaint became infectious. It didn't take our Bert long to be up on the skyline. It is one long grind to ever keep him off it. This was the signal for more Boche anatomy to be disclosed, and this was replied to by all our Alfs and Bills, until, in less time than it takes to tell, half a dozen or so of each of the belligerents were outside their trenches and were advancing towards each other in no man's land. A strange sight, truly. I clambered up and over our parapet, and moved out across the field to look. Clad in a muddy suit of khaki, and wearing a sheepskin coat and a balaclava helmet, I joined the throng about halfway across to the German trenches. It all felt most curious. Here were these sausage-eating wretches, who had elected to start this infernal European fracas, and in so doing had brought us all into the same muddy pickle as themselves. This was my first real sight of them at close quarters. Here they were, the actual practical soldiers of the German army. There was not an atom of hate on either side that day, and yet on our side, not for a moment was the will to war and the will to beat them relaxed. It was just like the interval between the rounds in a friendly boxing match. The difference in type between our men and theirs was very marked. There was no contrasting the spirit of the two parties. Our men, in their scratch costumes of dirty, muddy khaki, with their various assorted headdresses of woolen helmets, mufflers, and battered hats, were a light-hearted, open, humorous collection, as opposed to the somber demeanor and stolid appearance of the Huns in their gray-green faded uniforms, top boots, and pork-pie hats. The shortest effect I can give of the impression I had was that our men, superior, broad-minded, more frank and lovable beings, were regarding these faded, unimaginative products of perverted culture as a set of objectionable but amusing lunatics whose heads had got to be eventually smacked. "Look at that one over there, Bill," our Bert would say, as he pointed out some particularly curious member of the party. I strolled about amongst them all, and sucked in as many impressions as I could. 2 or 3 of the Boches seemed to be particularly interested in me, and after they had walked round me once or twice, with sullen curiosity stamped on their faces, one came up and said, "Offizier?" I nodded my head, which means yes in most languages, and besides, I can't talk German. These devils, I could see, all wanted to be friendly, but none of them possessed the open, frank geniality of our men. However, everyone was talking and laughing and souvenir hunting. I spotted a German officer, some sort of lieutenant, I should think, and being a bit of a collector, I intimated to him that I had taken a fancy to some of his buttons. We both then said things to each other which neither understood, and agreed to do a swap. I brought out my wire clippers, and with a few deft snips removed a couple of his buttons and put them in my pocket. I then gave him 2 of mine in exchange. Whilst this was going on, a babbling of guttural ejaculations emanating from one of the lager shifters told me that some idea had occurred to someone. Suddenly one of the Boches ran back to his trench, and presently reappeared with a large camera. I posed in a mixed group for several photographs, and have ever since wished I had fixed up some arrangement for getting a copy. No doubt framed editions of this photograph are reposing on some Hun mantelpieces, showing clearly and unmistakably to admiring strafers how a group of perfidious English surrendered unconditionally on Christmas Day to the brave Deutschers. Slowly the meeting began to disperse. A sort of feeling that the authorities on both sides were not very enthusiastic about this fraternizing seemed to creep across the gathering. We parted, but there was a distinct and friendly understanding that Christmas Day would be left to finish in tranquillity. The last I saw of this little affair was a vision of one of my machine gunners, who was a bit of an amateur hairdresser in civil life, cutting the unnaturally long hair of a docile Boche, who was patiently kneeling on the ground whilst the automatic clippers crept up the back of his neck. End of Christmas Eve, A Lull in Hate, Britain cum Boche. From Bullets and Billets, by Bruce Bairnsfather. Read by Maria Kasper.
Koleden Dar, by Ivan Vazov. Read in Bulgarian. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Оставаше един ден до Коледа. Зимата върлуваше. Витоша, вледеняла и настръхнала, гледаше строго изпод бялата си мантия, процепена тук-там от острите й скали. Един мразовит вятър, който пронизваше до костите, вееше по снежните върхове въз София. Ситен сняг и скреж префръкваше се гиз из замръзналия въздух, виеше се на кълбуци и засипваше покривите, дворищата, улиците. Студено беше. Комините изхвърляха черни стълпове дим към безгласното пепеляво небе и чудно, тоя дим беше сега така весел, така приветлив, така радваше душата. Той не умяваше топлината, благоденствието, задоволството, което окръжаваше щастливите на тоя свят, напукна мразовете, на витушките фортуни, на леденото вмъртяваще дихание на зимата. Именно на тая гледка се наслаждаваха от прозореца си, седнали на мекото канапе, господин и госпожа Йорданови, женени пред година и половина. Цанко Йорданов, важен чиновник в едно министерство, човек образован, светски и страстно привързан в младата си жена, впиваше мълчалив поглед някъде към снежните хълбоци на Витоша. Очевидно той нито гледаше нещо там, нито бе пък занят от някаква определена мисъл, защото лицето му пазеше изражението на оная спокойна, безгрижна разсеяност, която обладава неволно човека, когато душата му е мирна, когато животът му тече плавно и гладко и когато той и с една топла стая, оживен от присъствието на една прекрасна съпруга, при веселото бумтене на собата, гледа навън, в бясно фучащите веяния на зимата. Всякой е изпитвал това щастливо, егоистично, сънеподобно състояние. Погледът на жена му също бягаше извън стаята, но бе така далеко и безцелно. Тя го беше опряла долу, към един съседски двор. В дъното на този двор имаше бедна полусрутена къщица с нисък комин, който гледаше печално към небето, без да изпуща към него топъл дим. Изпод нависналата и изкривена стряха поглеждаше едно прозорче, трите разбити стъкла на което бяха запушени с дрипи, а пред прага на ниските врата се натрупала пряспа сняг. Тая бедна къщица, сгушена между големите богатски домове, приличаше на една дрипава просекиня, заблудена между куп щастливи и горди майорки. Приликата на къщичката с просекинята още повече се увеличаваше от вида, който имаше, като да подлага ръка към огромните нови къщи около си и да казва: „Милост, пратете ми едно от вашите дръвца и аз ще се напълня с топлина. Пратете ми едно от вашите скъпи украшения и аз ще се напълна с радост, може би и с песен тази вечер. Видите ли, малко ми трябва, за да бъда благодарна от Бога. Смилете се!“ Но големите къщи мълчат. Те са бездушни, а щастливите човеци не чуват. Уви, щастието има тоя порок да затъпява слуховото тъпанче. Благодатното бумтение на пеща не допуска до ухото им острата песен на фортуната в пробитата къща на сиромаха. Види се госпожа Йорданова чу тая песен, защото лицето й полека-лека се покри с облаци и жалост ненадейна овлажни очите й. „Клетата танчевица, какво ли чини сега? Видиш ли, Цанко, само техният комин не се пуши“, продума тя замислено на мъжа си, без да дига очи от трипавото прозорче на бедното жилище. Мъжът й свали тогава поглед от върховете на Витуша и погледна живо към сиромашкия двор. „Нещастната“, промълви той, „и с 5 деца още, и в тая стайчка, без огън натъпкани. Да беше жив мъжът й, той щеше да ги прехрани с малката си платка. А сега как се поминуват? Представям си, Веро.“ „Боже, Боже, защо си давал сирома си?“ извика неволно Вера и по лицето й мина нов облак от искрена скръб. „И казват някои, че у нас нямало край на сиромашия. Навярно това се казва, за да се извиним, за дето няма и милосърдие“, забеляза Цанко. В тоя миг фортуната бясно изфуча навън, да се разтрепереха прозорците. Вера извика нечаяно, като сочеше данджовичината къщица. Фортуната с неодолимата си сила беше изтикала дрипите, що запушваха счупените стъкла на прозореца, и нахлу свободно в тъмната стаичка. Това произведе страшен смут в стаята. Децата изпищяха от ухапването на лютия студ и то с час изскокнаха навън, обвити почти в парцали, а малките само по-риски и силно разплакани, всичките хукнаха през двора, да се скриха под страшината на една ковачница на другия му край, дето огнището смекчаваше колко годе въздуха. Само майката остана в стаята да запушва там дупките. Нейното болнаво и сухо лице се мярна в тях като едно привидение. Но веявицата размъти с снежни облаци въздуха и препречи на двамата съпрузи зрелището. Тогава те се обърнаха насам и погледите им паднаха на тяхната затоплена стая, богато украсена с картини в богати кръжила, с великолепните ламби, положени на орехов стол, с свилените кресла, скъпи ковьори, бибелотите, статуйките. Тая гледка на личното им благополучие и охолност за миг смути душите им чрез контраста си с първото. Но скоро тежкото настроение отслабна и разговорът им се отнесе на друг предмет. Сякаш една дебела завеса падна между честитата двойка и света на нещастните. Поне у Вера това успокоение се видеше. Тя стана за нещо и като мина край огледалото, фърли бърз и щастлив поглед на беличкото, миловидно, усмихнато личенце, което видя в големия кристал. Апропо, забравих, ами ти какво направи с дрехата? Попита тя живо мъжа си, който оставаше се още позамислен. Коя дреха? Как? Забрави ли? Сорти де балът. Сорти де балът. Наистина забравих. Хубава работа, да забравиш. Какъв си оригинал, Цанко? Каза Вера полусърдито, като си поправяше тоалета нещо. Цанко стана и замислен взе да ходи из стаята. И чуеш ли? Обърна се пак Вера. Иди у модния магазин на мадам У. Там видях аз чудесен един сорти де бал. Брокар, чудо, прелест. Безподобно нещо. Но той е соленичък, пиленце. Соленичък, 130 лева. Та такава мизерност нарича соленичко. Или искаш да ме сконфузиш? Ти знаеш, че ще бъдем поканени на бала у третия ден на Коледа и мене ми е необходима наметката като въздуха, който дишам. Прекрасно, прекрасно. Не е достатъчно да кажеш прекрасно, цанинце, но трябва да побързаш, да не би някоя друга хубосница да купи тая великолепна дреха. Представи си, то ще бъде просто ужасно. Представям си. По-голям ужас, отколкото сцената, която ни се лъсна преди малко. Щеше да довърши Цанко иронически, но предъвка думите си. Вера го гледаше нетърпеливо. Слушай, драга Верке, зафана Цанко със сериозен вид. Тя предвиди, че той ще прави някакви възражения и го пресече решително. Няма, драга Верке, въпросът е решен. Ти знаеш, че аз нищо не съм ти отказвал, нищо, но... Без но, цанинце, извика Вера, като плесна галено мъжа си по бузата и го заля с блясъка на чудната си усмивка. Ти трябваше сам да ми направиш един приятен сюрприз. Ти знаеш да ги правиш и по най-деликатен начин. Па ако не това, най-после друго. Аз се полагам на твоя изящен вкус. Суетната Вера очевидно искаше да блесне с някой извънреден накит на Коледа. Без такова нещо чинеше и се, че не ще да посрещне празника, както подобава. Добре, съгласен, каза изведнъж с осветлено лице Цанко. Ще ти направя сюрприз, достоен за тебе, за твоето природно добро сърце, за твоята несравнена и любяща душа. Дай ръката, фезон лапе, каза Вера, като фана десницата на Цанка и я стърси примирително. Мръкна се скоро. Вера беше в страшно вълнение целият ден за сюрприза, който й се готвеше. Въображението й още от сега работеше, за да открие тайната на изненадата, а тая изненада ще бъде твърде радостна за нея. Тя знаеше, че когато Цанко обещае нещо, то умее да го изпълни по-жентълменски. И наистина, дали пак ще бъде безподобният божественият сортидебал от прелесния брокар или друго трофило, златно, драгоценно, брилянтово? Как тя ще бъде възхитена? Какъв благороден е тоя Цанко? Цанко къснееше и не се завръщаше у дома си. Това увеличаваше сладостно мъчителното копнение на Вера. Смрачи се съвсем. Цанко не идеше. Бурята фучеше яростно навън в гъстите тъмнини. Прозорците трещяха от беснотията й. Тоя неприятен шум докара на ума на Вера за бедната данчовица и за голичките й деца. Пътни вечер е сега. Те лягат без огън. Те срещат Рождество гладни. Боже, Боже, защо си дал сирома си? Пошушна си тя пак и сърцето й внезапно и болезнено се сви от мъка. Сякаш, че някакво угризение на съвестта я нападна. Толкова щастие при такова нещастие и се стори като едно престъпление. Не, и ставаше тежко при тия мисли. Те чувстваше, че е виновна пред някого си за нещо си, но не смееше да си даде сметка за това, да отговори на себе си, защо е неспокойна. И у нея неволно желание оживя да се отклони от тия мисли, да се развлече с нещо друго. Душа суетна, но природно добра, слаба и впечатлителна, каквато беше, тя сещаше, че не беше добре да бъде толкова благополучна, когато в света има толкова страдания, че трябваше негли да стори нещо за тия страдания, но нямаше кураж, нито привичка да се потопи смело в тоя друг, невесел мир на човешките бедствия. Защото не стига да имаш желание и даже да имаш възможност за да правиш добро, трябва и да смееш да го правиш, защото да струваш доброто, както всеки светъл подвиг, изисква известна доза храброст, почти героизъм. Само злото се върши лесно и даже несъзнателно, затова и областта на неговото царуване обзема цял свят. И Вера, под натиска на тежките мисли, които й притискаха мозъка, с неволна радост чу стъпки, че идат към вратата. Тя се зарадва на случая, който идеше да я развлече. Вероятно Цанко идеше с блестящия си дар. Непременно сортите балате, каза си тя, и сърцето й затупа от ново детинско възхищение. Тя скокна права. Вратата се отвори. Вместо Цанко влезе Данчовица и с нея 5 деца. Вера не можеше да ги познае. Те бяха пременени с нови дрежки, всички в топли кожухчета, радостни и усмихнати. Целувайте, мами, на господарката ръчичката, каза Данчовица на децата й, които едно по друго се заредиха да й целуват ръката, без да може тя да се съвземе от изумление. Какво е? Какво е? Попита Вера. Бог да ти го върне 100 пъти и да те зарадва, както ти нас зарадва, господарко, каза Данчовица просълзена. Сполай ти, че ни смисли и не ни забрави срещу Божия ден. Господ и света Богородица да те благословят, дето ни облече и ни прати кола дръвца и ядене, да посрещнем Коледа. Сега и нам се вярва, че Господ се ражда. Целувайте, целувайте, мами, ръка на господарката. Вера зина от удивление. Тя сама се умили до сълзи, но не можеше да си обясни какво значат тия благословии и благодарения от Данчовица. Навярно имате погрешка, булка Данчовице, каза тя живо, но в същия час вратата се отвори и там се появи усмихнатото лице на мъжа й, който се спря и хвърли щастлив поглед на трогателната сцена, която сам беше деликатно подготвил. Вера се сети. Това било сюрпризът. Тя се спусна към Цанка просълзена и го целуна по челото с една звънлива, дълга и мълчалива целувка. Тая целувка беше най-чистата, най-благородната, най-блажената, с която някой съпруг е бил надаряван от съпругата си. Край. End of Коледен дар by Иван Вазов.
The Christmas Trail by Badger Clark. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The wind is blowing cold down the mountain tips of snow, and cross the ranges layin' brown and dead. It's crying through the valley trees that wear the mistletoe, and mourning with the gray clouds overhead. Yet it's sweet with the beat of my little hosse's feet, and I whistle like the air was warm and blue. For I'm riding up the Christmas trail to you, old folks, I'm a riding up the Christmas trail to you. Oh, maybe it was good when the whinny of the spring had wheedled me to hoppin' of the bars, and livin' in the shadow of a sailin' buzzard's wing, and sleepin' underneath a roof of stars. But the bright campfire light only dances for a night, while the home fire burns forever clear and true. So round the year I circle back to you, old folks, round the rovin' year I circle back to you. Oh, maybe it was good when the reckless summer sun had shot a charge of fire through my veins. And I milled around the whiskey and the fightin' and the fun 'mong the other mavericks drifted from the plains. Aye, the pot bubbled hot while you reckoned I'd forgot, and the devil smacked the young blood in his stew. Yet I'm lovin' every mile that's nearer you, good folks, lovin' every blessed mile that's nearer you. Oh, maybe it was good at the roundup in the fall, when the clouds of ball and dust before us ran, and the pride of rope and saddle was a drivin' of us all to the stretch of nerve and muscle, man and man. But the pride sort of died when the man got weary-eyed. 'Twas a sleepy boy that rode the night guard through, and he dreamed himself along a trail to you, old folks, dreamed himself along a happy trail to you. The coyote's winter howl cuts the dusk behind the hill, but the ranch's shinin' window I can see. And though I don't deserve it, and I reckon never will, there'll be room beside the fire kept for me. Skimp my plate because I'm late. Let me hit the old kid gate, for tonight I'm stumblin' tired of the new. And I'm ridin' up the Christmas trail to you, old folks. I'm a ridin' up the Christmas trail to you. End of The Christmas Trail by Badger Clark. Read by Ed Humple.
The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. $1.87. That was all, and 60 cents of it was in pennies. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until one's cheeks burned with the silent imputation of parsimony that such close dealing implied. 3 times Della counted it, $1.87, and the next day would be Christmas. There was clearly nothing to do but flop down on the shabby little couch and howl, so Della did it, which instigates the moral reflection that life is made up of sobs, sniffles, and smiles, with sniffles predominating. While the mistress of the house is gradually subsiding from the first stage to the second, take a look at the house, a furnished flat at $8 per week. It did not exactly beggar description, but it certainly had that word on the lookout for the mendicancy squad. In the vestibule below was a letter box, into which no letter would go, and an electric button from which no mortal finger could coax a ring. Also appertaining thereunto was a card bearing the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. The Dillingham had been flung to the breeze during a former period of prosperity, when its possessor was being paid $30 per week. Now, when the income was shrunk to $20, though, they were thinking seriously of contracting to a modest and unassuming D. But whenever Mr. James Dillingham Young came home and reached his flat above, he was called Jim, and greatly hugged by Mrs. James Dillingham Young, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della finished her cry, and attended to her cheeks with a powder rag. She stood by the window and looked out dully at a gray cat walking a gray fence and a gray backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she had only $1.87 with which to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months, with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been greater than she had calculated. They always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim. Her Jim. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him. something fine and rare and sterling, something just a little bit near to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. There was a pier glass between the windows of the room. Perhaps you have seen a pier glass in an $8 flat. A very thin and very agile person may, by observing his reflection in a rapid sequence of longitudinal strips, obtain a fairly accurate conception of his looks. Della, being slender, had mastered the art. Suddenly she whirled from the window and stood before the glass. Her eyes were shining brilliantly, but her face had lost its color within 20 seconds. Rapidly she pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now, there were two possessions of the James Dillingham Youngs in which they both took a mighty pride. One was Jim's gold watch, that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. Had the Queen of Sheba lived in the flat across the air shaft, Della would have let her hair hang out the window some day, to dry, just to depreciate Her Majesty's jewels and gifts. Had King Solomon been the janitor, with all his treasures piled up in the basement, Jim would have pulled out his watch every time he passed, just to see him pluck at his beard from envy. So now Della's beautiful hair fell about her rippling and shining like a cascade of brown waters. It reached below her knee and made itself almost a garment for her, and then she did it up again nervously and quickly. Once she faltered for a minute and stood still while a tear or two splashed on the worn red carpet. On went her old brown jacket, on went her old brown hat. With a whirl of skirts, and with the brilliant sparkle still in her eyes, she fluttered out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped the sign read, Mademoiselle Sophronie, hair goods of all kinds. One flight up, Della ran and collected herself, panting. Madame, large, too white, chilly, hardly looked the Sophronie. "Will you buy my hair?" asked Della. "I buy hair," said Madame. "Take your hat off, and let's have a sight at the looks of it." Down rippled the brown cascade. $20, said Madame, lifting the mass with a practised hand. "Give it to me quick," said Della. Oh, and the next 2 hours tripped by on rosy wings. Forget the hashed metaphor. She was ransacking the stores for Jim's present. She found it, at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores, and she had turned all of them inside out. It was a platinum fob chain, simple and chaste in design, properly proclaiming its value by substance alone, and not by meretricious ornamentation, as all good things should do. It was even worthy of the watch. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was like him. Quietness and value, the description applied to both. $21 they took from her for it, and she hurried home with the 87 cents. With that chain on his watch, Jim might be properly anxious about the time in any company. Grand as the watch was, he sometimes looked at it on the sly, on account of the old leather strap that he used in place of a chain. When Della reached home her intoxication gave way a little to prudence and reason. She got out her curling iron and lighted the gas, and went to work repairing the ravages made by generosity added to love, which is always a tremendous task, dear friends, a mammoth task. Within 40 minutes her head was covered with tiny, close-lying curls that made her look wonderfully like a truant schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror long, carefully, and critically. "If Jim doesn't kill me," she said to herself, "before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a Coney Island chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87? At 7 o'clock the coffee was made, and the frying pan was on the back of the stove, hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late. Della doubted the fob chain in her hand, and sat on the corner of the table near the door that he always entered. Then she heard his step on the stair away down on the first flight, and she turned white for just a moment. She had a habit of saying a little silent prayer about the simplest everyday things, and now she whispered, "Please, God, make him think I am still pretty." The door opened, and Jim stepped in and closed it. He looked thin and very serious. Poor fellow! He was only 22, and to be burdened with a family. He needed a new overcoat, and he was without gloves. Jim stopped inside the door, as immovable as a setter at the scent of quail. His eyes were fixed upon Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her fixedly, with that peculiar expression on his face. Della wriggled off the table and went for him. "Jim, darling!" she cried. "Don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold because I couldn't have lived through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow out again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You don't know what a beautiful, nice gift I've got for you." "You've cut off your hair?" asked Jim laboriously, as if he had not arrived at that patent fact yet, even after the hardest mental labour. "Cut it off and sold it," said Della. "Don't you like me just as well, anyhow? I'm me without my hair, ain't I?" Jim looked about the room curiously. "You say your hair is gone?" he said, with an air almost of idiocy. "You needn't look for it," said Della. "It's sold, I tell you, sold and gone, too. It's Christmas Eve, boy. Be good to me, for it went for you. Maybe the hairs of my head were numbered," she went on with sudden serious sweetness, "but nobody could ever count my love for you. Shall I put the chops on, Jim?" Out of his trance Jim seemed quickly to wake. He enfolded his Della. For 10 seconds let us regard with discreet scrutiny some inconsequential object in the other direction. $8 a week or $1,000,000 a year, what is the difference? A mathematician or a wit would give you the wrong answer. The Magi brought valuable gifts, but that was not among them. This dark assertion will be illuminated later on. Jim drew a package from his overcoat pocket and threw it upon the table. "Don't make any mistake, Dell," he said, "about me. I don't think there's anything in the way of a haircut or a shave or a shampoo that could make me like my girl any less. But if you'll unwrap that package, you may see why you had me going a while at first." White fingers and nimble tore at the string and paper. And then an ecstatic scream of joy. And then, alas, a quick feminine change to hysterical tears and wails, necessitating the immediate employment of all the comforting powers of the lord of the flat. For there lay the combs, the set of combs, side and back, that Della had worshipped long in a Broadway window. Beautiful combs, pure tortoiseshell, with jewelled rims, just the shade to wear in the beautiful varnished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had simply craved and yearned over them, without the least hope of possession. And now they were hers, but the tresses that should have adorned the coveted adornments were gone. But she hugged them to her bosom, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and a smile and say, "My hair grows so fast, Jim." And then Della leaped up like a little singed cat and cried, "Oh, oh!" Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him eagerly upon her open palm. The dull precious metal seemed to flash with a reflection of her bright and ardent spirit. "Isn't it a dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it." Instead of obeying, Jim tumbled down on the couch and put his hands under the back of his head and smiled. "Dell," said he, "let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use just at present. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs. And now suppose you put the chops on." The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. Being wise, their gifts were no doubt wise ones, possibly bearing the privilege of exchange in case of duplication. And here I have lamely related to you the uneventful chronicle of two foolish children in a flat, who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these two were the wisest. Of all who give and receive gifts, such as they are wisest. Everywhere they are wisest. They are the Magi. End of The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. Read by Greg Giordano.
Just for Christmas by Eugene Field. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Just for Christmas by Eugene Field. Father calls me William. Sister calls me Will. Mother calls me Willie, but the fellers call me Bill. Mighty glad I ain't a girl, ruther be a boy, without them sashes, curls, and things that's worn by Fauntleroy. Love to chomp green apples and go swimming in the lake. Hate to take the castor oil they give for bellyache. Most all the time, the whole year round, there ain't no flies on me. But just for Christmas, I'm as good as I can be. Got a yeller dog named Sport, sick him on the cat. First thing she knows, she doesn't know where she is at. Got a clipper sled, and when us kids go out to slide, long comes the grocery cart, and we all hook a ride. But sometimes when the grocery man is worrited and cross, he reaches at us with his whip and larrups up his hoss, and then I laugh and holler, "Ah, you never touched me." But just for Christmas, I'm as good as I can be. Grandma says she hopes that when I get to be a man, I'll be a missionary like her oldest brother Dan, as was et up by the cannibals that live in Salem's Isle, where every prospect pleases, and only man is vile. But Grandma, she has never been to see a Wild West show, nor read the life of Daniel Boone, or else I guess she'd know that Buffalo Bill and cowboys is good enough for me, except just for Christmas, when I'm as good as I can be. And then old Sport, he hangs around so solemn-like and still, his eyes they seem a-sayin', "What's the matter, little Bill?" The old cat sneaks down off her perch and wonders what's become of them two enemies of hern that used to make things hum. But I am so perlite and tend so earnestly to biz, that Mother says to Father, "How improved our Willie is!" But Father, having been a boy hisself, suspicions me, when, just for Christmas, I'm as good as I can be. For Christmas, with its lots and lots of candies, cakes, and toys, was made, they say, for proper kids, and not for naughty boys. So wash your face, and brush your hair, and mind your P's and Q's, and don't bust out your pantaloons, and don't wear out your shoes. Say yes'm to the ladies, and yes-sir to the men, and when they's company, don't pass your plate for pie again. But thinking of the things you'd like to see upon that tree, just for Christmas, be as good as you can be. End of Just for Christmas by Eugene Field. Read by Alison Valdez.
The Christmas Dinner by Shepherd Knapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our cast of characters.
Mother Goose, read by Bev Stevens.
Grandfather, read by Raymond Kasper.
Grandmother, read by Ronelle Spiegel.
Father, read by Jared Korth.
Mother, read by Maria Kasper.
Walter, read by Beth Thomas.
Gertrude, read by Kimberly Kraus.
Santa Claus, read by Phil Chenevert.
And narrated by MaryAnn Spiegel. Before the play begins, Mother Goose comes out in front of the curtain, and this is what she says.
Well, 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 here we all are again. And what's more important, Christmas is here again too. Aren't you glad? Now I want to tell you children something. Do you know what I enjoy most at Christmas time? It's to come in here and see all you children sitting in rows and rows, all your faces looking up at me, and a smile on every one of them. Why, even some of those great big men and women back there are smiling too. And I think I know why you are all smiling. There are 2 reasons for it, I believe. One is that you think old Mother Goose is a good friend of yours and loves you all very much. And you're quite right about that, for I declare I love every one of you as much as I love plum pudding. And the second reason why you are all smiling, I guess, is because you think I am going to show you a Christmas play. And you're right about that, too. I have a play all ready for you, there behind the curtain, and the name of it is The Christmas Dinner. Doesn't the very name of it make you hungry? Well, you just wait. Now, when the curtain opens, you'll see the warm, cozy kitchen of a farmhouse, where 6 people live. 2 of them are quite young, because they are just a boy and a girl, and their names are Walter and Gertrude. And 2 of them are older, and yet not so very old either. They are the father and mother of the 2 children. And the last 2 are the oldest of all, and they are really old, for they are the children's grandfather and grandmother. It is late in the afternoon of the day before Christmas, the hour when it has begun to get dark. The father is out cutting some good big sticks of wood for the Christmas fire, and the 2 children are playing outside of the house, so you'll not see them at first. But you will see the mother, who is just finishing the day's work, and the old grandfather and grandmother, who are sitting by the fire. Are you ready, all of you? Be quiet then, for now it is going to begin.
Now the curtain opens, and you see a farmhouse kitchen, just as Mother Goose promised. At the back, opposite of you, is a fireplace with a mantel shelf over it. A bright fire is burning. On the mantel is a lamp, lighted, and an unlighted candle. Also some other things that you'll hear about later. There is a cupboard against the back wall. At one side of the room is the door leading out of doors. Beside it is a large wood box where the firewood is kept, and nearby are a broom, leaning against the wall, and a dustpan. On the other side of the room is another door, which leads to the rest of the house. Beside that is a big clothes basket, where the soiled clothes are kept. Close to the fire, one on each side, the grandfather and the grandmother are sitting in comfortable chairs. Near the front and a little at one side are a table and a chair. On the table is a dishpan and a number of dishes, which Mother is washing when the curtain opens. The first one to speak is the grandmother, and this is what she says.
Haven't you nearly finished, Mary?
Yes, almost. Only a few more things to be washed. And then I can sit down and rest.
Is everything ready for Christmas dinner tomorrow?
Every single thing. The goose is ready to go on the fire. The applesauce is made. The bread and the pies are baked. And the plum pudding. Well, you saw the pudding yourself, so that I don't need to tell you about that. It's a beauty if I do say so.
At this moment the outside door opens, and the two children, Walter and Gertrude, run in. Their coats and mittens show that they have been playing in the snow.
Oh, Mother, it's getting dark outside. May we come in now? Is your work all done?
Not quite yet, dears. Run out, both of you, for 10 minutes more, and then I'll have everything cleared away. It makes me nervous to have you about while things are in a mess.
All right, Mother. Come on, Walter. I'll race you to the gate.
And both children go out of doors again, running. Gertrude was nearer the door and gets out first.
Such energy as those children have,
exclaims Mother, with a sigh, as she goes on with her work.
Sometimes it makes me tired to watch them. There, every last thing is washed. And now, when I've dried them, I can sit down.
She goes on talking while she dries.
There's one thing I haven't had time to do, those paper caps. I suppose the children will be disappointed, but I simply couldn't find time to make them. The colored paper and paste and scissors are all on the mantel shelf, and I suppose I ought to sit right down now and go to work on them, but I declare I'm too tired. Getting ready for Christmas seems to take all the strength I have. I think I must be getting old.
You getting old? Nonsense. Wait till you get to be our age. Then you might talk of getting old and feeling tired. Isn't that so, John?
John is grandfather's first name.
Yes, when you get to be as old as we are, then you'll know what it is to be so tired, Christmas or another day. I tried to help James shut the gate this morning, where the snow had drifted against it, and it tired me so I haven't stirred out of this chair since.
Now the outside door opens a second time, and the children come in again, Gertrude first.
Isn't it time now, Mother?
Yes, I've just finished. Take off your coats, and try to quiet down.
She puts the clean dishes away in the cupboard and carries the dishpan away into the next room. The children take off their coats and caps. Walter goes over by his grandfather and leans against his chair. Gertrude sits down on a low stool beside her grandmother.
What have you children been doing all the afternoon?
Oh, we've had the greatest fun. First, we went skating down the mill pond.
And then we built a snow fort, and the Indians attacked it, and we drove them off with snowballs.
And then we played tag out by the barn.
No, that was afterwards. Don't you remember, Gertrude? Before that, we raced down to the crossroads to see if the postman had brought any mail.
Oh, yes. And you tripped and fell down in the snowdrift. And oh, Grandfather, you ought to have seen him when he got up. He was a sight. But it all brushed off.
And don't you feel tired after doing all that?
No, I'm not a bit tired. Are you, Walter?
Not a bit.
Well, that's the beauty of being young. I suppose that when I was your age, I was just the same as you children are now.
How long is it since you were our age?
So many years that I haven't had time to count them up. But I can remember it all clearly enough, even if it was so long ago. Everything about it was very different then from the way it is now.
How was it different, Grandmother?
Why, in all sorts of ways. For one thing, the days seemed ever so much shorter when I was a little girl.
And the nights. Nowadays the nights are sometimes quite long, but when I was a boy they were so short that it seemed as though they weren't any nights at all.
And food used to taste quite different then. I used to care a lot more for breakfast and dinner and supper than I do now.
Grandfather, do you wish that you could have stayed on being a little boy always?
Well, I don't know, Walter. There are two sides to that. I'll tell you what I would like, though. I'd like to be a little boy now and then, just for a short time, to see once more how it would feel to run and shout and play and eat and laugh the way I used to. But then I think I'd pretty soon want to be myself again, old as I am, because there are some grand things about old age that I think I'd miss if I had to be a little boy for good and all. A good many wonderful things happen to you when you grow old, and even if my old body does get pretty tired sometimes, and you children think perhaps that grandfather looks very stupid, sitting so quiet by the fireside here, I'm often thinking inside of splendid things that little boys and girls don't know anything about.
But, Grandfather, tell us some more things that were different when you were a boy.
Well, let me see. There were the brownies. I haven't said anything about them, have I?
The brownies? What about the brownies?
Only that when I was a little boy, I used to see the brownies sometimes, but now I never see them. It's many a long year since I caught sight of a single one.
Where did you used to see them?
Right here in this room. There used to be two of them when I was a boy, and often I would see them, though none of the grown-up people could see them at all. During the daytime, they used often to hide in the woodbox over there, and then at night they used to come out and play, and sometimes they worked too, for I can remember my father saying sometimes in the morning, the floor looked so clean that I think the brownies must have swept it last night.
But, Grandfather, I'm a little boy and I've never seen the brownies.
No, not yet, but I think you're likely to any time now. You see, they don't show themselves to very little boys for fear of frightening them.
Gertrude, who has been listening carefully to all of this, has a question to ask.
Grandmother, did you see the brownies too, when you were a little girl?
No, indeed. The brownies never wanted any girls to see them. But I used to see the house fairies often, and they always hid away from the boys so that only we girls ever saw them.
How many house fairies were there, Grandmother? And where did you see them? And what did they do?
My, what a lot of questions. There were two of them at our house, and they lived in the kitchen, just as the brownies did here. They used to hide in a big clothes basket, very much like that one over there. At night, like the brownies, they used to do some of the housework to help Mother. And how pleased she used to be when she found in the morning that some of the work had been done for her while she was asleep.
Do you suppose that if I woke up some night and came and looked in here, I'd see the brownies working or playing?
Very likely.
Oh, I'd like to try it. Can I do it tonight?
No, indeed, Walter. What is your grandfather thinking of to put such a notion into your head? As for tonight, well, of all nights in the year, the very night when we expect Santa Claus to come and fill the stockings. And you know how displeased he would be to find the children awake and watching him. Why, he very likely would go away without leaving a single present.
To be sure, no, it wouldn't do at all. Besides, think how tired you'd be for tomorrow, and then you'd be sorry with all the goings-on. By dinner time, you'd probably be falling asleep, and we'd have to eat all the goose and the pudding without you.
We wouldn't want to miss that. I saw the pudding out in the store closet, and I tell you, it smelt good.
I bet you tasted it.
Indeed I did not. Not even the teensiest bit of it.
What time will the dinner begin, Grandfather?
About 12 o'clock noon, I expect.
And I suppose the pudding will be the last thing of all.
Yes, I suppose so.
It will be an awfully long time to wait, and then when Mother begins to help it, Gertrude and I will have to wait and wait while all the rest of you are helped. It's pretty tiresome waiting sometimes.
But have you forgotten, Walter? You won't have to wait as long as that tomorrow, for tomorrow is Christmas. And don't you remember that one of the ways in which Christmas is different from all the days in the year is the way in which the food is helped out at the Christmas dinner? On other days, the oldest people are helped first, and the youngest ones have to wait. But at Christmas dinner, the first one to be helped to each thing is the very youngest one of all. And then comes the next youngest, and so on all the way around. And the oldest one has to wait until the very last.
Oh, I remember. That was the way we did it last year. Don't you remember, Walter?
Walter nods.
And last year I was the youngest, and I was helped first to every single thing. Grandmother, who is the youngest this year?
Why, you are the youngest, just as you were last Christmas.
But I'm a whole year older than I was then.
And so is everybody else.
Really? So I'm the youngest still? Will I be helped first to the goose and the applesauce?
Yes.
And will she be helped first to the pudding too?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad. Isn't it nice to be the youngest?
Am I the next youngest?
Yes, and the second helping of everything will go to you.
Oh, well, that's all right. There's sure to be plenty left. Gertrude couldn't eat it all.
Now there is the sound of someone outside the door, stamping to shake the snow from his boots.
There's Father.
Gertrude and Walter go to the door and open it. Their father comes in, carrying several good-sized pieces of firewood.
How late you are, James, and how tired you look.
I am tired.
He lifts the lid of the wood box and throws in the wood with a great clatter. Then, while he takes off his cap and gloves and muffler, he says,
The snow is so deep that it's hard to walk in it, especially carrying a load as heavy as that wood was.
He sits down.
Children, go tell your mother that Father is here. She'll want to give us supper at once and hurry you both off to bed.
But when are we to hang up our stockings?
We'll do that right after supper. Run along now and tell Mother that I'm here.
The children go.
Is everything all ready for tomorrow?
Yes, Mary finished everything quite a while ago, or almost everything. She didn't get the paper caps made for the children, but she was just too tired to do it after all of the other work.
I don't wonder. When there is so much to be done, some things simply have to be left. Perhaps there will be time tomorrow morning. I'm leaving some things for tomorrow myself. For instance, I promised Mary I'd sweep out the kitchen here after I'd brought in the wood, and it needs it, sure enough, for I see I've tracked in a lot of dirt. But I'm going to beg off for tonight. I'll do it first thing in the morning. I only hope that Santa Claus won't notice it and think we're an untidy household. But we leave such a dim light in the kitchen at night that I don't believe he'll be able to tell whether the room is broom clean or not. And anyway, I guess he must get tired himself sometimes. So he'll know how it is and won't lay it up against us.
And that is the end of the first scene. Again, before the second scene begins, Mother Goose comes out in front of the curtain, and this is what she says.
Children, do you want to know what has happened in that kitchen since the curtain closed? Well, I've come to tell you all about it. The first thing was that they all had supper. Not a very hearty supper, because they all wanted to save up their appetites for the Christmas dinner the next day. But they had as much as they needed. And then the two children went and got their stockings, one for each member of the family, and then they all hung up their own stockings. Gertrude hung up her stocking, and Walter hung up his stocking, and Mother hung up her stocking, and Father hung up his stocking, and Grandmother hung up her stocking, and now I declare I've left somebody out. Who can it be, I wonder? Why, to be sure, Grandfather. Yes, Grandfather hung up his stocking, and there they were, all 6 stockings hanging in a row. You look for them there when the curtain opens. I think you'll see them. Well, then, of course, the children went to bed. And by this time I think they are both asleep. And now the rest of the family are beginning to feel sleepy. And in just a moment, I think one of them is going to say, "It's time we all went to bed." What happens after that you can see for yourselves, for now it's going to begin.
When the curtain opens, you see the kitchen again just as before, except that now the 6 stockings are hanging from the mantel shelf over the fireplace. Father is sitting beside the table reading the newspaper. The 2 grandparents are still sitting close to the fire, one on each side. Grandfather has fallen asleep, and grandmother is drowsy so that her head nods. Then she wakes up and tries to stay awake, but in a minute her head goes nodding again. Father yawns, puts down his newspaper, yawns once more and stretches, then goes on reading. Mother comes in and says,
"The children are sound asleep."
It's time we all went to bed.
Putting down the newspaper.
I know I'm ready for it.
He yawns.
Besides, the fire is almost out. And indeed, it ought soon to be put out entirely, so as to cool the chimney for old Santa Claus when he comes.
That's right, too.
He gets up and goes to grandfather, laying his hand on his shoulder.
Father, it's time to go to bed.
What?
Waking up with a start.
Why, I must have been dozing. Where are the children?
They went to bed long ago. Don't you remember? And now it's bedtime for all of us. Are you ready, Mother?
Yes, I'm more than ready.
She rises, and grandfather also, and with feeble steps they go toward the door.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Father. Pleasant dreams.
Good night.
And grandfather and grandmother go out.
Oh, I'll be off too, James, if you'll look after the fire and the light.
Yes, I'll attend to that.
Then mother goes out, and father deadens the fire, using the tongs and shovel. He takes the chair, in which he has been sitting, and sets it against the wall beside the clothes basket. Then he lights the candle on the mantel shelf, blows out the lamp, leaving the room in a dim light, and goes out. For a little while everything is quiet. Then there is a noise from the direction of the woodbox. The cover rises, and the head of a brownie appears inside the box. He climbs out, followed by another. They caper about the room, looking at everything, listening at the doors, looking up the chimney. Then they go to the clothes basket and raise the lid. Up come 4 arms, and then 2 house fairies stand up in the basket and get out with the help of the chair. They also flit about the room, looking at things. Meanwhile the brownies have taken the broom and dustpan and begin to sweep, especially over by the outside door and by the woodbox. The fairies take a chair and climb up by the mantel shelf. They take down the colored paper, paste and scissors, and, carrying them to the table, set to work, making paper caps. In a few moments they hold up 2, complete. They leave them on the table. Now sleigh bells are heard approaching. The brownies and the fairies leave their work, and clapping their hands run to the fireplace, and stand in a group, facing it, looking in. Now the sleigh bells have come very near, and now they are still. And now Santa Claus is heard scrambling down the chimney. And as he comes out from the fireplace, the brownies and the fairies separate to let him through. He sets down his pack. Then the brownies on one side and the fairies on the other take hold of his hands and draw him toward the front of the stage. Santa Claus smiles down at them, and shaking the hands that hold his, he says,
"How are you all? Merry as crickets?"
They nod and dance up and down, still holding his hands.
"And what have you been doing with yourselves? Playing?"
They all nod.
"And working?"
They nod again. Then the brownies draw him over to their side and show him how clean the floor is.
"Good."
Then the brownies let go his hand, and the fairies draw him over to their side and show him the caps they have made.
"Fine."
Then the fairies let go his other hand, and he goes on talking.
"How are Gertrude and Walter? Have they been good?"
They all nod.
as for the older people, I don't need to ask you about them. Do you want to know why?
They nod.
It's because I've heard all about them already. There's a little bird that lives up in the eaves of the house, and often he flies down and listens at the window, and then he tells me all he hears. Tonight, he flew way up to the pine woods on the hill to meet me, and he told me some things about all the older people in this house which make me feel quite upset. Shall I tell you what it was?
They nod.
He says that they all of them seem to think they are growing old. Not only the grandfather and grandmother, but the father and mother too. They are all the time talking about feeling tired and saying how different it all was when they were children, and how long ago that seems. Now, isn't that a shame? I don't blame them altogether, because I know myself how that sort of thing sometimes happens. 2 or 3 years ago, I was sick for a while, and I declare that even I began to feel old and tired. But all the same, I don't believe in letting that sort of thing go on too long. And do you know what I'm going to do about it?
They nod eagerly.
It's the best scheme you ever heard of, and I want you to help me with it. Well, I'm going to use some magic to make them all little boys and girls again for half an hour. And the way I'm going to do it is this. I've got here a bag of magic hazelnuts.
He takes the bag out of his pocket.
I always keep them in my pocket because you never know when a thing of that sort will come in handy. Now, I want you to take these nuts and stick them into the plum pudding which they are all going to eat tomorrow for their Christmas dinner. You must stick them in all around in different places so that each of the older people will be sure to get one, and it won't do the children a bit of harm if they get some too. In fact, they are so young that this kind of magic won't have any effect on them at all. But with all the older folks, as soon as the nuts have been eaten, the magic will begin to work. And what do you suppose will be the first thing they will all want to do? Do you want to know?
They all nod.
They will all want to get down on their hands and knees, grandfather and grandmother and all, and crawl under the table. Won't that be funny?
They all clap their hands and dance up and down.
That's what the magic hazelnuts will make them do. And when they have crawled under the table, you see, it's a table that has a Christmas dinner on it, and that makes a difference, of course. Well, when they have crawled under the table, then... No, I believe I won't tell you about what will happen then. I'll keep it for a surprise. And it's something worth seeing, you may be sure. So that's the plan. Will you help me?
They all nod most emphatically.
Here are the nuts, then. Run and stick them into the pudding while I fill the stockings.
They take the bag and all run out through the door. Santa Claus goes to the fireplace and from his pack fills all 6 stockings. Then, as he finishes and takes up his pack, the brownies and fairies return and gather round him as he stands in front of the fireplace. Santa Claus says to them,
Did you stick them in?
They nod.
All around?
They nod again.
That's right. Well, I'm off, and tomorrow, if I can manage it, I'm going to come back here at the same time when the nuts begin to work, for I'd like to see the fun myself. Goodbye.
They all shake him by the hand. Then he disappears into the fireplace. They stand in front of it for a moment, and one of the brownies kneels down and looks up the chimney after him. Then sleigh bells are heard on the roof as the sleigh starts. The brownies and fairies turn around then and come away from the fireplace. The brownies run to the wood box, climb in, and pull the lid down over them. At the same time, the fairies carry the chair over to the clothes basket, climb onto the chair, step over into the basket, and pull the lid down over them. Then everything is quiet again. And that is the end of the second scene. Again, before the third scene begins, Mother Goose comes out in front of the curtain, and this is what she says.
Children, I've got a lot to tell you about what has happened to Walter and Gertrude since the curtain closed. For quite a while they went on sleeping, because it was still night, you know. And then morning came, and it didn't take them long to wake up after that, I can tell you. As soon as it was really light, they put on their wrappers and woke their father and mother, and then they went for the stockings. They took them into their grandparents' room, and grandmother and grandfather sat up in bed with shawls over their shoulders, and the rest sat on the edge of the bed. Then they all opened their stockings, and I couldn't begin to tell you what fine presents they found in them, nor how happy they all were. After breakfast, they all sat down by the kitchen fire, and Father got the big family Bible and laid it on Grandfather's lap, and Grandfather polished up his spectacles till they shone, and put them on his nose, and then he read about the story of the first Christmas, long ago in Bethlehem. And it was all so quiet while he was reading that you could almost hear the snowflakes falling outside, for it had begun to snow. Then, when Grandfather had finished reading and closed the Bible, they all sang a Christmas carol, which they always sing together every Christmas in that house, and they sang it out so clear and strong that a traveller in a sleigh way down at the crossroads heard it, and it sounded so good that he stopped his horse in spite of the storm and listened till it was over. Well, I can't tell you everything else they did that morning, except that Father found the floor all swept, and knew it must have been done by the brownies, and then Mother found the paper caps that the house fairies had made. She was ever so glad, and so were the children when they opened them up and put them on. You'll see how they look on the children's heads when the curtain opens. Then about the dinner. Father had brought in the big table and set it up in the kitchen in front of the fireplace, and Mother put on the plates and the forks and the knives and the spoons and all the rest. Then the goose was roasted, and oh, how good it smelt when it was cooking. At last everything was ready, and 12 o'clock came, and they all sat down at the table. And do you know, I believe they are still sitting there behind the curtain. But they have finished the goose and the apple sauce and all the good things that went with them, and now they are just going to begin on the pudding. They don't know a thing about the magic nuts, because the brownies and the fairies stuck them in so neatly that not one of them shows. Mother is just starting to put the pudding on the saucers. I wonder if she will remember about giving it to the youngest first. That's Gertrude, you know. Do you want to see for yourselves whether she remembers? Well, be very quiet then, for now it is going to begin.
When the curtain opens, you again see the kitchen, but it looks a good deal different, because the chairs that Grandmother and Grandfather used to sit in have been moved out. So has the small table on which Mother washed the dishes in the first scene, and now in front of the fireplace is the great big table that Mother Goose told you about. The tablecloth on it is so big that it hangs all the way down to the floor. At one end of the table sits Father, then next to him, back of the table facing you, is Grandfather, then Gertrude, then Walter, then Grandmother, and at the other end of the table, next to Grandmother, Mother is seated. The children have on those bright-colored paper caps that the house fairies made. Mother, who is helping the pudding, is the first to speak, and this is what she says.
There's the first plateful of our Christmas pudding, and that goes to Gertrude, of course.
She hands it to Grandmother, who passes it on to Walter, holding it for a moment under his nose.
That smells good.
He passes it to Gertrude.
Shall I wait till everybody else is served before I begin?
No, not today. Begin at once. We all want to know how it tastes.
Gertrude tastes it.
Oh, it is good.
Mother, meanwhile, has helped another plateful and passed it to Grandmother, who says,
Walter, here is yours.
And she hands it to him. He tastes it.
Is it good, Walter?
Walter, with his mouth very full, can only say,
Pass this down to Father.
And she starts to hand another plateful of pudding to Grandmother.
Oh, Mother, aren't you younger than Father?
Yes, just by 2 months.
Answers Mother, keeping the plateful of pudding in her hand.
You think I ought to be helped next? All right, we'll keep strictly to the rules, and I'll set this aside for myself while I help the others.
She helps another plateful.
This is for you, James,
she says to Father, and passes it along.
And Grandmother, this is for you.
She hands a plateful of pudding to Grandmother.
Grandfather, here is yours, last of all, because you are the oldest of us,
Mother says, and starts the last plateful of pudding on its way to Grandfather. Suddenly Father, who has been eating some of his pudding, exclaims,
Here's something new. You never put nuts in the plum pudding before, Mary.
Nuts? There aren't any nuts in the pudding.
But indeed there are. I've just eaten one.
And so have I.
And here's another one,
declares Grandfather, and he holds it up in his spoon.
It's a hazelnut,
he says, and puts it into his mouth.
Why, I don't understand it at all. I didn't put any hazelnuts in the plum pudding. Who ever heard of such a thing? Children, have you found any in yours?
Yes.
I've had 2.
Mother has been looking carefully at the pudding on her plate.
I declare, you're right. Here's one in mine.
She eats it.
They are very good nuts, too. But how they ever got into the pudding is a mystery.
During this last speech, the lid of the wood box has been pushed up, showing the 2 brownies sitting up in the box, and also the top of the clothes basket, showing the fairies, looking out from the basket. Walter happens to catch sight of the brownies in the wood box. He starts up from his chair, and pointing toward the wood box, cries,
There they are.
What?
asks Father, looking in the direction to which Walter points.
The brownies, see, in the wood box.
I don't see anything except that someone has left the lid of the wood box open.
Oh, and the fairies.
Cries Gertrude, pointing toward the clothes basket.
There they are. I see them.
Mother turns around to look, and then says to Gertrude,
There's nothing there, my dear.
Oh, but there is. They are in the basket.
Everybody stands up. Gertrude and Walter come around from behind the table and look at the fairies and brownies, but they don't get very close to them because they are just a little bit scared. At the same time, Father begins to act rather queerly, looking down at the floor and keeping himself up by holding onto the table. Now he goes down on his hands and knees near the end of the table.
Why, James, what are you doing? How queerly you are acting.
Father gets up again, as though by a great effort.
I don't know what is the matter, but I have the funniest sort of feeling. It seems as though I should just have to get down on the floor and crawl under the table.
Well, that's queer. Do you know, I begin to feel the same way myself.
So do I.
So do I.
It's perfectly absurd the way I seem to want to crawl under the table,
Father says, and his knees keep bending under him.
But you're surely not going to do it.
Oh no.
Father answers.
I'm not going to do it.
But all the same he goes down on his knees again.
But you are doing it.
Well, I can't help it. Here goes. Watch me come out at the other end.
If he goes, I've got to follow,
says Mother, and she gets down on her hands and knees behind him.
So have I,
says Grandfather, and he kneels down behind Mother.
And I,
says Grandmother, and she kneels behind Grandfather. Then, close behind one another, they go under the table, and when they come out at the other end, Father and Grandfather have turned into little boys, and Mother and Grandmother have turned into little girls. While this is happening, the brownies and fairies come out of the box and basket.
Oh, jolly! Is this you, Grandfather?
He takes hold of hands with the little boy that Grandfather has turned into, and swings him around in a circle.
Oh, Mother,
cries Gertrude to one of the little girls, hugging her.
How darling you are. Isn't this fun?
Let's all play some game together.
London Bridge. Shall we play that?
The others all clap their hands. So she goes on. She says,
Walter, you and I will be the bridge. What shall we choose?
They whisper together. Then the game is played in the usual way. Each captive is offered a choice between plum pudding, that is Gertrude's side, and ice cream, that's Walter's side. At the very moment when the tug-of-war is about to begin, the outside door opens, and in comes Santa Claus. At once they all leave their games and gather round him.
Oh, Santa Claus, have you come to play with us?
How can I play with you? I'm far too big and far, far too old.
One of the fairies has gone to the table and gotten a plate of plum pudding, which she now offers to Santa Claus.
What's this? Plum pudding? Well, I never could resist that.
He begins to eat it.
This surely is a first-class pudding.
He takes another spoonful.
Why, what's this? A nut in the pudding? A hazelnut?
He stops short and holds the plate away from him.
A hazelnut, I declare. I'd clean forgotten all about that. And now I've gone and eaten one. Goodness, is it going to work? I wonder.
He puts the plate down on the table.
Yes, I feel it coming. Yes, it's come. I've just got to crawl under that table. Get out of the way there. I've just got to do it. It's no use trying not to.
The children, the brownies, and the fairies are all delighted and laugh and dance up and down and clap their hands.
Go on, Santa, you'll make a jolly boy.
Down goes Santa Claus on his hands and knees and crawls under the table. When he comes out on the other end, he is a little roly-poly boy, smaller and fatter than any of the others, and dressed in white with red trimmings. All the others join hands with him in a circle, and they swing around gleefully.
Now for a game of Follow My Leader. I'll be the leader. Come after me.
Off Walter starts around the room, the others following. First Gertrude, then the brownies and the fairies, then the others, with Santa Claus bringing up the rear. They go over the woodbox, onto a chair and down again, and at last Walter dives under the table in the opposite direction to that in which the magic change was made. The children, the brownies, and the fairies go through without any change, of course, but the other 5 all come out in their original form. They stand up straightening their clothes, mother and grandmother setting their hair to rights. Meantime, while the children are occupied watching the transformations of their parents and grandparents, the brownies and fairies go back into the box and basket and pull the lids down after them.
I'm all out of breath.
So am I, but what fun it was.
I wouldn't have missed it for $1,000.
Nor I, even now, although I've got my old body back again, I declare I feel as young as a boy inside.
Oh, Santa Claus, you were the dearest, funniest little boy I ever saw. It just made me laugh to look at you.
Hush,
says Santa Claus, looking cautiously over his shoulder.
I hope you won't let anyone know how foolish I looked and acted. What would people say if they heard that a man hundreds of years old like me has been romping around that way?
Why, Santa Claus, everybody would think it was fine.
Do you think so?
Asked Santa Claus, looking around from one to the other.
Of course they would. The fact is, they'd love you all the more for it, if that's possible.
Dear Santa Claus, you don't mind my laughing at you, do you? Because you were funny, you know.
Well, no, I guess I don't mind much. In fact, the more I think of it, the more I think myself that it was funny. Only so high.
He measures the height with his hand.
And as fat as butter.
He goes off into a roar of laughter, and everybody else begins laughing, and they laugh more and more until they have to lean up against the wall and the table and wipe their eyes. When the laughing has stopped, Santa Claus says,
There's only one person I don't believe I can quite forgive, and that's that sly puss of a fairy who gave me the plum pudding. She knew what would happen well enough. Where is she?"
He looks around for her.
"Why, she's gone,"
So she has.
says Gertrude, looking around.
They're both gone.
And the brownies, too.
"Oh, and I must be going this very minute. Goodness knows how late it is."
He goes toward the door.
"Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye till next Christmas."
Just at the door, he turns and says,
"By the way, I've got some more of those hazelnuts at home. What do you think I'd better do with them?"
Santa Claus, bring them with you next Christmas, and let's do it all over again.
"Shall I?"
asks Santa Claus, looking around at them all.
Yes.
It's a bargain. Don't forget, next Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Goodbye.
He opens the door to go out.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Till next Christmas.
Goodbye till next Christmas.
They all cry after him, and they wave their hands to him as the curtain closes. And this is the end of the play.
Well, children, did you like it? Do you know, I rather wished I could try one of those magic nuts myself. I think I'd made a real cunning little girl, don't you? But there's no use wishing for what you can't have. And besides, there's something more important to be attended to. I notice that Santa Claus is a great one to give everybody presents, and sure enough, he's done it again this time, just as usual. He's brought boxes of candy for all you boys and girls. He left them outside on the doorstep, and I was almost afraid the snow might have spoiled them. But it was such dry snow, it didn't do them any harm at all, and in a minute, when the curtains open, they'll be brought indoors and handed out to you. Well, I guess that's all for this year, except for old Mother Goose to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
End of The Christmas Dinner by Shepherd Knapp.
Del presepio che ei fece nel dì del Natale del Signore, da Vita prima di San Francesco, capitolo 30 di Tommaso da Celano, tradotto dal latino da Leopoldo Amoni, letto in italiano. Questa è una registrazione LibriVox. Tutte le registrazioni LibriVox sono di dominio pubblico. Per maggiori informazioni o per diventare volontari, visitate il sito LibriVox.org. Suo primo pensiero, suo principale desiderio e supremo proposito era osservare in tutto e per tutto il Santo Vangelo e perfettamente, con ogni vigilanza, con ogni studio, con tutta l'intenzione della mente, con tutto il fervore del cuor suo, adempire gli insegnamenti e seguitare le orme di nostro Signore Gesù Cristo. Ne ricordava del continuo e ne meditava le parole e, con assai profonda considerazione, ne riandava le opere. Soprattutto l'umiltà dell'incarnazione e la carità della passione ne occupavano la memoria, che mai soffriva di volgere ad altro il pensiero. Memorabile, pertanto, e degno d'essere con reverenza rammentato, si è ciò che, 3 anni innanzi al dì del suo transito glorioso, egli fece presso una terra che ha nome Greccio, il giorno del Natale di nostro Signore Gesù Cristo. Era in quella terra un uomo chiamato Giovanni, persona di onorata fama, ma di miglior vita, al quale portava San Francesco affetto singolare, perché, essendo egli nobile e molto riguardato nella sua terra, non facendo conto veruno della nobiltà del sangue, possedea quella tanto migliore dell'animo. Ora, 15 giorni avanti alla festa del Natale, il beato Francesco ebbe a sé costui, come sovente era usato di fare, e gli disse: se hai caro che celebriamo in Greccio la presente festa del Signore, sii presto all'operare ed apparecchia diligentemente ciò che io ti dirò, perocché intendo di festeggiare la memoria di quel fanciullo che nacque a Betlem, e come che sia vedere con gli occhi corporali i disagi della necessità infantile di lui, cioè come fu egli adagiato nel presepio e come, avendo allato il bue e l'asino, fu posto sul fieno. Il che sentendo, quell'uomo da bene e fedele corse incontanente e nel luogo posto apparecchiò ciò che il santo gli aveva ordinato. Ora avvicinossi il dì dell'allegrezza, venne il tempo dell'esultanza e da più luoghi furono chiamati i frati. Gli uomini e le femmine della terra, secondo lor potere, prepararono ceri e fiaccole per illuminare quella notte che con la rilucente stella illuminò i giorni e gli anni tutti. Venne al fine il santo di Dio, trovando ogni cosa in punto. Vide e se ne allegrò. Apparecchiasi il presepio, vi si dispone il fieno, il bue e l'asino vi sono addotti. Si fa, quivi, onore alla semplicità, esaltasi la povertà, lodasi l'umiltà, e Greccio diventa quasi nuova Betlem. Vi risplende la notte non meno del giorno, ingiocondando uomini ed animali. Vi traggono i popoli e a quel novello mistero sono da nuova gioia consolati. Risuona tutta di voci la selva e al comun giubilo fanno eco le rupi. Cantano i frati, dando al Signore le debite lodi, e tutta quanta la notte si passa nel gaudio. Se ne sta il santo di Dio innanzi al presepio, tutto sospiri, tutto pietà, e inondato di mirabile allegrezza. Si celebra la messa grande in sul presepe e gusta il sacerdote una insolita consolazione. Si veste il santo di Dio i paramenti levitici, perocché era diacono e ad alta voce canta il santo Evangelo, e quella voce robusta, soave, limpida e sonora tutti invita al massimo dei premi. Poi predica al popolo circostante e del nascimento del re poverello e della piccola terra di Betlem, ragiona cose d'una dolcezza al tutto celestiale. Sovente, volendo nominar Cristo Gesù, tutto fiammeggiato d'ineffabile amore, lo chiamava il fanciullo di Betlem, e pronunziando Betlem con voce somigliante al belato di pecorella, empivasi la bocca di quella voce, ma più ancora di dolcissimo affetto. Al nominare Ziandio che faceva il fanciullo di Betlem, ovvero Gesù, quasi leccavasi le labbra, gustando col felice palato ed inghiottendo la dolcezza di queste parole. Moltiplicaronsi i doni dell'Onnipotente, perciò che a un uom da bene apparve una visione mirabile. Vedeva costui giacere nel presepio un fanciulletto morto, e a lui avvicinarsi il santo di Dio e quasi destarlo dal letargo del sonno. Né parrà sconvenevole cotesta visione, quando si consideri che il fanciullo Gesù era al tutto dimenticato nel cuore di molti, nei quali, come piacque alla divina grazia, fu per mezzo del suo servo Francesco risuscitato e profondamente impresso nella memoria. Ebbe poi fine la vigilia solenne e tornossene ognuno giubilando alle proprie case. Fu serbato il fieno del presepio, acciocché per esso salvasse Dio i giumenti e gli animali, secondo che egli ha moltiplicato la sua santa misericordia. E veramente s'è veduto agli effetti che assai animali, travagliati da diverse malattie per li paesi circostanti, mangiando di quel fieno, sono stati liberati dalle loro infermità. Anzi, fin le donne, ritrovandosi in pericolo di parto, ponendo in sul corpo alquanto d'esso fieno, felicemente si sono sgravate. E maschi e femmine in gran numero, afflitti da vari malori, per siffatto mezzo ottengono la desiderata sanità. Finalmente mutato in oratorio, il luogo del presepe è stato consacrato al Signore e, a reverenza del Beato Padre, sul luogo del presepe è stato rizzato un altare e dedicata una chiesa, acciocché, ove un dì gli animali si cibarono di fieno, quivi, per la salute dell'anima e del corpo, mangino gli uomini le carni dell'agnello immacolato, Gesù Cristo Signor nostro, il quale, per somma e ineffabil carità, s'è dato a noi e che, insieme col Padre e con lo Spirito Santo, vive e regna, Dio eternamente glorioso, per tutti i secoli dei secoli. Amen. Lode a Dio, lode a Dio. Qui a termine la prima parte della vita e dei fatti del Beato Francesco. Fine del presepio che fece nel dì del Natale del Signore di Tommaso da Celano, tradotto dal latino da Leopoldo Amoni. Registrazione di Egi Pesaro.
A Short Sermon. Keeping Christmas by Henry Van Dyke. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Romans 14:6. He that regardeth the day, regardeth it unto the Lord. It is a good thing to observe Christmas Day, the mere marking of times and seasons when men agree to stop work and make merry together, is a wise and wholesome custom. It helps one to feel the supremacy of the common life over the individual life. It reminds a man to set his own little watch now and then by the great clock of humanity which runs on sun time. But there is a better thing than the observance of Christmas Day, and that is keeping Christmas. Are you willing to forget what you have done for other people and to remember what other people have done for you? To ignore what the world owes you and to think what you owe the world? To put your rights in the background and your duties in the middle distance and your chances to do a little more than your duty in the foreground? To see that your fellow men are just as real as you are, and try to look behind their faces to their hearts, hungry for joy. To own that probably the only good reason for your existence is not what you are going to get out of life, but what you are going to give to life? To close your book of complaints against the management of the universe and look around you for a place where you can sow a few seeds of happiness. Are you willing to do these things, even for a day? Then you can keep Christmas. Are you willing to stoop down and consider the needs and the desires of little children? To remember the weakness and loneliness of people who are growing old? To stop asking how much your friends love you and ask yourself whether you love them enough? To bear in mind the things that other people have to bear on their hearts? To try to understand what those who live in the same house with you really want without waiting for them to tell you? To trim your lamp so that it will give more light and less smoke, and to carry it in front so that your shadow will fall behind you, to make a grave for your ugly thoughts, and a garden for your kindly feelings, with the gate open. Are you willing to do these things, even for a day? Then you can keep Christmas. Are you willing to believe that love is the strongest thing in the world, stronger than hate, stronger than evil, stronger than death? And that the blessed life, which began in Bethlehem 1900 years ago, is the image and brightness of the eternal love? Then you can keep Christmas. And if you keep it for a day, why not always? But you can never keep it alone. End of Keeping Christmas by Henry Van Dyke. Read for LibriVox.org by Laura Armentrout.
"12 Christmas Poems selected from Christmas in Poetry, Carols and Poems by various authors. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From Far Away by William Morris. From far away we come to you, the snow in the street and the wind on the door, to tell of great tidings, strange and true. Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. From far away we come to you, to tell of great tidings, strange and true. For as we wandered far and wide, the snow in the street and the wind on the door, what hap do you deem there should us betide? Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. Under a bent, when the night was deep, the snow in the streets and the wind on the door, there lay 3 shepherds, tending their sheep. Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. O ye shepherds, what have ye seen? The snow in the street and the wind on the door, to stay your sorrow and heal your teen. Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. In an ox stall this night we saw, the snow in the street and the wind on the door, a babe and a maid without a flaw. Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. There was an old man there beside, the snow in the street and the wind on the door. His hair was white and his hood was wide. Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. And as we gazed this thing upon, the snow in the street and the wind on the door, those twain knelt down to the little one. Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. And a marvellous song we straight did hear, the snow in the street and the wind on the door, that slew our sorrow and healed our care. Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. News of a fair and marvellous thing, the snow in the street and the wind on the door. Noel, Noel, Noel we sing, Minstrels and maids, stand forth on the floor. From far away we come to you, to tell of great tidings, strange and true. Carol by Kenneth Grahame, from The Wind in the Willows. Villagers all, this frosty tide, let your doors swing open wide. Though wind may follow and snow beside, yet draw us in by your fire to bide. Joy shall be yours in the morning. Here we stand in the cold and sleet, blowing fingers and stamping feet, come from far away you to greet, you by the fire and we in the street, bidding you joy in the morning. For ere one half of the night was gone, sudden a star has led us on, raining bliss and benison, bliss tomorrow and more anon, joy for every morning. Goodman Joseph toiled through the snow, saw the star o'er a stable low, Mary she might not further go. Welcome thatch and litter below, joy was hers in the morning. And then they heard the angels tell, who were the first to cry Noel, animals all, as it befell, in the stable where they did dwell, joy shall be theirs in the morning. Signs of Christmas by Edwin Lees. When on the barn's thatched roof is seen the moss in tufts of liveliest green, when Roger to the woodpile goes, and, as he turns, his fingers blows, when all around is cold and drear, be sure that Christmas-tide is near. When up the garden walk in vain we seek for Flora's lovely train, when the sweet hawthorn bower is bare, and bleak and cheerless is the air, when all seems desolate around, Christmas advances o'er the ground. When Tom at eve comes home from plough, and brings the mistletoe's green bough, with milk-white berries spotted o'er, and shakes it the sly maids before, then hangs the trophy up on high, be sure that Christmas-tide is nigh. When Hal the woodman, in his clogs, bears home the huge unwieldy logs, that, hissing on the smouldering fire, flame out at last a quivering spire, when in his hat the holly stands, old Christmas musters up his bands. When clustered round the fire at night, old William talks of ghost and sprite, and, as a distant outhouse gate slams by the wind, they fearful wait, while some each shadowy nook explore, then Christmas pauses at the door. When Dick comes shivering from the yard, and says the pond is frozen hard, while from his hat all white with snow, the moisture, trickling, drops below, while carols sound, the night to cheer, then Christmas and his train are here. A Christmas Hymn by C. Francis Alexander. Once in royal David's city stood a lowly cattle shed, where a mother laid her baby, in a manger for his bed. Mary was that mother mild, Jesus Christ her little child. He came down from earth to heaven, who is God and Lord of all, and his shelter was a stable, and his cradle was a stall. With the poor and mean and lowly lived on earth our Saviour holy. And through all his wondrous childhood he would honor and obey, love and watch the lowly mother in whose gentle arms he lay. Christian children, all must be mild, obedient, good as he. For he is our childhood's pattern. Day by day, like us he grew. He was little, weak, and helpless. Tears and smiles like us he knew. And he feeleth for our sadness, and he shareth in our gladness. And our eyes at last shall see him, through his own redeeming love. For that child so dear and gentle is our Lord in heaven above, and he leads his children on to the place where he is gone. Not in that poor lowly stable, with the oxen standing by, we shall see him, but in heaven, set at God's right hand on high, when like stars his children crowned, all in white shall wait around. The Story of the Shepherd, translated from the Spanish. It was the very noon of night, the stars above the fold, more sure than clock or chiming bell, the hour of midnight told. When from the heavens there came a voice, and forms were seen to shine, still brightening as the music rose, with light and love divine. With love divine, the song began, there shone a light serene. Oh, who hath heard what I have heard, or seen what I have seen? O ne'er could nightingale at dawn salute the rising day with sweetness like that bird of song in his immortal lay. O ne'er were wood notes heard at eve by banks with poplar shade so thrilling as the concert sweet by heavenly harpings made. For love divine was in each chord, and filled each pause between. Oh, who hath heard what I have heard, or seen what I have seen? I roused me at the piercing strain, but shrunk as from the ray of summer lightning, all around so bright the splendor lay. For oh, it mastered sight and sense to see that glory shine, to hear that minstrel in the clouds, who sang of love divine. To see that form with bird-like wings, of more than mortal mien. Oh, who hath heard what I have heard, or seen what I have seen? When once the rapturous trance was past, that so my sense could bind, I left my sheep to him who care breathed in the western wind. I left them, for instead of snow I trode on blade and flower, and ice dissolved in starry rays at morning's gracious hour, revealing where on earth the steps of love divine had been. Oh, who hath heard what I have heard, or seen what I have seen? I haste to a low-roofed shed, for so the angel bade, and bowed before the lowly rack where love divine was laid. A new-born babe, like tender lamb, with lion's strength there smiled. For lion's strength immortal might was in that new-born child. That love divine in childlike form had God for ever been. Oh, who hath heard what I have heard, or seen what I have seen? A Christmas Carol, translated from the Neapolitan. When Christ was born in Bethlehem, 'twas night but seemed the noon of day. The star whose light was pure and bright shone with unwavering ray. But one bright star, one glorious star, guided the eastern magi from afar. Then peace was spread throughout the land, the lion fed beside the lamb, and with the kid, to pastures led, the spotted leopard fed in peace the calf and bear, the wolf and lamb reposed together there. As shepherds watched their flocks by night, an angel brighter than the sun appeared in air, and gently said, Fear not, be not afraid. Behold, behold, beneath your eyes, earth has become a smiling paradise. Christmas Eve, by John Davidson. In holly hedges starving birds silently mourn the setting year. Upright like silver-plated swords the flags stand in the frozen mere. The mistletoe we still adore upon the twisted hawthorn grows. In ancient gardens hellebore puts forth its blushing Christmas rose. Shrivelled and purple, cheek by jowl, the hips and haws hang drearily. Rolled in a ball, the sulky owl creeps far into his hollowed tree. In abbeys and cathedrals dim the birth of Christ is acted o'er. The kings of Cologne worship him, Balthazar, Jasper, Melchior. The shepherds in the field at night beheld an angel glory clad, and shrank away with sore affright. Be not afraid, the angel bade. I bring good news to king and clown, to you here crouching on the sward, for there is born in David's town a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. Behold the babe is swathed, and laid within a manger. Straight there stood beside the angel all arrayed a heavenly multitude. Glory to God, they sang, and peace, good pleasure among men. The wondrous message of release, glory to God again. Hush, hark, the waits, far up the street. A distant, ghostly charm unfolds, of magic music wild and sweet, anemones and clarigolds. Carol of the Birds by Bass Quercy. Whence comes this rush of wings afar, following straight the Noel star? Birds from the woods in wondrous flight, Bethlehem seek this holy night. Tell us, ye birds, why come ye here, into this stable, poor and drear? Hastening we seek the new-born King, and all our sweetest music bring. Hark, how the green finch bears his part! Philomel too, with tender heart, chants from her leafy dark retreat, Re mi fa sol, in accents sweet. Angels and shepherds, birds of the sky, come where the Son of God doth lie. Christ on the earth with man doth dwell, join in the shout, Noel, Noel. The Shepherds Had an Angel by Christina Rossetti. The shepherds had an angel, the wise men had a star. But what have I, a little child, to guide me home from far, where glad stars sing together, and singing angels are? Lord Jesus is my guardian, so I can nothing lack. The lambs lie in his bosom along life's dangerous track. The wilful lambs that go astray he, bleeding, brings them back. Those shepherds through the lonely night sat watching by their sheep, until they saw the heavenly host, who neither tire nor sleep, all singing, Glory, glory, in festival they keep. Christ watches me, his little lamb, cares for me day and night, that I may be his own in heaven. So angels clad in white shall sing their glory, glory, for my sake in the height. Lord, bring me near day by day, till I my voice unite, and sing my glory, glory, with angels clad in white. All glory, glory, gin to thee, through all the heavenly height. The Least of Carols by Sophie Jewett. Loveliest dawn of gold and rose steals across undrifted snows. In brown rustling oak leaves stir squirrel, nuthatch, woodpecker. Brief their matins, but by noon all the sunny woods attune. Jays, forgetting their harsh cries, pipe a spring note clear and true. Wheel on angel wings of blue, trumpeters of paradise. Then the tiniest feathered thing, all aflutter, tail and wing, gives himself to carolling. Chick-a-dee-dee, chick-a-dee, Jesulino, hail to thee, lowliest baby born to-day, pillowed on a wisp of hay, king no less of sky and earth, and singing sea. Jesu, Jesu, most and least, for the sweetness of thy birth every little bird and beast, wind and wave and forest tree, praises God exceedingly, exceedingly. A Christmas Carol by Christina Rossetti. In the bleak midwinter frosty wind made moan. Earth stood hard as iron, water like a stone. Snow had fallen, snow on snow, snow on snow, in the bleak midwinter long ago. Our God, heaven cannot hold him nor earth sustain. Heaven and earth shall flee away when He comes to reign. In the bleak midwinter a stable place sufficed, the Lord God Almighty, Jesus Christ. Angels and archangels may have gathered there, cherubim and seraphim thronged the air, but only His mother in her maiden bliss worshipped her beloved with a kiss. What can I give Him, poor as I am? If I were a shepherd, I would bring a lamb. If I were a wise man, I would do my part. Yet, what can I give Him? Give Him my heart. The Shepherd Who Stayed by Theodosia Garrison. There are in paradise souls neither great nor wise, yet souls who wear no less the crown of faithfulness. My Master bade me watch the flock by night. My duty was to stay. I do not know what things my comrades saw in that great light. I did not heed the words that bade them go. I know not were they maddened or afraid. I only know I stayed. The hillside seemed on fire. I felt the sweep of wings above my head. I ran to see if any danger threatened these my sheep. What though I found them folded quietly? What though my brother wept and plucked my sleeve? They were not mine to leave. Thieves in the wood and wolves upon the hill, my duty was to stay. Strange though it be, I had no thought to hold my mates, nor will to bid them wait and keep the watch with me. I had not heard that summons they obeyed. I only know I stayed. Perchance they will return upon the dawn with word of Bethlehem and why they went. I only know that watching here alone, I know a strange content. I have not failed that trust upon me laid. I ask no more. I stayed. End of 12 poems selected from Christmas in Poetry, Carols and Poems by various authors. Recorded for LibriVox.org by MaryAnn Spiegel. Christmas 2014.
To an old fogey who contends that Christmas is played out, by Owen Seaman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oh, frankly bald and obviously stout, and so you find that Christmas, as a fate dispassionately viewed, is getting out of date. The studied festal air is overdone. The humour of it grows a little thin. You fail, in fact, to gather where the fun comes in. Visions of very heavy meals arise that tend to make your organism shiver. Roast beef that irks, and pies that agonise the liver. Those pies at which you annually wince, hearing the tale how happy months will follow, proportioned to the total mass of mince you swallow. Visions of youth whose reverence is scant, who with the brutal verve of boyhood's prime insist on being taken to the pantomime. Of infants sitting up extremely late, who run you on toboggans down the stair, or make you fetch a rug and simulate a bear. This takes your faultless trousers at the knees, the other hurts them rather more behind, and both effect a fracture in your ease of mind. My good dyspeptic, this will never do. Your weary withers must be sadly wrung. Yet once I well believe that even you were young. Time was when you devoured, like other boys, plum pudding sequined on a turkey hen, with cracker mottos hinting on the joys of men. Time was when mid the maidens you would pull the fiery raisin with profound delight, when sprigs of mistletoe seemed beautiful and right. Old Christmas changes not. Long, long ago he won the treasure of eternal youth. Yours is the dotage, if you want to know the truth. Come now, I'll cure your case and ask no fee. Make others' happiness this once your own. All else may pass. That joy can never be outgrown. End of To an Old Fogey Who Contends That Christmas is Played Out by Owen Seaman. Recording by Ruth Golding, Christmas 2014.
Christmas Omnipresent by Leigh Hunt. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christmas comes, he comes, he comes, ushered with a rain of plums. Hollies in the windows greet him, schools come driving post to meet him, gifts precede him, bells proclaim him, every mouth delights to name him. Wet and cold and wind and dark make him but the warmer mark. And yet he comes not one embodied, universal's the blithe Godhead, and in every festal house presence hath ubiquitous. Curtains, those snug room enfolders, hang upon his million shoulders. And he has a million eyes of fire, and eats a million pies, and is very merry and wise, very wise and very merry, and loves a kiss beneath the berry. Then full many a shape hath he, all in said ubiquity. Now is he a green array, and now an eve, and now a day. Now he's town gone out of town, and now a feast in civic gown, and now the pantomime and clown, with a crack upon the crown, and all sorts of tumbles down. And then he's music in the night, and the money gotten by it. He's a man that can't write verses, bringing some to ope your purses. He's a turkey, he's a goose, he's oranges unfit for use. He's a kiss that loves to grow underneath the mistletoe. And he's forfeits, cards and wassails, and a king and queen with vassals. All the quizzes of the time, drawn and quartered with a rhyme. And then, for their revival's sake, lo, he's an enormous cake, with the sugar on the top, seen before in many a shop, where the boys could gaze forever. They think the cake's so very clever. Then some morning, in the lurch, leaving romps, he goes to church, looking very grave and thankful, after which he's just as prankful. Now a saint, and now a sinner, but, above all, he's a dinner. He's a dinner where you see everybody's family. Beef and pudding and mince pies, and little boys with laughing eyes, whom their seniors ask arch questions, feigning fears of indigestions, as if they, forsooth the old ones, hadn't privately tenfold ones. He's a dinner and a fire, heaped beyond your heart's desire, heaped with log and baked with coals, till it roasts your very souls. And your cheek the fire outstares, and you all push back your chairs, and the mirth becomes too great, and you all sit up too late, nodding all with too much head, and so go off to too much bed. O plethora of beef and bliss, monkish feaster, sly of kiss, southern soul, in body Dutch, glorious time of great too much heat and too much noise, too much babblement of boys, too much eating, too much drinking, too much everything but thinking, solely bent to laugh and stuff, and trample upon base enough. O right is thy instructive praise of the wealth of nature's ways. Right thy most unthrifty glee, and pious thy immense piety. For, behold, great nature's self builds her no abstemious shelf, but provides, her love is such for all, her own great good too much grass and too much tree, too much air and land and sea, too much seed of fruit and flower, and fish, an unimagined dower, in whose single row shall be life enough to stock the sea, endless ichthyophagy, every instant through the day. Worlds of life are thrown away, worlds of life and worlds of pleasure, not for lavishment of treasure, but because she's so immensely rich and loves us so intensely, she would have us, once for all, wake at her benignant call, and all grow wise, and all lay down strife and jealousy and frown, and, like the sons of one great mother, share and be blessed with one another. End of Christmas Omnipresent by Leigh Hunt. Read by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on November 26, 2014.
Weihnachten von Franz Grillparzer. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Am heiligen Christtagabend den Kindern man beschert, da ist dann eitel Freude an Wägelchen und Pferd. Am heiligen Christtagabend, obgleich ich längst kein Kind, hat man auch mir bescheret, gut wie die Menschen sind. Man gab mir einen Kummer, man gab mir eine Qual, die tief am Leben naget, das längst schon geht zu Tal. Man gab mir die Gewissheit, mein Streben sei verkannt und ich ein armer Fremdling in meinem Vaterland. Man hat beim nahenden Winter genommen mir das Nest und hieß mich weiter wandern für meines Lebens Rest. Doch ist's der Lauf der Zeiten, ein Trost nur stellt sich dar, bin ich auch nichts geworden, ich blieb doch der ich war. Ende von Weihnachten von Franz Grillparzer, gelesen von Claudia Salto.
Christmas Trees by Robert Frost, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christmas Trees by Robert Frost. A Christmas Circular Letter. The city has withdrawn into itself, and left at last the country to the country, when between whirls of snow not come to lie, and whirls of foliage not yet laid, there drove a stranger to our yard, who looked at the city, yet did in country fashion, in that there he sat and waited till he drew us out, a buttoning coats, to ask him who he was. He proved to be the city come again, to look for something it had left behind, and could not do without, and keep its Christmas. He asked if I would sell my Christmas trees. My woods, the young fir balsams, like a place where houses are all churches and have spires. I hadn't thought of them as Christmas trees. I doubt if I was tempted for a moment to sell them off their feet, to go in cars, and leave the slope behind the house all bare, where the sun shines now no warmer than the moon. I'd hate to have them know if it I was. Yet more I'd hate to hold my trees, except as others hold theirs, or refuse for them. Beyond the time of profitable growth, the trial by market, everything must come to. I dallied so much with the thought of selling. Then whether from mistaken courtesy, and fear of seeming short of speech, or whether from hope of hearing good of what was mine, I said, There aren't enough to be worth while. I could soon tell how many they would cut. You let me look them over. You could look, but don't expect I'm going to let you have them. Pasture they spring in, some in clumps too close, that lop each other of boughs, but not a few quite solitary and having equal boughs all round and round. The latter he nodded yes to, or paused to say beneath some lovelier one, with a buyer's moderation, that would do. I thought so too, but wasn't there to say so. We climbed the pasture on the south, crossed over, and came down on the north. He said 1,000. 1,000 Christmas trees? At what apiece? He felt some need of softening that to me. 1,000 trees would come to $30. Then I was certain I had never meant to let him have them, never show surprise, but $30 seemed so small beside the extent of pasture I should strip. 3 cents, for that was all they figured out apiece. 3 cents so small beside the dollar friends I should be writing to within the hour would pay in cities for good trees like those. Regular vestry trees whole Sunday schools could hang enough on to pick off enough. 1,000 Christmas trees I didn't know I had, worth 3 cents more to give away than sell, as may be shown by a simple calculation. Too bad I couldn't lay one in a letter. I can't help wishing I could send you one, in wishing you herewith a Merry Christmas.
End of Christmas Trees by Robert Frost. Read by Alison Valdez.
Neath Mistletoe by Joseph Ashby Sterry. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Neath mistletoe, should chance arise, you may be happy if you're wise. Though bored you lie with pantomime and Christmas fare and Christmas rhyme, one fine old custom don't despise. If you're a man of enterprise, you'll find, I venture to surmise, 'tis pleasant then at Christmas time, 'neath mistletoe. You see, they scarcely can disguise the sparkle of their pretty eyes, and no one thinks it is a crime when goes the Merry Christmas chime, a rare old rite to exercise 'neath mistletoe. End of 'Neath Mistletoe by Joseph Ashby Sterry.